There we go. So, like we are sometimes getting stuck in this loop of, oh, what web exploit do I need to look into? Oh, OWASP top 10. Oh, this exploit, cross-site scripting. I need to know more cross-site scripting to find cross-site scripting. No, you just need to look in the right places. That's it. And at a certain point, you'll reach a threshold where you will see diminishing returns from investing more time into certain topics like this. That's why it's always important to expand your horizon. Like, cross-site scripting, learn mobile testing, and cross-site scripting can also happen on mobile applications because you have HTML5 applications on mobile running. So you need to take it a step further. Don't get stuck at where you are. And I think we need to do that as well. I think APIs is a big chapter of that. Why is that? Because you're often, maybe you'll see, oh, you have this main web app in scope with all of these APIs in scope. Guess what? That's just the application. An application usually has APIs involved. And what is an API? An application programming interface. Now, what do you define that as? Like, okay, application programming interface, fine. There was this like need at a certain point for applications to start speaking to each other. So you had, for example, an application that needed weather data, and you had a weather application running. And they didn't want to, they didn't want to build that weather application again. So what they would do is they would just like try to interact with each other, but that was a fucking mess in the beginning. So they made like APIs. They made programmable interfaces, an interface to my application. An interface is just a way to interact with it. So if I have an API that is an interface to my application, that's how you need to see it, can also be used by people, by the way. Don't get me wrong. It's not just communication between different servers, but usually you're not going to talk to an API. Like, you don't want to remember all this shit. I don't want to remember all of this shit. Come on, I have better stuff to do than to remember all of this. So, fine, that's the thing. It's a little bit distracting. So, you have an API. Now, there's different types of APIs. This is what you need to know. You have a SOAP API and you have a REST API. Well, what's a SOAP API? A SOAP API is basically an API that works with the XML. And what you need to know about it is if you want to interact with it, you need to do that through XML requests. So that's something simple. You need to know that though. But that's one thing. If you have a REST, you need to interact with it. Sorry, 1 second. Sometimes through JSON, for example, but not through XML anymore. So that it's just something that you need to keep in mind. Postman, for example, is a tool that can test for certain things, but not for SOAP services. If you have a SOAP API running, you're going to need different tools. So that's why you need to know that difference between SOAP and REST. But a lot of people like to say SOAP and REST are two different types, and it's sort of true. The thing with this is that a SOAP and REST, like SOAP is you have the REST protocol, and you have the SOAP, which is stateful, or it basically keeps states into mind. RESTful doesn't. All of this is just a bit of extra information. Look into API some more if you are interested in that. What we're going to go through today is basically the basics of API. I'm going to, first of all, and I know this might be boring to some people, we're going to go back to the basics and we're going to explore some elements of an API. How can you interact with it? What exactly is an API? All of that stuff. I have this handy dandy little application here. By the way, isn't it fucking disgusting that now that Twitter has rebranded to X, you have like this X thing right here? It's almost like you have a porn site in your favorites. So we have our API at 172, and we do that on port 5023. You can all visit this as well. You can just go to this through your web browser. Yeah, me too. Like, what the fuck is X, right? X, like, why X? Jesus Christ. But this is something you can all go through your web browser as well. And here you have various aspects of this API. So indeed, that's true. Yeah, like that's true. But the thing is, we have certain companies in Belgium that haven't figured this out quite yet. And they started with soap, and yeah, it's like we see it sometimes in Belgium. It's just because of the older way of thinking. But god damn it, get the fuck out of here. That's not ready yet. What is the problem? Ja, ik doe dat morgen, lieve. Maar ik ben nu aan het lesgeven, schat. Okay, so we're going to start with the parameter. So you have, everybody knows endpoints. You can see on this one that we don't have anything like greet.php here. Not too important. Just know that it's possible. I'm not interacting with a PHP file right here. I'm interacting directly with an API, a Python API in this case. We also have this one right here where we have different parameter types. So in this instance, we have URL parameters. We see that if I change this to a 1 and this to a 2, then I get the result of 3. So it did an addition here on parameters. Important to realize, parameters are not just after the question mark. There's also possibilities that it is a slash parameter. As for reverse, it is going to expect a JSON body parameter. I cannot send this through my browser. The difference here, of course, get post. Yeah, like I work at a company, and I guess I can safely say this. There's nothing wrong with this. Is security related. I work at a company where we have a lot of older people working, and those older people bring with them very old ideas. Like we have to create one ticket for analysis. If we have new requests coming in, we have to create a ticket for analysis. Then we have to do that analysis in a sprint. We have to then plan a ticket for the next sprint for the implementation. So if you want something, you're basically just going like 4 sprints ahead already. Like that is, in our case, is at least 6 weeks. What am I saying? 4 sprints, 2 sprints ahead. We have 3-week sprints. So yeah, fun times. That's ages. Shit. I'm gonna get. It's always the same. You are gonna sue me again, aren't you? Anyway, for this we can use other tools. I'm going to do this with Burp Suite, and I'm mixing shit up here a bit because it might be more interesting to do that way. But Burp Suite has a few other interesting options that you might want to consider. I'm going to open my Swivo project, and I will show you what options I mean specifically. They're not important here, but if I go to my scope settings, we all know that. Whereas if I go to my proxy settings right here, if I scroll down and if I click all of these things while I'm doing web application testing, this is very interesting because here I can say unhide hidden form fields, prominently display them. If something's hidden, I probably want to know about it, right? Enable disabled form fields. I don't care about that. You can always right click them anyway and just remove that disabled, and remove input field length limit and remove the JavaScript form validation. Really interesting things here. But if I go on to the, this is just Swigo. This is a bug bounty target that we often like to trigger, or that we often like to go for. I'm going to, well, it wasn't very smart of me to do this. I think I should open a new project because that will be a little bit easier, of course, to set my scope properly. Otherwise, I lose my project from Swivo. This is one of the best features of Burp Suite, I think, is to be able to save your project. It took me so long always to get started up and to get, like, you need to do every time set your proxy settings correctly, etc. All right, so we have the proxy settings, fine, and then we have the scope settings. Let's set this up for the scope that we have. This is the IP address, and I don't, well, the port is going to be, in this case, 5023. All right, so then I can start up my browser to just get some traffic going, generate any kind of traffic. And then we have at least that already. And then we can make a post to reverse. So let's get back to Burp Suite and let's go and get that target from the HTTP history. We have that here now. Now I can just send this to the repeater, Control R or Alt R, Command R if you are on Mac or Linux. And here I can make those changes. So slash reverse, it was expecting, it said again, a JSON body. So a JSON body means I'm just gonna do this, no, not this. For fuck's sake. Come on, play game. There we go. And now I'm expecting a value right here. So you can see it right here already. Text, and we are going to send it a value. And let's make that happen. Now here, something's going wrong, right? Something is going terribly wrong. It says method not allowed. Can you guess what I should do to correct this mistake? Yeah. That's not fair. You've seen all of my boot camps, so I guess it's not fair.
Post set.
Indeed, I need to post here. And now I see a bad request. Did not attempt to load JSON data because the request content type was not application with JSON. What do I need to do now? I'm trying to teach you that troubleshooting mindset. So what does it say right here? Did not attempt to load. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you say that the request content type was not application JSON. So I suppose that this needs to be specified somewhere either in the head or in the body. So instead of slash reverse, maybe something JSON related. I've never done this, so
No, it's good. It's good. You're doing the right thing. So what can we do with this? We can Google, of course. We have Google. We know what to do with Google, right? I think you guys have used it before. Content type, and the first thing I will see if I look at this content type representation header. So you're correct there. It needs to be in the headers. And here now I see, okay, what does it need to be? Application/JSON. If I send this over now, it says failed to decode JSON object, expecting property name enclosed in double quotes. So what am I doing wrong now?
in name. You need to specify application JSON within double quotes.
No.
Okay.
Almost, good guess, but it's saying the property name, and that's what it's using internally. So if I send this over now, they'll not find. Why? Because the property name is not used.
Okay.
Expecting property name and close in double quotes. Line 3, column 1. Yeah, I'm fuck. That's not good. It failed to decode JSON object. Yeah, I have my JSON object right here. No, oh, right, of course. Should probably be like so. Yep, perfect. Thank you. I need to do that for text though. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Thanks. See, perfect. That's why I have you guys. Good job, Mario. Have you ever had way too much money burning a hole in your pocket? Yeah, me neither. So that's why my certifications are really affordable quality certifications. And a lot of these, I'm not your proctor, I'm your actual customer. I expect behavior that you would proceed towards the customer. So are you ready to get certified? For less than the price of a cup of coffee, you can get certified in API hacking today, amazing hackers. Let's get into the video. Good job, everybody. Good job debugging this. You can see that it's not always easy to debug all of this stuff. Like, it's sometimes a little bit, oh, what do I need to do again? And think about what's the error that's represented here. Always go and look further if you don't know it for sure. Like, if you don't know what that content type is, then go look for it. Google is your best friend there. But I like the fact that you're at least trying and you're making good guesses here. Indeed, in the headers or the body, and with those double quotes, it's finicky. This is very finicky because if I'm going to encapsulate this in single quotes, I think it might again not even work. Yep, that's right. So you can see that there. There we go. And this is what we see if I put this not in double quotes. You can see that right here in line 2, column 1. So it's going for line 2, column 1. This is line 2, and this is probably the first column that's going to encounter. Even if I do this in single quotes, it's going to be the same thing. So quite finicky to debug sometimes. We have more here as well. This right here, this is just a get again. So I could execute this in the browser. There's nothing wrong with that. And this is just an endpoint. In here though, this is, well, this is just well, how should I put this? An example of different subdirectories. We've seen that a lot before. And here, for this one, we need to send a custom header along. What did it say? Okay, it's not that kind of. In here, for this get, we need to send a custom header along. So let's change that again. So we're going to make that request headers. Let's see, it's not allowed. Oh, what's not allowed? The method's not allowed. Let's try get then. Okay, it says XAPI key not provided. So what should I do now? It says that it should be in the headers. Put it in the headers, of course. So let's give that a shot. And often, if you find something like x dash something dash something, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be header. And here you can see that it's going to reflect my API key. Now, what do I want to show here? There's x blah blah blah, x blah blah blah. You will often find that x headers. So X content type, X forwarded for, there are a bunch of different X headers. An X API key, if you ever find an API key, this is how you use it. You send it along as a header. So if you ever find an API key anywhere, and often people ask me, okay, now how do I use the API key? This is how you use it. You simply send it along as a header. This shouldn't be too difficult. There's chicken baking below me, by the way. It smells fucking delicious. Here we have an update to a put. What am I saying? Yes, a put method. What's it going to do here? It's a set batch request. So again, it's going to ask us to encapsulate that shit. Fine. That's fine, but we are missing some things. Invalid request data here. It says that we need a JSON object with ID and value fields. So let's try that. Let's try ID equals 1. And let's try value equals ratstrok. If anybody disagrees with my message, I'm going to be pissed off. So you can see that this didn't update. Now, what is special here is that I have 2 parameters. They're separated by a comma. I told you it would be boring for you, Kairos. Like, if you weren't here yet, I was like, this is going to be boring for some of you guys. Here, this is just multiple optional parameters. So sometimes you might see a request to search with only this query. Sometimes you might get this one with it. Sometimes you might get a limit with it. But these are sometimes optional and they are not always called upon. You need to know this because you need to test all of the parameters, of course. It's really important that you test them all. So you also need to test the optional parameters there. On the next one, we have upload. This is a file upload example. I'm not going to show it now because it doesn't work. I disabled it because you guys kept sending porn to my server. I'm not even kidding. Literal fucking porn. What the fuck? Do you have nothing better to do with your time? And then we have a file download example. Now, I don't have files on here, so you can't test it. It's going to be difficult to test the file downloading if we don't have files on our system. But I guess you can imagine that this is a simple replacement of that file name. Some of the API basics. Any questions about that? I don't see any questions coming in. Good. That means you guys are all up to date. So we'll move on to the next lab. This is another one. Here we have, oh, wait, sorry, before I move on, if you have specific questions about how to use Burp Suite for API testing, like Burp Suite is just a tool man-in-the-middle proxy. What you need to remember here is that you can basically mimic any request and response. The thing is just that this thing is focused for this on your HTTP request and response. And you can see that the API requests go over HTTP. It's just an important extra that you need to remember that your API requests often go over HTTP if you're testing like this. So yes, Burp Suite can be used, but any tool that can interact with a HTTP request that can send that out, that's good, that can work. That also means that basic fucking Python can work for this. It's really not hard. I'll give you guys an example. So let's say that I want to make here we go. I'm going to go to my favorite software. You guys may have heard of this. It's a pretty popular tool. So I want to make, no, not this, there. Make a curl request that calls upon this API over HTTP. Well, you don't even need to say this. And then you can add the with URL. I don't need you to explain it to me, ChatGPT, just make it. As you can see, it made a nice curl request for me here. It's also explaining how to work with post parameters, how to work with JSON data. Like this thing can all be done in your terminal, of course. You don't have to do anything about it. Hello, John. As you can see, you don't need any special tools to interact with APIs. But you can see as well that sometimes you need to add headers. So let's give that a shot. I think that's an interesting take. Let's pretend that we need that API header there. Well, we don't even have to pretend, of course. We do need that API header there, only just not for this endpoint. We're going to take another endpoint. That was the endpoint for, let me get that straight, wrong one. For the headers, so get /headers, there we go. And here we need to add that custom header, and it's just not gonna be this. Remember, our header was X API key. We'll get that header again from here, so we can just copy paste. And then we need to give that a value as well, of course, a value of Marius cannot have a cookie today because of reasons. There we go. Hey, even the web server said, I'm sorry, Marius, but even if the API says that you can't have a cookie, that means that you can't have a cookie, dude. Like, I'm sorry, it's not my call. I really wish I could have given you that cookie today, but we'll have to be some other day, man. It's okay though. You'll survive. I know that. You're a tough one. You're a warrior. Good. Yep. My chicken is not gonna survive. This shit. Fucking hell. Very smart. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Oh wow. And then I pick up the boiling hot grip with my hand. Have you guys ever seen a rat fail? Because if you did, I would open up my eyes. Ow. That hurts like fuck. I was checking on my chicken. Didn't go so well. Didn't go so well to say the least. But that's how you interact with APIs. You can also do it through something as simple as a curl command. Let's give it a shot with a little bit of a Python thing, right? So can you form, because I want to repeat this in the future, me the request into a Python. This will be with the Python requests library, by the way. And don't think that I cannot write this myself. It's just that one, I'm too lazy, but also, what the fuck? Oh, it's asking me which response I prefer. I like this one. This point. Oh, I like this one. It's good that they finally have the feedback of a professional on AI. Finally, Jesus. So we have the get request that we had before. It's, you can see we have the requests library. We have the parameters there that we can send over, and we print the response. We can do the same with form data. I'm mostly interested in one that is adding headers. So let's give that a shot. I'm going to zoom in a bit so you guys can see as well. Clearly states it. Marius can't have it quickly today, so I'm really sorry. Yes, sorry, Marius. API request.py. All right, so I have my headers here. And here I need to pass what I just did as well with the other one, X API key. X API key. I can make that a value as well, of course. So there we go. And I make a response to this IP address, only it is to the headers one. You can see that I'm passing parameters. It doesn't matter here. It really doesn't. Headers, if I can freaking type, that would be good. Headers. There we go. I'm always switching from Mac to Windows because I am forced to use Windows on my work. Not a big fan. Then we can run the script. 5 and 3. What do you want? I know what it is. We can see that we get those responses back. Now, what's interesting here, of course, is that this is repeatable. So if I want, I can also add the other requests in here, and I can add in the same headers if I want to. It's perfectly possible. All I have to do is add in this last part. So let's say that I want to make this request right here, this get request. I can do that, and I can add in those headers right here. It's really simple. All I have to do is add headers. Now, this isn't going to work. Anybody with Python knowledge can tell me why this isn't going to work. So, Orgus, shut up. You're not allowed to answer this one. I'm sorry. You're just too good at this shit. But what's going to fail now? If I run this, this will not work. Why not? Anybody can help me with that. You're a backend developer. I'm not sure that also doesn't count. No. Go ahead, Cairo. Yes, indeed. I'm importing twice here. Import request, import request. It's gonna complain about that. It doesn't like that Python. So I'm just gonna remove that right now. And that should be perfectly fine. Yeah. And then run that. Oh, we had some arguments follow. Oh, lol. And I made a mistake here. Of course, I need to say headers is headers. No, I didn't make a mistake. I was testing you there. Absolutely. Yeah. You guys weren't paying attention. You should have said that, of course. Yeah. No, blame the classroom. Yeah. Inner voice, Wes. Inner voice. Don't say that out loud. There we go. So it is important to have that knowledge of Python, of curl, of the tools like Burp Suite, but also other tools like Postman. And like was already said here by our dear Cairo, and you're right about that. 90% of the cases, maybe something along those lines, you're gonna be able to use Postman because you have REST service active. Post isn't used that much anymore. What I'm going to do for you all is also, I'm going to go to my Notion for a moment. Is that even in my Notion? I think it's in my Confluence. I'm going to go to my Confluence, and there I have a little bit of export. Oh, of course, there is the thexssrat. There we go. So here I have some API stuff. I'm going to get you go.
Why exactly are you paying so much for overpriced courses that under-deliver? Because mine are 85% off at the moment with the code Halloween. You can get courses for €1.50. Or if you're really a cheap ass, you can do it in 3 payments of 53 cents. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can go as low as 53 cents for your next course, but we have bundles as well. These bundles, they contain our 900 Hackers Toolkit, which is one of the most beloved bundles we've ever brought out because it contains everything we currently have and everything we'll bring out in the future. That includes certificates, live lessons, etc. If you're only about the certificates, we also have a third bundle. We have a beginner web hacking bundle. We have more bundles than this, by the way. These are just a selection of our bundles. We have certification programs, which I should update. We have live lessons. There's so much for you to pick from. So I am not exactly sure why you keep paying for overpriced courses in this economy. Do you really not like your money? Because if not, I can also make my courses more expensive. But I prefer to give you guys the most chances possible. So go ahead, don't think about it twice, because I promise you this investment will help you in the future. Investing in your skills is one of the most valuable things you can do, and now thanks to Uncle Rat, it's one of the most affordable things as well. Hope I'll see you on my website, ladies and gentlemen.
To go through that calmly, so 3-day API Pentesting Bootcamp. I will get you guys those materials. What's an API? API security, setting up your environment so you can test your own APIs. Then enumeration, multiple choice questions for that, tools demonstration. We got the OWASP top 10 and vulnerable code, microservices, building your own API. All of this material, I will make that available. That's no problem. What we need to look into though is how to export that. Thankfully, I have Marius for that. Marius, can you please look on how to export all of these at the same time, because we need to deliver them to our students. Thank you, you're an angel. But good, that is not important now. I will not bother you guys with that. We need to look into that from our end. All right, so APIs. This isn't just the way to interact with APIs. We also have Postman. I don't want to focus on that too much now. I want to look at this API documentation first. Is this familiar to anybody? I'm expecting that Cairo is gonna say, yeah, I'm sick of this shit already, bro. Thank you, I
Nope.
appreciate it, Emre. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, your ban from speaking has been lifted, August. So this is a Swagger. Like, I don't know if it's still called Swagger. I don't think it's called Swagger anymore. I think it's called something else. Or maybe also I'm hallucinating. I mean, I'm known to hallucinate shit, just like GPT. The thing is that just tonight I took like 10 grams of shrooms before starting this meeting, and I'm seeing dragons all over the place, dude. What the fuck? Anyway, so let's get back to APIs, because the dragons are forcing me to. You have different endpoints here that are listed, and you can interact with them right from this API documentation. What I can do is I can click try it out. So here I have that button, try it out, and then I get direct potential to execute some requests. Now I'm gonna send this page, this exact page, to you all. Play with it for a moment. Try to find out what's going wrong here. This has, again, multiple endpoints. I can make a request. I can get a response. So make my request. I get my response. Maybe important information to note as well is that if you click try it out and you click execute, you get your curl request as well. You can use this for your reporting purposes very well. If you have an exploit, you can just send out a curl request with it. These little rats are monsters, dude. It's fucking monsters. They'll eat anything inside. Jesus. What the hell have these people done to my APIs? I'm telling you guys, my APIs are traumatized. Not even kidding. You guys fucking hammered them. Holy shit. Oh, Haggis is still out of his cage. I didn't even notice. Holy shit. That guy is like silently laying here, not even caring about anything in the world. He's like, just leave me alone. Just let me be. I'll be fine. Oh, he's so cute. He can sleep, dude. Oh, kitty. Oh, little ears. Orgus is thinking to himself, fuck you, dude. I wish I had a rat. Oh, it's little snout is so cute. They're like little puppy dogs. I'm not kidding. They really are. They come to you, they say, hey, you lick your hand. They're like, hey, boss is there. Can I have some food? You can train them as well. Like Haggis knows how to stand up on his hind legs now. And he likes his pets. Like, pet me please. And if you stop petting him, he'll scratch you until you pet him again. Why is the status code 201 instead of 200? Good question, Kairos. Good question. Because I said it is in my API definition. I will show you the API definition as well. It might be labs on GitHub. Fuck it, I'll do it like this. Thexssrat GitHub. Fucking hell. I'm going to show you the source code of these labs. What the fuck? Oh, yes, Enumeration Labs. I'm showing some company secrets here. So this one that we have the API basics here. We're not going to go too deep into that. Right now, at least, I don't think that's important for now. I think that's important to pick up on your own. And then we have this one was on 502, right? I believe that was API testing. Need to check. Nope, that's not the one. That's a file. You can see how well organized I am, right? Basic API, probably. Nope, that's not running on that board. Oh, that's the notes one, right? Yeah, you guys are working with the notes, right? Notes up fine. So you can see this is the API source code. Yeah, of course. Let's see. So here you can see that I am defining that I'm giving back status code 201. Indeed created. So if I am a dick here, I'm gonna say 400 and I'm gonna say nothing, and then you think that nothing happened. You can also have that 400, by the way, but I can also just say something like 403 here. So I define that myself when I create my API. You said you're a backend developer. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of backend development do you do? I didn't mean anything by that. Not at all. Node, oh, fuck, no. Fuck, yes. I'm sorry I'm swearing so much. PTSD is springing up badly. I'm not the biggest fan of Node. Like, I use it a great deal, but I think I don't like JavaScript. Like, it might sound strange for cross-site scripting, rat, but I don't like programming in JavaScript. I have a few too many, like, little grievances with it from when I had to program in Cypress, I believe. I think it was Cypress that used Node.js. Hey, look at that. Orgus is already claiming the lab with his own. I like that attitude. I like reading JavaScript. I like understanding JavaScript. I like breaking JavaScript. I don't like programming JavaScript. Yeah, sure. I'll trust you. I mean, you guys can trust me that I'm the best at hacking as well. Trust me, bro. Yeah, true. That's true. Yeah, ChatGPT does make things a lot faster, of course. Like, it's easier with ChatGPT. A lot of things that I have that are JavaScript are ChatGPT generated. I'm not a big fan of JavaScript. Not at all. Not at all. Anyway, so let's look at Nodes API. Has anybody found the exploits yet? What is so
Nope.
vulnerable? Can you guys, let's read for a moment. We have nodes, create node, get nodes from a specific user, search node. We have authentication, login and register. So don't you think you need to log in and register to execute any of these other endpoints?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the thing is, there's no protection on this whatsoever. There's IDORs in here because I can access nodes that are from a different user. I can search nodes. I can create nodes, so broken access controls in here. We have different layers of broken access control issues that are all stuck within this one API. That's a problem. We don't want that, of course. I think that's like clear, right? And this is what a lot of people will overlook when they're testing APIs. They will overlook the basics, which is never good, of course, but it's made even worse by the fact that people like to look for technical vulnerabilities. They love to look for technical stuff. They don't like to read. Like, I've noticed this. People don't like to read. I don't know what it is, but that's why I make so much visual content, because it's just better to understand. I think I find that like there's with every bootcamp, there's like maybe 17, 20 people, sometimes even 25. And from all of those people, there's like maybe one or two who will go through all of the material. And I'm like, but you paid for that material. Why don't you use it?
Reading is like kryptonite.
Yeah. Don't ask me to read, for fuck's sake. Are you insane? We're not gonna do that. Shut up, watch. Shut up. So, okay. We've gone through that. That's what I was taking my tablet for. I always want to do things like I take my tablet because I want to do shit, and I'm like, what the hell do I want to take my tablet for? I need my notes. I'm a teacher. I need notes. If I don't have my notes, I go insane. So now that we know this, let's go for Postman. Postman. Fun fact about Postman. Postman can also be run through command line interface if you use Newman. Newman runs on, fuck's sake. You can also just use let's just use I don't want to. Look me out. There we go. So, yeah. Fuck's sake, just start. I love Postman as well. As you can see, I've used it quite extensively. But that's mostly for this computer. On my work computer, I use it almost non-stop because we make what's known as smoke and regression monitoring checks. Yeah, I know it's weird. Smoke and regression, and we also have APM monitoring checks. But that's besides the point. We use this to create our scripts in JMeter. Now, what's cool about Postman is that I can import what I just saw on screen. So let's say that I have this, I have Swagger available to me. These API docs, I can import them into Postman. This is just a tool to make API requests with, to do an API request with. That is all. There's nothing here besides that. There's quite a few things. I said that wrong. There's quite a few things, but that's what you should see as his main goal, basically. Now you can see it's not working. It's not importing it. There's something going wrong, and that's because I didn't give it the JSON file. I gave it the endpoint for web. That's not gonna work. I need to give it the API endpoint. And I'm still doing something wrong. Oh, of course, because I added it after that. So there we go. To do it like this. Voila. So now I am talking to that JSON file. I say import this for me. Fine. And which one is it now? God damn it, it's always a mystery. This is the inventory one, so that's not it. There is the nose API. So here I can do the same requests as I did before. That's great for you, Postman. I just want to create a node. You can see that it's failing. Here I see some information. So I just click send my request. Here I can change that request method, but now it's failing and it says error invalid URI. I can fix that, but it says base URL here. These are the variables, and you basically have different scopes for variables. You have a scope of within the request itself, you have a scope of the collection, and you have a global scope. You also have the current and the initial values, and in this case, we can see that the scope is collection. So we need to go to the collection of requests, and here we have variables. That's where we enter our base URL. Now, this is not what I need. I need this as a base URL because this is my API. So let's do that. There we go. And we can persist all values or reset them. Persist just means keep it and write it onto the initial value. And then you have resetting, which just means setting it back to what was the initial value. Now, if I make a request, it's failing. Can you tell me why it's failing, Cairo? Interested to see if you notice. I'm asking you this because this is a problem that well, it's a good guess, but it's not the answer in this case. This is just a problem that I've run into myself a million times. I didn't hit save. So I didn't hit save here. And the funny thing is, if I change something right here, let's say that I add a key and a value and whatever, and I don't save, it will work with that key and that value. But if I then run the entire collection, it will not. So if you have problems and you think, oh, I did everything right anyway, try saving. Maybe just try saving. It might save your ass. So you have Postman and Kali, or do we need to use it pass online in postman.com? Good question, Marcel. So I don't think Kali does come pre-installed with Postman, but I honestly don't think anybody should be using Kali for anything except for maybe to see how to not create an operating system. Things bloated like fuck, like Jesus Christ. How many of the tools that are in Kali did you actually ever use?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can install it on anything, basically, Postman. Postman is installable on anything. But I always say,
yeah, go ahead.
I always say Kali is good to play with as a fucking toy. That's what it's useful with for me because I can see all of these tools. But it's also limiting me because, for example, for vulnerability scanners, does Kali come with Nuclei these days? I'm not sure. I haven't installed it in the longest time. Yeah, me too, by the way. Yeah, you see, Nuclei is one of the big ass vulnerability scanners for web. Why not include that in your operating system that it's so popular? Parrot has the same thing. It's like all of these pre-built operating systems are useless. You need a custom operating system for your needs. And what a lot of people are assuming is that if I have a bunch of tools available for me, I know exactly what to do with them. But that's not correct. Like if you send me to one of the construction sites where my dad's building a house and you give me all of his tools, in principle, I should be able to build that house, right? Yeah. Good luck with that. I don't want to see the outcome of that house. The way I should do it is I should learn how to make a house. And while I learn, I start learning how to work with my tools. And while I learn, I may come across better tools so I can improve previous processes. But you should never just use something like this and you can say, oh, it's easy because everything is pre-installed. Well, then make yourself a Docker script, but do it custom and make it for yourself. And just a Docker script with a container, you can basically spin up an infinite amount of pen testing machines super, super quickly as long as you have the resources for it. So I would definitely recommend staying away from Kali as much as possible and from Parrot. if you can avoid it. If not, that's fine, of course. Like, I'm not your mother. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. So you should probably change those socks, Marcel, because like I smell it up to hear you. You're cute. Incredible. No, just kidding, of course. But Uncle Live target today for API. Probably going to do if I have time, of course, probably going to do some API specific stuff for Swevo because that is full of API related things. But for now, just a bit of the basics again. I am going to, right now, I have done everything I need here. So that is very simple, right? Interaction with that API, it's not the hardest thing ever. Just we'll get maybe more into, well, we will have to get more into this after the break. So what I would recommend is if you don't have this on your computer now, I will send you the link to the Postman download site. Is to download this, Postman download this, because after the break, I'm going to ask you guys to repeat after me for a few things. There we go. With script and my Kali, easier to install Material Kali, otherwise Golang issues can occur, at least the previous year. I like Parrot's custom version without any unnecessary stuff at the beginning. Yeah, like, yeah, but I've noticed this as well on Orgis, that even if you have the binaries for Go into your path variables, that it won't work. Like, it's a Go specific applications with Kali that I always had problems with. Yeah, but you're a special case, dude. If it doesn't work for you, you're sending the club to them. Of course it's gonna work for you. All right, my friends, let's take a small break and then we'll continue on the hour. Anybody want to see Haggis's balls? I haven't shown Haggis's balls today yet. Here we go. Excellent examples. Marvelous structures of rat kind. Boy's like, what the fuck you doing to me, dude? Stop showing my balls to the world. Balls. I'm gonna check on the chicken, and this time I hope I don't drop everything to the ground. I always heard it's good to not drop your chicken. Oh, it's off. The oven's off. Why did I turn the oven off? What kind of moron am I? My chicken's not done yet. No, Haggis. You can't have chicken. It's not good for you, little boy. Hey, Haggis and I are having a moment. Can we? Thanks. I don't know why you guys follow me, honestly. Sometimes I think I'm the base more and loud. It's my last night with him. What? Are you taking Haggis? No. 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 Haggis is going nowhere. Yeah, I can give him Haggis. Jesus, dude. I think the boy gets enough candy. I can give him real haggis from Scotland. No. I don't. No. Haggis definitely doesn't need a girl. I have 25 things to prove you that he doesn't need a girl. Haggis needs to get his balls chopped off so he can join the group. Yeah, Haggis had a bit too much of the good stuff. Haggis, why you do this to me? Why? You know what's annoying about Confluence? I haven't found a way to export all the data at the same time. Like I want to export all of those different URLs at the exact same time. You know what I mean? I should probably put Haggis back, but I really don't want to. He's so cute. Haggis gets like maybe 3 hours out of cage time a day. That rat's always with me. And little one. Yeah. And we're gonna have to talk about that work stuff because I heard from like somebody, maybe your previous company, maybe not. I'm not naming anything or anybody, but I heard that you may be a dangerous hacker. Is that true, good sir? I'm sorry, but we don't employ hackers. Oh, you're not? Oh, good, good. He's not a hacker, guys. Fine, okay, perfect. Sorry, give me 2 more minutes. If that's okay. I need to walk a bit, stand a bit. My back and legs are shot, like literally fucked up.
Hey, it works in Kali. I mean, I managed to get to the create a counter log or sign in.
Maybe like
Or
with
try our
Kali,
lightweight. Try our lightweight API client. Maybe it works with that. Or
like
not.
what I don't like with Kali is I would never use it as a main operating system on a computer, for example. And I like to
Yeah.
hack in my main operating system. I don't like to hack into a VM. Like I just don't like it. It's slow. It's painful. It's a mess. You have to have not set up correctly if you want to do any kind of reverse shelling and shit like that. It's just not my cup of tea. Like I just like to do it from my machine directly, and I found that Docker basically meets all of my requirements. Because if there's anything that I can't run on like my Windows machine or my Mac machine because I need some kind of Linux version, I just use Docker for it. Like that's simple stuff. But I also have, and I'm working on that more, is like one big Docker file that contains all of my pen testing tools, you know? And then I can just spin it up whenever. And the problem with Docker, of course, is that a container is not persistent, meaning that if you save anything on your container, poof, it will be gone faster than the wind. At least if you close your container down. That's why you need to mount a drive locally and you need to write to that mounted drive. Like you need to see container as only starting up the bare essentials of what you need. So let's say that I need certain Linux modules to make my applications run well. I'm going to install Go, but I'm not going to install all of the different bloatwares and stuff like that from the operating system that I don't need. It's like super, super lightweight. That's basically a container. I should be a salesman. Docker, something.
Yeah, but on Windows 11 you don't have Docker, and to be
What?
honest, you don't have Docker for Windows 11 if you use Windows. And
You do. I'm 100% sure that you have Docker for Windows 11. I might be wrong, by the way. I've been wrong before, but it should work on any version of Windows.
But I think you can only do something like Windows machines via this Docker. I don't know.
No, Windows isn't possible via Docker. You can't have a Docker that is Windows based. Docker is always Linux-based containers.
That's interesting.
Yeah, Docker is a really interesting tool. Like, I use it for basically, well, quite a lot of stuff. For having my tools on, of course, that's an important one. But also, this kind of stuff can be used very easily to, if you have certain automations, you can spin up multiple of these automations very, very quickly with this type of stuff through containerization. And then you add some kind of hypervisor like Kubernetes to it, some kind of orchestrator, I mean. And then to the Kubernetes, you can say, oh, now spin me up 50 of those containers because I have a heavy scan coming up, bitches. And we'll gladly do it. You ever heard of lambdas, by the way? Lambdas are also pretty cool. They serve to catch a spike in traffic. Like there's some kind of like AWS stuff, by the way, that's cloud more. All right. Now we've all heard about the OWASP top 10. I think most people are gonna be back. Those who are not, we'll just have to watch the recording, I guess. We've all heard about the OWASP top 10. We've all seen that OWASP has multiple top 10s. But what exactly is in the API top 10? Well, there's basically a new version. You have 2023 version, which is important to know, of course. But you also have the 2019 version. So let's have a look. Holy crap, there's a lot of messages. Hey. Jesus. You guys are good at shit talking, do you know that? Ooh. Yeah, indeed. Serverless microservices. And with the cool thing with that is Cairo, that like one day I was testing with that because there was a new Lambda system that they were using, and they didn't cap the costs of that Lambda system. And while a Lambda system is basically still starting up, right? And if you have another request coming in at that moment, your Lambda has not started up yet. So AWS would start up a new one at that point. All fun and games until you realize that I'm also a performance test engineer. And performance testers, what we can do is we can send many, many requests at the exact same time if we want to. So we found like a way to really rack up the cost by sending millions of requests in a very short time span. Yeah, it's I'm not for the cloud. How do you say this? Going to the cloud of all of these companies, by the way. Not the biggest fan. Let's move over to OWASP real quickly because I am very easy to distract. That is a well-known fact, I guess. OWASP top 10, not from you. What the hell are you doing? I hate it when people hijack that OWASP like search there for their advertisements. The OWASP top 10 2023 consists of 10 items. Ooh, big surprise there, right? First one being broken object level authorization. Now, can anybody tell me what I would compare this to in a web application? If you've heard about it, by the way, let's analyze it. Think about that while we analyze it. Broken object. So there's objects involved. Haggis don't fucking go for my joint. Object level authorization. So we have objects and we have broken authorization on them.
Sounds like access control broken. Sorry.
Yeah, no, right. Go ahead. Indeed, you guys are right. Like, sort of right. The thing is, this is just an IDOR. We've heard about IDORs before. It's the exact same thing. Haggis, if you want to fucking die, you will start chewing that cable. If you want to live, you stop chewing that cable. So for this one, it's an IDOR. That's basically what you have to compare this with. You have an identifier, and an identifier can be in many locations. I'll give you guys an, oh, before I forget, I'm working still on this, but because we went through the web exploits yesterday, I think this is important. I'm going to, when I finish this, yeah, don't complain now. When I finish this, I will send you all of these web application articles. They'll contain the same thing for IDORs as well. So how do you test for IDORs? How do you test for broken access control, server-side request forgery, all of these different exploit types? Remind me, you know what? I'll make that export now already, so we at least have that And then as things come along, I will share that in the same folder. So including subpages and export. All right, so that's going. Now, we have seen this before in RADsite, or maybe we have not. I think we just didn't get to that. But IDORs and secure direct object references in RADsite are plenty. There's quite a few in them. We don't even have to look quite far. We can just go to the invoices, I think, or even I just saw something already there. We can go to the edit inf. We have an identifier here and we can edit that invoice. It's really simple, right? At least it seems simple at these surface. IDORs are on API level the same thing. You have just some kind of identifier on API level and you're able to access that. Broken authentication is different from authorization. Do you guys know what the difference is between authentication and authorization? I always get this wrong. Well, I don't get this wrong, but I have to think 50 times over, by the way. So don't worry too much if that's a problem at the moment.
Authentication, I think, means that you need a username and a password to access a certain site, and authorization means that you are only authorized to see a certain part of the site, like
Very good, Marcel. Very,
Okay.
very good. Sorry that I keep interrupting you guys, by the way. I have ADHD, so don't worry too much if I do that. It's not you. But yes, very good. Authentication is the login mechanism, basically. Whereas authorization, yeah, maybe not gonna say too much about that. But authorization is, are you indeed allowed to access this specific thing, what you're trying to do here? Authentication being broken can manifest itself in many different ways. So, for example, credential stuffing. If you guys don't know what that is, it's just where you have a list of known leaks with usernames and passwords, and you try them on different sites, hoping that you're lucky, because a lot of people tend to use the same password for everything, literally everything. That is one thing that might be an issue. Permits attackers to perform a brute force attack. Permits weak passwords, but this is not bug bounty related, of course. Anything JWT related falls under this. You need to just know that broken authentication can manifest itself in many forms, and I would recommend you to go through all of them for a moment so you can stick to it, so they can stick with you better. We will go through examples as well, by the way. This is just a theory for now. With broken object property level authorization, this is something I haven't touched upon too much yet. So how can I best demonstrate this? I think if I log in with an account and then I'm going to change some settings in my user. So I have my user settings. Okay, yeah, I know that it's a weak password. I mean, test probably isn't the best password out there. Let's inspect this, and now let's go to the network tab. Oh, and by the way, I need to show an example as well that reward is cheese found of SQL injection. That was really good. But now I can see that my request is being made. I have user settings, but see what this is here. Is admin is 0. That's interesting, right? I was never meant to be able to change this property. Sometimes you can guess what the name of the property is. Sometimes you can sort of guess, oh, this property is admin, or this property is user type, or whatever. But you would need to know this property. How does this happen? When I'm developing APIs, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have objects sometimes, and I'm often going to auto-generate getters and setters for the properties of those objects. So I'm generating, everything seems to work perfectly fine. But I have getters and setters for objects that should normally only have, or properties I should say, that should normally only have getters, not setters at all. That's the big difference here. So I can change a property that I should not be able to change. On API level, it's the exact same thing. And this is something that is very often overlooked. Even sometimes you will find these values in the response instead of in the request. So just copy them over to the response, from the response to the request. I might be able to change my first and last name, and then it says first name Wesley, last name Wesley, and then it says user type equals user. I will copy that to the request, and I will change that user to not be user, but admin, for example. I found a bug like this once in bug bounties where I was trying to change the account type of Swivo, of the application that we're going to tackle. So what Swivo really does is it has a lot of APIs, and you have tickets, and you can be a ticket venue, or you can sell your own tickets as, like, for example, a theme park, or you can have ticket resellers as well. And this is a ticket reselling platform. So if you've ever worked like let's say that you want to go to a theme park, this is an you can have like intermediates that sell tickets. You might buy them on some kind of like discount website or whatever. And there we have that. So all right, this what Swivo had was you could be that venue type or you could be that reseller type, and by just changing some account settings, by changing the name of the theme park, you could clearly see the theme park is now named Wesley, and you could see that the property was I think it was account type. So account type, I copied that over from the response to the request. I changed it from reseller to venue, from venue to reseller, tested the application of the different account types, and everything worked. So I could easily change the account type, which was a big difference in pricing back then. I mean, it was quite expensive to be a venue and a reseller. Like, you had different prices for those things. All right, my friends. So object property assignment isn't the most difficult one either, I think, right? So broken object property level is what they call it here. It's also broken access control. This is just a third flavor of broken access control. Remember, you had that broken access control on the function level, which we'll get into in one of the next ones. As you can see, API 05 is broken function level authorization. Can I perform functions which I should not be able to perform? Are there any properties that I should not be able to perform? And then, of course, are there any objects? God damn it. Are there any objects or are there any properties? So function, object, property. 3 different broken access control issues that have all been split up. I will not go into unrestricted resource consumption because that's not important for us. I think we are, after all, trying to focus more on the bug bounty stuff. We've looked at that broken function level authorization already, and we've looked at the unrestricted access to sensitive business flows. Not yet. No, sorry, this one not yet. What this means is that basically, well, for example, you have the purchasing of a product flow. An attacker can buy all the stock of a high demand item at once and resell for a higher price. This is a business logic flaw, is basically what they're trying to say here. Then we have server-side request forgery. I'm not going to deep into this because this is a very technical topic. That's why we also haven't seen it at the web section. And we are going to the security misconfigurations, which again is too important. I've shown you the misconfigurations. It's all dependent on the application you have in front of you, of course. Improper inventory management basically means that you don't know which APIs you have running on which version, and unsafe consumption of APIs basically means I've told you guys that APIs talk to each other as well. Often on that API interface, there are a lot less strict controls defined than on the web interface. That's what we see, at least. APIs are often not as secure as that, like especially if they talk to each other. I mean, then, so if you have one API that's consuming information from another API, you often see the developers will make it less secure. The reason for that is, I know it's ridiculous, but they think, oh, this is just a call to a different API. They're not gonna try to hack me. They're not gonna try to send me bad information. So they just allow any information to come in. Well, that's bad, of course. So we have quite a few items here. I'm not going to go through all of them, like I said, because there's a few that are just not too important for us as bug bounty hunters, and we have one that is very technical. Not too much time to explain that one. But this is the OWASP Top 10 2023. There's also the OWASP Top 10 2029. Let's have a look at that. OWASP Top 10 2019, 2029. Yeah.
A massive thank you to Hernan Rodriguez and the RedOps Academy for partnering with Uncle Red. You can see that code RedOps gives 95% off, so go and check that out. And if you're interested, we have the Certified Offensive Security Junior course for 48 hours for free. So go and subscribe, because in my opinion, it's the perfect prerequisite for our CNWPP exam. Go sharpen your skills at the cost of Mr. Hernan Rodriguez. Thank you so much. I'll get this video out as soon as possible so you can enjoy as long as possible.
I live in the future, guys. So here we have a lot of the same issues: broken object level authorization, broken user authentication, excessive data exposure. This is when, for example, if you have an API, what developers will often do is send the entire object to the front end, and they let the front end filter out information. That is not the right way to do it, of course, because very sensitive information could come back from API responses without you wanting it. The lack of resource and rate limiting, well, I don't have to tell you this, you can easily break APIs if they don't have proper rate limiting. And then we have broken function level authorization. Again, mass assignment is that property level broken authorization, and security misconfigurations is the same. Injections is not in the top 10 this year, so that means that it's less prevalent. It doesn't mean that it's gone though. And what's really strongly advised here is that you learn the different types of injection, because everybody knows SQL injection. But there's so many things you can inject into. You can inject it to a log file, you can inject it to a SQL statement, you can do command injection, you can do NoSQL injection, you can do CRLF injection, or have I said log file injection that I can't remember. But there's a broad range of things that injection is applicable to. LDAP injection is one of those good examples. I believe log4j was also an injection attack, an injection in the log file, because then the log files would resolve what you've put in there and it would execute, of course. So log4j is in that category. Injections are very, very broad. I'll show you a few examples of them, but I can't show everything, of course. Improper asset management stays the same, and insufficient logging also stays the same. Insufficient logging and monitoring, I think, will always be a problem. The thing is, people love building APIs. People don't like maintaining those APIs or protecting those APIs. That costs money. Are you crazy? I'm not gonna do that. And even if they have the best intentions in the world, they set up half-assed monitoring. They don't set up alerting properly. There's different things that can go wrong here. Basically, this isn't too important for our bug bounty bootcamp, but this is always a problem in the business world. All right, so we've looked at the theoretical part of this. Let's have a look at the practical part of this as well, because we have labs, of course, for it. You can run all of these labs on your own computer as well. I've asked Orgus to go through all of these labs and to make them working again, which my big thank you for Orgus. So not all of these are going to work exactly as expected, but I'm going to give you a huge favor, and I'm going to give you the source code for these things. What do I mean by that huge favor? You're going to try to find the exploits, of course. Let's start this up first, because I don't think this one is active. 5023. 502317. I don't know, 5023 is the API help active one. So Mariusz, we have a lot of background noise from you. Sorry. There we go. Sorry, I muted you for a second. So let's start up what we have to. Let's reconnect to the. There we go, to the expert labs. And we need to go to the right folder, to the /var www.html/labs/APIs. And here we have that folder, OWASP top 10 API. Well, fuck. I just like to. All right, so then we need the first one, 0.1. And we need to just change the port number for now. So we have a unique port that is running on. Let's pick number 666. I like that number. I hope I'm not insulting anybody now. That's not my intention, of course. Python A01.
If you say it, he will come.
Yeah, I need to be careful now. I never mean to insult people, but I always do in some strange way. All right, so we have this right here, this URL. I'm gonna put that in the group chat, and I'm gonna put the code, the source code link in the group chat. So you all have the source code for all of this shit. And you have, where is it? Nope, that's not the source code either. There we go. Now I need you to tell me what's wrong here. And we're going to try to do this with Burp Suite, and we're going to try to do things with Postman a bit to mix them up. And then after the break, we're going to try to do some hacking on a target. So we get a real target in front of our eyes. Of course, these practice labs are nice, but it's always just practice labs. And that's what I've always found with practice labs, is that there's a big problem. It's not realistic. And you might say, duh, it's a practice lab, but it gives you a wrong mindset, because in that mindset of a practice lab, you're looking for what you know as a vulnerability and very little functionality. In real life, you're always digging through heaps of functionality, a literal heap. You're never sure. You're never sure that you're gonna find something. Salto systems. Yeah, fine. If that's your preference. If everybody agrees, that's definitely fine. Now, we're not gonna take too long. We're just gonna take a few minutes for this one, because this shouldn't even require tools. Like, you can use tools for this. Don't try importing anything. Don't try doing anything fancy. Just read the code. And of course, it's difficult to read the code for a moron like me yapping to you. But it's even more difficult to try to find a bug bounty target and then to hack through the noise, because other people will hack on these bug bounty targets the same as you sometimes. You're gonna have to fight through the noise a bit. There's a lot of people out there that will run to do bug bounties, and you're going to see all types of attack vectors that have already been tried. Your job is to not get discouraged by them. Don't get me wrong, it's not easy, girl. I need to turn my chicken around. Be careful not to burn myself. Thank you very much for the feedback. Oh, it smells delicious, dude. I've been lifting weights a lot recently, and ever since I've started lifting weights, I've been so hungry.
You should try gymnastic rings as well. They're awesome for the upper body.
Gymnastic rings.
Yes, but careful not to destroy your rotator cuff and your elbows. I'm there.
Oh, it's okay. My body's already fucked up anyway.
I know. I know how it is.
Yeah, the fact that I still have a body is a miracle sometimes. Yes, indeed. Idle insecure direct object reference. Indeed, that's true. Good job there. I like that. you can see here the request basically on these lines. It doesn't check for if you're logged in or whatever, or if this record belongs to you. All it checks is if the user exists. So good job, Cairo. Hey, good job there, bro. Insecure direct object reference. The only thing is you named it wrong. What did we name that again in the top 10? Broken authorization? What is this? Is this
Broken level. No.
Is this function level? Is this object level? Is this property level? Those are the three options. We don't have a whole lot to choose from, so I would say you have a 33% chance of getting the right answer by just guessing. Yes, broken access control indeed, but I mean, this is a broken object level authorization. On APIs, it is talked about on the object level. So it's not anymore, well, it's still object level, but they call it broken object level authorization. I'm just trying to hammer this in because if you ever see the two, you know what it is. Broken object level authorization versus broken function level authorization. We also have broken authentication. Now, what could be wrong in this one? I don't think you need even to start this up because we can see very clearly we have again an array with users defined in them, but we have weak passwords in here. So these are just weak passwords. That's why I'm not even starting this up. This is not super important, except for the fact that it seems like people have stopped trying weak passwords. They just don't try them anymore. I don't know why. I don't know where it went wrong. But people seem to, oh, I have a login page. I'm not going to crack it anyway by just guessing a password. Why not? The thing is, with bug bounties, it's all a bit of a gamble. With bug bounties, it's like 40% skill, 60% luck. But if you expose yourself to enough parameters, to enough things in bug bounties, that luck factor gets driven up quite a lot. It's the same as buying multiple lottery tickets. The more you do it, the more lottery tickets you buy. But the thing is, if you put in a lot of effort, you're giving yourself a bigger, better lottery ticket. Can't you use the tool list? Yes, indeed, AKMK, that's definitely possible. But make your own list for this. Think about some stupid shit that, like, put yourself in the mind of the administrator. Now, you're in the mind of the administrator. You're setting up your system. It's been 50 times that you had to install it because you made some stupid mistake, and now you need to give it a password. Huh? What password will you give it? Are you gonna pick admin? Are you gonna pick admin root? Are you gonna pick admin password? Are you gonna pick a root password? What you're gonna do? Yikes. You know what I mean? Make your own list. And of course you have these default password lists, but you don't even know the username. So you can guess usernames, you can guess passwords, you can brute force infinitely. You can do that. There's nothing stopping you. Just make sure that while that's going on, you try manually as well. Test that 1, 2, 3. I like that one, Cairo. I didn't think about that yet. You can access some of these files and do things instead of performing operations. I'm sorry, what do you mean, Shadow? Accessing some of these files and do things instead of performing operations? If you use something like Hydra, by the way, if you guys are planning on using a tool, make sure that you respect the rate limiting that's applied to a program as well, of course. Now here, excessive data, you can see what is returned. The whole user data is returned. What's in that user data? A username, an email, a password, and a role. Everything's returned here. Everything. And here we're just relying on the front end to filter this out eventually. Like this isn't supposed to be talked to like this. The front end should talk to this endpoint. That's basically what it should be. Now, if I'm in the next one, broken function level authorization, This is different because here we have route/students. We get multiple objects at the same time. And how can you get multiple objects at the same time? Only through specific functions. Object groups can also be a possibility. In this case, we're going to go for a function. You can also do this with a post function or a put function or a delete function. If I'm like, sometimes you see how easy it is to leave a few lines of code. Well, imagine that you have an application that has already got 100,000 lines of code. Imagine how easy it is to leave something stupid like this in here, not even think about it anymore, and then push it to production. Something that often happens is that APIs have versions as well. And sometimes on version 3, you might be testing, you won't find anything. But then try changing to version 1 and version 2 and try to see if those are still online. And try to see if version 4 is already online. Maybe that's a bit less secure. You have to really think a bit out of the box here. Let's see. Yes, difference between Bola is literally on the object, so you have IDOR, and here we have BFLA, local function level authorization. Yeah, you said that right. So indeed, no, this is Python. This is all written in Python in Flask. So I start these things by just running Python on my server, and you can do the same on your computer. If you have Python 3 installed, you can just do pip3 install Flask and then run this with Python 3. And you can do this for all of these APIs that are in here. And you can even do it for things like red code APIs or other APIs specifically. But we're going to, yeah, absolutely. I try to make it good for everybody. Now here, this one is simple, I think, right? This is just a SQL injection because I'm directly taking my username here, and my username can be anything in this case. Username comes from the request, from the get request, from the parameters, parameter username, and then I have a query here, select star from users, where username equals single quote username, single quote end. I can just end this by making my username a single quote, and then I can put my own query up, whatever I want. I can make myself admin if I know how to do that through a query. I can get values if I want to, if I know how to do that through a query. There's different things that I can do, basically. So this is a SQL injection example, but there are multiple examples of injection types, of course, as I said before, and I think it's important that you at least know all of them. At least know them. You don't need to know how to exploit all of them at that point. But if you find something, like maybe you have user input that you can write to a log file, and maybe you can do log file injection, but you need to know all of this first. And then if you see that you have user input going into log files, if you see that, you need to be able to recognize it. So it's important to know all of the different types of injections, but you can easily find those as well on the OWASP web top 10, I believe. There they also talk about different types of injections. What's specific about this is that GraphQL is also an API. The GraphQL is basically an API that you can call upon. And in GraphQL, well, yeah, never mind. I'm not going to make it too complicated for now. So let's go on to this one, test A01. We already know what 01 is supposed to be, right? Like, it's literally in the title. And guys, I'm asking you which exploit is active here. I'm starting A1. It's literally in the title. I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to see if somebody had it, like, but you guys need to wake up. All right, so here we have another example of login, potentially login. And here we have, let's see, so we start up, oh, right, this one is for testing the test automation of Python. I won't go too deep into this. I just set this one up so I can test some stuff with Python test automation. I will go into the big products API though. This will be one of the last APIs that we do, and then I think I have a few more notes that I need to go through. Let me see. So the API docs, Postman, I haven't explained fully yet, so we will need to take some time for that. But I will let you guys explore through the web interface for this. So this one should be running on port 8000. Let's see if we have something running on port 8000. Fucking, oh. I'll get you, you memory bastard. And this was the big products API, right? Okay, so Python 3, big. Did we do it like that? No. Big products. All right, now on 172 port 8000. I should have, yeah, perfect. And API docs. Nope, not API docs. This one was, sorry, I'm just grabbing the URL. Slash docs, right? All right, so here we have a bunch of these vulnerabilities that we just talked about. Can you take maybe 10 minutes, read around, click around, and see if you can identify some of those exploits? Some calls might not work, especially from the first time out. Some kind of calls might not work. Don't worry too much about that. Just move on to the next call and see if you can have some more luck there. Oh, it is looking good. There we go. Nice. Nice picking. All right, so can you guys explore and let's see if we can find something. Let's see what we have here, of course. I think it's also clear what this API is doing, right? Big products API. I mean, I've tried to make it clear in the name. It's a product inventory management API. That's sort of how we need to look at it. I guess no, you'll burn yourself though. We don't burn ourselves here. Rats don't let rats burn themselves. Looking good. No, that's hot, bro. That's really odd. Damn. It's balancing precariously on that. That's not good then. You don't have to use Postman for this yet. I may not even get to the full Postman explanation because there's a few other things that I wanted to still do. Yeah, I know what you want. You want my lovely creation, but you're not getting that. That'll make you fat. This right here again is a lab environment. You always need to keep that in your back of your mind. Like what you need to do here is test, of course, test. You need to develop your methodology. Yeah. Like I will put this together into methodology, by the way. Don't worry about that. But you need to just keep this in the back of your mind at all times. That developing the methodology, developing a way to find these things is more important than finding these things. Can you update to remove products? Yes, indeed. So you can remove a specific product even if you don't have access to it or should not have access to it. Let's try that out. Oh, of course, I need to put in a number. Product not found, that's fine, but it is, I can confirm that this is deleting products. So indeed, that's a good one already. Good one there. Yes, broken function level authorization, but this has an object in it. So this is actually broken object level authorization. The thing is, broken object level authorization is also broken function level authorization. So don't think you got it wrong. It's just broken function level authorization is not always broken object level authorization, but broken object level authorization is always broken function level authorization. Try saying that 10 times fast. Replace string with the sorry, what do you mean by that? Reward is key to replace string with the. Oh, you mean here? No, this would just be this would just be how a successful response looks like. So that's not useful to us at the moment. What if yeah, good one. I like that, Marcel. Good one. Yes, denial of service. Can we test for denial of service? No, we cannot. But still, good job. Like, always ask, like, you have a very good suspicion here that denial of service is possible. Ask if you can test for denial of service attacks. This is a good one there. Yeah, I like that.
Thank you.
He's talking about the limit here, by the way, like how many products can get called upon in one request. Good job there. Damn, you have been paying attention. Yeah, I like that. Now you can also create products, of course. You can update products without having to log in. So there's quite a few issues around authentication here. No, sorry. There's quite a few issues around authentication since they'll let you use weak passwords and stuff like that. That's not too important with us. The weak authorization here is a big problem. Of course, you can create things where you definitely should not be able to create things, etc. And we can do all of this in Postman as well, of course. There's like a API file here, openapi.json, and we can import that into Postman again. So if I want to, that's definitely possible. Let me do that. So here I can click the import button. I have a link that I need to import. And it says to me, okay, how do you want to name this? Can I rename this? Nope, I cannot rename this. Fine, it's gonna be called Fast API. There you go, and we have the same thing basically. We only have to remember to replace that base URL again because it will not automatically do that. Now let's say that you're testing against two environments and some rare occurrences. Here you can also send your environment up, and your environment can also have different variables like this one, for example, right here. Now, in this case, I'm not going to do this. I know that there's quite a few exploits here possible. There's injections as well possible, but you can use SQL map for that. There's also potentially NoSQL. That's not on here, but you need to know that NoSQL map is also a thing. Ah, good one. I like that as well. -1. Try random values. Try throwing random values at shit. So if you see an identifier, what are you going to look out for? You're going to look out for IDORs. If you see a function with authorization required, you're going to test if you can unauthenticated access it, but also with authenticated with users who don't have access to. I guess no, boy. It's not gonna happen today. I'm gonna put him back in a bit. Oh, no worries, Marius. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. So we need to always worry indeed about that kind of stuff, entering random values into every parameter that we see. If we see reflected values in a web application, we're going to test for cross-site scripting. If we see XML that is being processed, we are going to test for XXE. there's quite a few options here. You always need to keep in mind that whatever you're hunting, you need to put a lot of time in it because it's going to be a lot bigger than you realize. And I think, yeah, sorry about that. The Orgus decided to fuck up my. Thanks, Orgus. Appreciate. Sorry, Orgus. I meant Haggis, of course. There we go. Orgus. Definitely, Cairo. Definitely. You can also create products from here, of course, on or delete products. All of these things are basically vulnerable to authentication issues. Good job, everybody. You've been doing really well so far. And now you also see, I think, why broken authentication is so high up in that OWASP top X list. It's just a very prevalent thing because, especially in business to business applications, you'll have a lot of objects, you'll have a lot of functions that you need to take into account. The bigger your application gets, the more of these parameters you have available for you as well. So I don't agree with people who say that main application hacking is boring because you don't get a lot of scope. Like, have these people ever tried main application hacking? But business to business applications, I can be like working on it for a few months at a time, not even kidding. They're so big often that you have to really take your time to go through everything. I think it's time for another short break because I'm a bit out of breath. I'm gonna eat my chicken as well, and I'll be right back. Let's take 13 minutes again until the hour, and then we can get started with some bug bounties in real life. See you all in a bit.
Today's episode is brought to you by Secure Technologia. Secure Technologia is a company specialized in corporate cybersecurity, security operations, and strategic technology consulting. With their active presence in Manaus, Sao Paulo, and Lisbon, their mission is to support organizations in protecting their critical assets, responding to security incidents, and ensuring compliance with global standards and regulations. They operate as a strategic partner in building secure, resilient, and threat-ready digital environments. If you'd like to contact them, I'll be putting their contact information below. Thank you so much. Continue with the video.
Come by. Apparently also chess. Anything else? Yeah, if you see weird shit appearing as Haggis apparently wants to listen to some music. And start, little bro. Not now. You're gonna have to wait. You still have time to play Battlefield, Orgus? I need to up your workload. Damn. Good, good. That means I'm doing my job. I assume you also don't have time to eat anymore and sleep, right? Like, who needs sleep anyway, right? It's so overrated. Especially if you're an employee of mine. Good, I like that. 10 minutes, damn. I still remember playing sometimes for like 20, 30 minutes on some maps on Battlefield. Yeah, exactly. Who needs sleep, right? You're rats. We don't need that shit. Come on. I think you spelled over wrong, Orgus. Damn, and did you get up early or are you just gonna go to bed very, 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 very late? Up early, damn, that's an early morning. But you're in Thailand, dude. You probably wake up to some beautiful fucking town. I don't know where you are in Thailand, but I like the country. I do. I like the food. The only thing I don't like is they don't have enough rats there. Like they should have 25 more rats, I think. Oh yeah, definitely. I would get 25 rats in your house, dude. Like they'll chase away the neighbors for sure. They'll be good boys. They'll like pets and cuddles. All the good shit. I'm sure the rats would enjoy it. Hey, it's 1 a.m. here. I have to get up at 6 and leave tomorrow. Yeah, the daughter goes to school again. I like to be up a little bit early because I don't like screaming first thing in the morning right in my face next to my ear. I just got about 40, I think. Where did he go? For fuck's sake, Shaggy. Come on, dude. Ugh. There he is. Where did you hide? What the fuck? You're going back in your hideout. There we go. Up to bed now. Good night, Haggis. Haggis wants to say good night, Orgus. Oh, now I can put open a window. Nice. It's so warm in here today. My thermometer gave me 37 degrees Celsius. Yeah. I live in Belgium. I don't know what the hell's going on with the weather, but it's not good. Whatever it is, it's not good. Wow, so much better. Oh, I don't know. I think not this weather. In any case. Ah, nice. Yeah, in Bangkok, probably everybody has air conditioning. Here in Belgium, it's very rare occurrence. I have air conditioning, but I have one of those mobile air conditioners, you know, one of those dudes that you can drive around because it's rarely ever needed here. Hey, didn't you come from like a much warmer place, Orcus? I'm not gonna say which to not fuck up your OPSEC, but I think you came like, aren't you used to the weather? More places twice. Left those two out. Ah, that's why you left. I thought you just pissed everybody off and had to leave. I mean, you've done that before by downloading Metasploit. So you can't blame me for the confusion, dude. You have history. Hey, Heidi. Kijk, doe normaal, jongen. Jesus, Heidi bit me like crazy. Holy shit. She thought I was food. I had food in my hands, but she was a bit overzealous. Holy shit, Heidi. Hey, I will not tolerate for that behavior. God damn it. Hey, als je niet stopt, krijg je niks, hè. It's for the little ones, that's not for you. Stop. Well, I guess it's a lot calmer. He's the guy. He's a nice guy. Heidi and Pip are like, whoa, what the fuck? Give me that. Okay, no. All right, let's see. Do you have a dog? No, no, no. I do not have a dog. My favorite YouTuber. I don't know. Good question. There's quite a few of them. I think John Hammond would be my favorite. I like John a lot. John or Nahamsek. In general. Well, that's also a good question. I don't know, dude. I'd have to watch. I'd have to see. Like probably Drew is sharing. That guy's probably my favorite. I like that guy so much. He's a wee channel. Yeah, I love more plates, more dates, deconstructing that. There's a pre-workout. Like I love him doing that shit. Else. Oh, this guy is also fucking good. Have you ever? Well, it's no fucking secret that I like drugs. I have a history of drugs like crazy. I've tried basically everything. And this guy reads bad trip reports. It's really fucking good because it's like I love hearing how people went wrong because I keep thinking this shit could have happened to me. And of course, fireworks. Yeah, I'm a big fireworks fan. Organs can say that. Today, well, this New Year, well, a couple of friends of mine went to Poland, and let's just say that they bought 5 centimeter baked cakes, like not 5 centimeter, but the borehole size is 5 centimeters, which is I don't know how many inches, dude. But They're fucking bangers, man. Neighbors are gonna have to move. Like I am not like now that I have these rats, I am even more of a stronger proponent of having with New Year some place where people can get together, get to just light up fireworks. Oh, I like Louis Rossman, yeah. Yeah. I am not, I have ADHD. You can see that very clearly. Exactly, Orgus, not near the rats. That's what I don't like, that I have to. I'm not gonna do it near the rats. Like we and my buddies and I are all gonna get together with all of the fireworks we have. I have 7 of these massive cakes. My buddies have a bunch of them as well. I can show you. What am I telling you? One moment, and then we can get started on live hunting, of course. Yeah. These are heavy. Coming straight from Poland. There we go. Well, I don't know if it's well visible, but this is my hand in comparison. It's like, yeah, this shit's gonna blow up the sky, and I'm not gonna smoke here. That's better, but I put this away. I used to have this habit of having like a giant rack of fireworks behind me. I'm just smoking there. It's not the best habit. I'll happily admit that. But I have a bunch of these in 20-shot version, and then I have a bunch of them in 16-shot version as well. And then I have a bunch of other fireworks. I'm not going to go too deep into that because this is not the place to do that now. All right. Yeah, Jack is also like what Jack does is he has a great editing style. I love his editing. It makes it visually very appealing. And I know that I am like a goldfish. If you put a shiny in front of me, I will be like, oh, shiny. So yeah, that works for me. Good, good. Are there any questions about the things that we've gone over so far? Because I think API hacking is a very peculiar topic. We have a very specific API hacking bootcamp as well. If you guys want us to do the API hacking bootcamp again, we can definitely organize that. But we need enough interest, of course, there. Sorry, to interrupt you. Yo, I just found this fucking cool function on my. That's nice. Fucking hell, I can put my airco on a timer so that the room is cool before I walk in. This is I'm happy. I'm a happy guy. Hey, thanks, Marcel. Awesome. So all of this combined, let's put that into action. I believe somebody suggested a target. Could you please give me that target again, if you don't mind? And we'll get to hacking that specific one. Now, remember that I am not a API bot camp. We're not gonna be botting here, or I guess I'm sorry. Yes, you see this guy is a hacker. I should have never hired him in the first place. Damn it. We have a hacker in the house. I'm not gonna shoot you, dude. Are you crazy? Then who's gonna take care of those 25 rats? Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, that I let my employees work on a Sunday evening at like almost midnight. Let's not talk about how I mistreat my employees, shall we? It's not true, by the way. I've been trying to get these guys to take a day off, like for the life of me. I've been like, every day, dude, take a day off. Take a day off. Don't do anything. No, customer server is paramount. What the hell am I supposed to say against that? It's fucking true. But I can't, like, I'm not expecting my people to work on a fucking Sunday. God damn it. Sunday should be reserved for relaxation, doing nothing. You need a day to relax and to recover. Believe me, it helps. That being said, it might sound strange, but good sleep is a very crucial factor in finding a bug bounty. So even if you find like a rabbit hole and you want to go on until like 4 a.m. because you think you found something interesting, don't.
Have you ever had way too much money burning a hole in your pocket? Yeah, me neither. So that's why my certifications are really affordable quality certifications. And a lot of these, I'm not your proctor, I'm your actual customer. I expect behavior that you would proceed towards the customer. So are you ready to get certified? For less than the price of a cup of coffee, you can get certified in API hacking today, amazing hackers. Let's get into the video.
Don't like go to sleep at a good time, make sure that you rest well, make sure that you're also like, it's with weightlifting a bit, like the way you work with weightlifting by learning is you start lifting weights, you suck at the beginning, but you go to the extreme at a certain point, you'll be at a point where you no longer progress with that weight, or at least with that rep count, with that range, with that weight, etc. So you go up. And you keep going up and you keep stressing yourself harder every day. Shadow said it before as well. Every day you should be learning a little bit. Like even if it's just a 1% increase, if you increase by 1% every day, like a year has 365 days in general, over 10 years span, you'll have increased 6,530% in what you want to do. That makes you a master in your craft. So it's just putting things into perspective for you. If you just improve by 1% per every day, but do that consistently, it is so much better than doing nothing. And then imagine what you can do if you increase even a bit more. Now, people like me, we all know what to expect from this. We all know that we can't increase by 100% every day. The thing is, when you get into these types of things, into bug bounties, into ethical hacking, everything's going to be learning fast. You'll learn fast, you'll learn more. It's simple because it's just that there's a lot to learn at the basic level, but the moment you want to go deeper, you're going to have to get more and more and more knowledge to build up on what you've already learned. You just need to fight it every day. Now let's see if we have that target again already. There we go. Let's give that a shot, shall we? Yeah. Did you guys have a target for me that you would like to do? 200 air squats, 2000. Holy shit. Yeah.
10 rounds, man. This was Mike Tyson's routine.
Yeah. Luckily, I'm not Mike Tyson. I'm gonna triple his routine. Easy. Yeah, of course. I think, wasn't there somebody who wanted to investigate a specific bug bounty target? I mean, I can pick my own, that's no problem. There's something that I really, oh, there we go, Salter Systems. Let's see.
Yeah,
what
Salto
this is.
system. Cairo said this. Yeah.
What am I doing? Bug bounty pre-workout. Hey, buy my bug bounty supplements now, guys. I promise with XSS 2.0 Max, you'll get the best workout ever. It is weird, but it is something that I do compare quite a lot. Like, ooh, of course, I need to do it like this. Salter Systems. I want to do Inviso so bad. Which one of the two would you like? Salter Systems and Visa Ticketing or Salter Systems, Salter KS? Wrecked your brain. I have to run, but I watched it. It was so good seeing you, AKMK. Thank you so much for joining. I'm proud of you for going through this hell. Second one, first one. Like, you're worse than my wife when I ask her where she wants to go for dinner. You want Chinese? Yes, I want Chinese. No, I don't want Chinese. I want Mexican food. No, I don't want Mexican food today. I want a kebab. No, kidding, of course, kidding. But this is good because I love Ngizo. Ngizo is one of the things that I did a lot of. Let's see if I still have my save file in Burp Suite. I don't think so. but that's okay for the so let's get rid of this. Would you guys like me to do it in Burp Suite or in Zap or whatever? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We'll get through this together. If you hold my hand, I'll hold yours. Do we still have Inviso here? Yes, we do. Of course we do. And that's good because that means I don't have to explore too much. Now, in here, what I just did was click around a lot, see what is available, test all of the different functionalities of this web application. And here I noted to myself very well that there are access control levels. So you have groups that can do certain things within this application, like the admin group can do everything. The user group can only do certain things. You may have external users that can do different things. So in this application, I noticed quite a few things. Now, this is all just communication with API.staging. You can see that this is very basic communication with all of the different API endpoints. If I look at the scope settings, API staging and Viso, so API.staging and Viso, and here you have all of the different /authentication API, for example. I don't have that in here because I probably didn't authenticate. Payment Center API, do I have that in here? Also not. Reselling API, I should have the reselling API in here. Well, it's a reseller center API, so it's a very similar thing. Let's go with this for now. So reseller center API, reseller center API. There isn't even documentation about it. Good, fun. That means that this isn't in scope, of course. So let's take something that is in scope before we get into trouble. The order center API should be in scope. So order center API. Yep, perfect. We have that in scope. All right. So what am I going to do? I'm going to see all of these endpoints, what is on here, but I'm going to do that by clicking through the application. I'm going to try to find every possible business logic path available to me. And that is a very difficult thing. Do not underestimate this because you will not understand all of the business logic. Now, what Enviso does very well, it is a manual. So you can just go through the manual, through the documentation. You can see that here, help.gartner.com. And you can see all of the different functionality that's in here. It's in this that they used to have a documentation where you could say, where it said that you could not disable super admin users. I was able to disable super admin users, and I got some money for it, like some pocket change, you know. But still, you can see quite a few APIs on here. You have the development hub, and then you have all of these different things here. Here it's just information about what you can do with different things. So managing orders, for example, consult, rebook, export, get past. Go through this, read this carefully. This is gonna be your treasure map. You don't know how to make sense of the treasure map yet, but that's okay. So we have the System Center API. We weren't looking at that. We were looking at the Order Center API. We have a request to orders here, and we can see that we have some fields. Let's send this to the repeater, and let's send this request off. It's not going to work. It says unauthorized. Why? I have my authorization header here, don't I? Strange question I'm asking, right? But this is something you can encounter as well. Now, if you know a bit about JWT tokens, you know that this is a JWT token, but let's look at the content of the JWT token, because there we might find some interesting stuff. Look at this EXP thing right here. This has been expired already. This JWT token has expired in this instance. And that's a fucked up thing. Like, of course, I need to just log in and I need to just capture a new JWT token. That's it. But a lot of people seem to forget this and they get in trouble when they get into this scenario. All I have to do is log in again. Now, what do I have to do to log in? I have to open my browser. I have to go to the application. So Enviso, let's do that. And now we're going to take the application side by side with what we're testing. I don't even remember my freaking password for this thing. Fuck. Nope. Nope.
I just copy paste it here. We won't touch it, I promise.
You can take this account. This is a testing account. Okay, fuck. So I forgot my password here. That's no problem. We can create an account real quickly. So we choose a venue type that we have. We give it a name. There we go. We give it a postal code, apparently in Vietnam. And we sign up for Enviso with, let's just call it number 13 then. I will try to use this as a password. I try to always use my, okay, yes. So I try to always use my username as my password. There we go. Because then it's easier for me. I can just copy paste. That's not secure, of course. So don't do this in a production application, but this is a different story. Now I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a moment so I can activate the account. Let's go to my Gmail. All right. And here in my Gmail, let me share my screen again if I can find my Zoom link. Damn, I'm like an old man. Okay, so here we have that email from Enviso. I'm not going to click it here. I'm going to copy that link address and I'm going to paste it in here because this is my Burp Suite browser and that request might be useful to me. So I'm going to go to login. And this time it was venue 13, not 14. I'll use that as a password as well. All right, no, not now. I will do this later. Settings, account settings, change, save, check the request and the response. Check if everything is there, what you expect, or if there aren't any extra fields at this point. So you can see that I did a put. This is my update. If I'm going into the request itself, I can see an identifier. I can see a name. I can see a venue. Can you guys throw me some possible attack types here? Oh, come on. Do I have to spell it on a piece of paper? And if you're intimidated by me, imagine being in front of real bug bounty targets. That's intimidating for you. I keep losing my lighter. I have like a box of lighters here, and it's half empty already. I don't know what the hell happens to them. Let's see what we got here. SQL injection. I like that. Let's give that a shot. Okay. Okay, so it seems to process it fine. I don't think there is much here. You can try with SQL map. I've tried this before. That's why I'm saying, by the way. You can try this with SQL map on all of these parameters. Not likely to lose a lighter. I guess. All right. So what else could I try here? Identifiers. Why don't I change that? I mean, I'm changing my own data now. Might as well try that on my neighbor. No? Let's see what I can do there. Oh, unauthorized. That's annoying, of course, but I know now, so I can test for IDORs. I can test for SQL injections, but I will restore this for a moment. What did I tell you about changing my account type from venue to reseller and from reseller to venue? What did I tell you about that? Did it do anything? No, not in this case. Like, there isn't really a endpoint in here to check your tenant type. Well, there is to a degree, but okay, I'll show you later. But I can see this from what I have available here that I'm still a venue. Venues haven't traded in the sales platform. Resellers only have one platform that they can go to. So this is what I mean by you need to open your eyes and you need to see what's right in front of you. A lot of people will go for a lot of technical attacks as the very first option, but you shouldn't be doing that. You should be reading, understanding, seeing what's right in front of you, but don't go for all of these weird, like directly attacks that are very technical. Another thing is IDORs. It's easy to recognize this identifier, but there's always a but. And there's poop coming out of that butt, so I wouldn't go near that butt. But here I can see that I have, for example, a list of users. Let's say that I had import possibilities for those users. I don't know if there are import possibilities now. It's been a long time since I've tested this. But this one, I don't think here. I don't think here either. Nothing here. Here you can bulk, cancel, export. So here we might have some identifiers in the export, but that's useful for us. We want import. It doesn't seem like you can really import anything here. But if there's an identifier in that file that you're trying to import, of course, that's going to be an IDOR subject for you. I thought Haggis was still out, but he's in. You have your SQL injectors, you've tried. You have your, in this case, your object property assignment that you've tried. It did seem to accept it, but always check the consequences. The first time I saw this, I was happy like a young kid because I was like, yes, the same attack that I used to have is still valid or is valid again. This happens quite a lot because of regression bugs. Now that I have a different account, now what would you test for with this wide ass application? Throw me anything out there, can be anything, doesn't matter. Like
Well,
we have sorry, go ahead, bro.
Sorry, if you have a user, okay, let's see if you create another user, whether we have or not access to the previous user's stuff. Right.
Excellent, yes. And that way you will also learn to what those parameters really do from an application. You'll learn to go through the entire application. You'll go through it multiple times, so you will learn more and more about the functionality each time you go through. But don't do this manually, of course. I use something like Authorize for this, where in Authorize, I'll just paste that authorization header here. I'll click on and I have a complete authorized guide for you, by the way. That's also in the exports that I will be making from my Notion, that I have made from my Notion, and that I can already put on the drive, because otherwise I'm going to forget. Me forgetting shit, that's not like me. Oh, also maybe cool if I would put my Burp Suite project for Enviso on there. That way you guys can, if you have Burp Pro, use my project and you don't have to go through it. Like, you have some history already. Maybe useful. I have some settings set up already. I'll see to set up my proxy settings for my project as well properly. So you have that proxy setting. There we go. And that way I'll upload this. No problem. You guys can have this as well, of course. So now indeed you can test with multiple accounts. That's a pretty big approach. Testing with multiple accounts, though, here is a bit tricky because you have accounts within the accounts. Now, what do I mean by that? I just made me an account, but if I go to the admin section, you can see that I have the list of users. Users can belong to an account. So you have user account and you have your account, I should say. I don't know how to call it, but this should be your like super admin user basically here. This user should be able to do anything, and you can already see as well, he has the Enviso super admin user role. Let's see if this is still valid. User, yeah, remove. Well, yeah, damn it, they fixed it. That's a shame. But yeah, it's a bit difficult here. It's a bit tricky. Well, what do you mean by creating another user? Enter JWT and the request you mean, right? So just go to the request here and create, if I create another user right now, and I give him a role where he shouldn't be able to do this, that's a good one. I like that. Yeah. You're testing for broken access control there. Really good one. Now to do this, I will have to make something with like the, let's say number 14, and then we are going, so no, 13, and then we will add, this is going to be the low priv user. I always try to put some kind of identifying information in the names itself. So in here, I can see that I have 3 different account levels. That's not good enough for me. I want to make a new account level. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go to user roles. I'm going to add a low priv role, and I'm going to be able to assign that to set user. Damn it. Click away. I hate these types of pop-ups. All right, so here we can see manage users, manage roles. These are all the things that this person would be able to do. I'm gonna set him to just 1 privileged level because that's the, like, you have to have 1, but I'm gonna set it to limited. Now I can create my user, finally. For fuck's sake. And then select the phone number. I don't even think this is obligated, by the way. And this will be a low priv user. There we go. We've created him. Now let's look at the request to create a user. So here, this is adding a user to a role. This is why I told you guys about those inline parameters. Here you can see that they are not marked by question mark. It's not question mark user equals and role equals. It's not like that. It's just slash users and then user number and the role, and it's just connecting that user to that role. Okay, so that's not the one we want. Then the post to the users is probably a lot more interesting. Let's see what kind of information we have here. Apparently, we already give him an ID. Fine, maybe we can test for idlers there. We give them the name and we say if they're predefined, and we give them these specific permissions. Then we say last modified on, blah, 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 and we give them an email address, a first name, last name, phone number, and a base confirm URL. Anybody hear of Open Redirect before? HTTPS labs.hexpert.com. The moment I see a URL like this, I am triggered. So this should be the redirect. And that user has been created. I don't care if they don't have a role. So I'm also able to create users without having to create a role, which is something that might not be something like you might not want that. It's a bit hard to keep the chat and everything in line, by the way, because I have only 1 screen. This is my confirmation link, so let's quickly activate our account and see what happened with that callback URL. Unfortunately, it did not redirect us to labs.hexpert.com. As you can see, we're just on the website normally. We can create our password here, and we're just gonna make that the same as the username again. Et voila. So the thing is, we're not on the login page. We're not logged in as that 1 user. We're still logged in as that normal user because we never logged out. All right. So how is that possible? Oh, don't tell me. Oh, Jesus. I bought these like USB-C cables in the Dollar Tree store, like a Dollar General, whatever you want to call it. They break so easy. They're like $1 each, but I know why now. I have an idea. Let's keep it at that. So let's hope this one isn't broken already. Oh, of course. I was looking to plug it into my screen because I'm used to doing it from my laptop. I was trying that, Cairo. I was trying that indeed. That's what I was trying to achieve here, but unfortunately I wasn't able to because this, of course, is just it does still have the redirect URL properly in it, unfortunately. That doesn't deter me from looking at the rest though. So we can see first name, last name, a phone number, and then a base confirm URL, which we did change. Oh, did we do that for the redirect? I think we may have another email because we created 2 accounts, didn't we? So yeah, we have 1, 2, 3. And this one also goes to the cloud environment of Visual. Okay, no. And the second one's probably, yeah, I should probably name these better. Same thing. Okay, so the redirect is something that I would try indeed. When I see links like this, I am very triggered. Then you have your identifier, your name, low priv user, and is predefined false once again with those permissions. So it seems that the role thing is repeated here. Bit strange. Like in my opinion, you have the role and then the roles for that user, and then you assign them the role again through another call. It's all a bit weird to me. That's all I'm going to say. It's not something that is functionally wrong or it's broken, whatever, but it is weird to me. Now I'm going to make a change in my account because I might be able to do some weird shit there. Let's change that by 2 and let's save. All right, let's see what it has done. It should have, I think, some kind of post or foot call. This is for getting a new token. Images, and there we have a put to the profiles. All right, so here we have a profile image. Let's see, labs.expert.com. What will we have? Of course, HTTPS labs.expert.com. There we go. You should be able to still hear me, right? Everybody should. Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Let's give this a send errors, error message, error converting type value, and it already says it to string profile image GTO. So it does give us some internal information. This is information that's important for us. We need to remember this somehow. We need to note this down because this is internal error messaging. If I were in a pen test, I would report this. Here, I just remember this for if I need this later on. You never know. So it does give me some kind of indication of what I need to do here. It's just that I don't fully understand it yet. That's fine. That's no problem. We just change that back to null. We just for fun, you know, we try to change a different account. We are unauthorized. That's a problem. Annoying, but not a huge issue because we have so much more that we can investigate. We have passwords that we can change. Well, you can always try to change the password without the current one. So you can do it like this. Let's add a 1 behind these. You guys need to remember that because I will forget it. So proxy put, and we can see the old password and the new password. Let's send this to the repeater. And let's try this again. Shouldn't work, right? Good. It didn't work. And now let's try it with the old password and the new password being the same. There it says new password was different from current password. Let's remove the old password for now completely. Old password empty. Fine. We can also make it empty in another way. You can try with NULL.
Why exactly are you paying so much for overpriced courses that under-deliver? Because mine are 85% off at the moment with the code Halloween. You can get courses for €1.50. Or if you're really a cheap ass, you can do it in 3 payments of 53 cents. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can go as low as 53 cents for your next course. But we have bundles as well. These bundles, they contain our 900 Hackers Toolkit, which is one of the most beloved bundles we've ever brought out because it contains everything we currently have and everything we'll bring out in the future. That includes certificates, live lessons, etc. If you're only about the certificates, we also have a third bundle. We have a beginner web hacking bundle. We have more bundles than this, by the way. These are just a selection of our bundles. We have certification programs, which I should update. We have live lessons. There's so much for you to pick from. So I am not exactly sure why you keep paying for overpriced courses in this economy. Do you really not like your money? Because If not, I can also make my courses more expensive, but I prefer to give you guys the most chances possible. So go ahead, don't think about it twice, because I promise you this investment will help you in the future. Investing in your skills is one of the most valuable things you can do, and now thanks to Uncle Rat, it's one of the most affordable things as well. Hope I'll see you on my website, ladies and gentlemen.
Touch upon, like, these programs evolve. They have enough material to go back every once and again. So it's important to do that type of regression testing. And regression testing is basically just retesting something. So once you've tested it already, the thing is, the developer might have been on holiday when the fix got put out. They come back to work, they don't do a pull for it, they do a push immediately, they push their crappy code into it, nobody wants to do the code review properly, and you have bugs that are reintroduced into a production system. All right, my friends. So it's quite varied up until this point, as you may see, but my main focus on here is understanding the business. Because if I understand the business, I could start understanding the business logic flaws. But I need to very clearly understand what their business is, of course. And this can take a long ass time, especially if you're a stubborn asshole like me who doesn't like to read a manual. I want to find things out on my own. I break a lot of shit. It's not a good way of thinking about things, in my opinion, of course, but yeah. All right, my friends, do you have questions about this so far? Because I'm flying through this. Enter a huge string and name. Good one, Cairo. Good one. Application level denial of service attack. Why am I not doing that, do you think? Because, of course, we don't want to do that in mass drones. Like, I can test it with a big string, but I'm not going to automatically send that string over and over again, of course. But good idea. Get the pre-work key. Fine. You're right. I'm getting a bit tired. Time for a scoop. Cheers, motherfuckers. I said in the beginning that, well, the problem is, Marius, I really want to give you that cookie. I really do. But yeah, you're gonna have to check this out. Like, we were testing, and all of a sudden we got like this response. Marius cannot have a cookie today because of reasons. It's the will of the API, dude. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything about it. Yeah. Yeah. Someday you will get that Porsche, Marius. Someday you will get that Porsche. But never that cookie. The cookie is mine. See, I lost my lighter again. Okay, just took a lighter. Yes, definitely, Cairo. You mean, I think you spelled 3023 wrong. It should be a 3023, not a 2023. Maybe you should correct that. This is definitely a good one. Fine, it's weekend anyway. He'll get his cookie on Monday, for fuck's sake. You guys are always clumping together against me. It's Haggis, it's the club, it's you guys. Can I get a break? Like a 5-minute break? For fuck's sake. But yes, this is definitely a good program for beginners. Would highly recommend this because it is not too complex in terms of technology. It has a lot of surface level, the surface that you can attack, and it's something that you can stick to for a very long time. And I mean a very, very long time. This is a great program because it's riddled with bugs as well. Like, out of the 33 valid vulnerabilities, you can guess how many of them were on this program. Like, you can guess how many of them were here. A lot of them, like literally a whole lot of them were on this application. I love this so much because this was something there I know that the developers had a weak point and they were tired of my shit at a certain point. They were like, bro, we understand that you have other bugs to report still, but we had to pause the program because with this
with integrity, they have a cap set. I can set a budget. Let's say that I set a budget of 10K, and there is 3 criticals being reported. At that moment, the program closes because it goes over that allotted 10K. That's important to know, because this is like, if you have bugs, report them. Don't hold on to them. I've seen a lot of people say, hold on to bugs for better later on, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's fine. But by the time I'm able to report my bug, there might have been some noob who has reported 2 or 3 criticals. I mean, they will get resolved pretty quickly. The program will open again, but you'll have to wait, maybe duplicates, shit like that. Yeah, like, don't wait. I don't understand that. A vulnerability is a vulnerability. The people who say wait with reporting don't do bug bounties the right way, because it's basically, oh, I want more money. That's why I'm holding on to a vulnerability that might exist into a production system. Just because I want more money. I don't have to have a reason. Dude, shut up. I just want money. You know, that's how they think, not me, of course, not me. I'm all about just hacking shit. Like, and I'm not even kidding. Bug bounties has nothing to do with money for me. Like, nothing, zero at all. It has more to do with the pleasure of owning a certain program. It's more about the experience of hacking the way I want to hack. If you're hacking on a bug bounty platform, you have freedom that you don't have when you do pen test, and that's a big one for me. Exactly, but you cannot rescue, lose, and be found by other person. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Uncle, give your XSS tricks in the program. Ah, that's a good one. There isn't a whole lot that you can do here, of course. There are, like, for XSS, you have to always find out what kind of filters are active. So let's say that there was a filter on here, like, for example, now there is a filter on here, but I want to know what that unprocessable entity is, because here I've already been able to enter a single quote. But if I look at those usernames, is it really entered as a single quote? I don't know. Let's have a check. Yep, that is entered as a single quote, but I shouldn't be able to enter a single quote, should I? Like, apparently single quotes are allowed. Okay, so those are allowed according to the filter. Then I'm going to see, is this character allowed? Is the greater than character allowed? That seems to be an unprocessable entity, so I need to replace it with something. So I'm going to replace it and start with ampersand greater than sign. That's always a good one that you can start with. Apparently, it's still not valid. So what's the problem here? Ampersand, maybe ampersand is a problem. Let's remove that, see if it's a better. Yeah, that seems better, but we have still some kind of errors. So still unprocessable entity. I'm going to assume that it is the semicolon that is a problem here. Apparently it was, so let's see if the ampersand also gave an issue. This ampersand apparently seems to be an issue. So what can we do? Is percentage blocked? Because if percentage isn't blocked, we could URL encode it. Unfortunately, percentage is also blocked on this endpoint. So what would I do at this point? Just move on. It's getting a little bit too complicated already because there are too many blocked characters. But I would just move on to the next parameter, to another endpoint. The thing with cross-site scripting, my friends, is that you just have to test every single parameter. I'm going to give you a stupid example of an entry point, which a lot of people don't think about, and I keep getting back to it. Importing of files. Importing a file can fuck your shit up. Let's fuck my shit up, because at least it's labs, and I know 100% that the exploit will appear here. So what we're going to do in this case is the IDORs. I think that this is going to be under, and then second order IDORs. Yep, the products. Let's download the example and make a few changes. So here, instead of this, where did pages go? It crashed unexpectedly. Good job, Matt. Good job.
Have a nice evening, Orgus. Thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it, man. So in here, I'm just gonna put like image source equals X. And then I need to export this, I believe. Bye, Orgus. Once again, thanks for coming by. You've been awesome, man. Thanks for the participation. I need to export this as CSV. And then import this again. Here you can already see that broken image. So my tag vector here would be inserted through something that's often less secure, an upload field. We'll definitely miss Orgus. Shaggus will miss you as well, bro. That's good. Now I can finally get rid of all those darn cookies. So yeah, there isn't a whole lot of tricks to XSS. XSS. I'm going to give you a link to my Notion. All right, so let's see. There you go. This might help. This has a few filter evasion techniques. I've tried a few of those already, but I know exactly what is filtered. So it's going to be hard for me to evade that filter on this endpoint. If the filter is too strict, if I don't have a glimpse of hope there, then I'm not going to investigate it. It's simple as that. Let me share this file with you guys. What will I get in return? I mean, I'm going to hit enter, but I need something back. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. There you go. Hopefully it's helpful to anyone. If you want, I can put all of these notes for you in an export, and I will put that export as well on the pub. Where's the export button gone? I have an import button, but I don't have an export button. That's the first one. Yeah, apparently that's gone. Good, I guess. I don't know. This thing is weird as fuck sometimes. And there I do have it. What? What's going on here? Hold on a second. Anyway, I'll send you guys at least the vulnerability types, descriptions, and stuff like that. Please note that we are up in the progress of updating that as I grow, of course. My notes grow as well. I try to keep them orderly, but it's the same as trying to run it like a small theme park versus a bigger one. The bigger it gets, the more complex it gets as well. As you can see for the vulnerability types, I already have like 100 pages plus, I think. Maybe, no, 90, only 90. Huh. And our guide's gonna have a lot more than that. We are preparing a CNWPP study guide. Oh, it maybe wasn't too, that's no problem. It's just 6 megabytes, but I will put that in here as well. So we have that and we don't forget it. So this one, and this one. I've also been told that it's better to name stuff in a better way. Yeah. Let's not go too deep into that right now. All right, my friends, my eyes are falling asleep. If you do have questions after this bootcamp, also don't hesitate to ask them. Of course, I'm ready to answer them with pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been awesome.
Thank you.
To mail Marius at thexssrat.com. Mail him your course of choice from the XSS Rat. So
I don't think I have the items on the front page yet for core networking concepts and the NIST one, but if you're interested in that, please feel free to let us know as well. The NIST one is about NIST 861, which is incident response. It's fun. It's definitely fun. Awesome. You guys have been really, really cool. Thank you so much for participating. Yes, absolutely. I will here as well. Mary is at thexssrat.com. If you have feedback, I would also love to hear it. You can also send any feedback you have to Marius at thexssrat.com. And we have a form as well that if you have time, I would love it if you fill that in. But only if you have time, of course. It doesn't take more than a few minutes. Of course. Oh no, it was the evaluation. Let's just go to forms. There we go, course evaluation. Perfect. Use the course content. I think we are here in class name. I'm going to pre-fill that for you. I think I can do that. No, I cannot do that. But in class name, you can just write Bug Bounty Bootcamp, of course. Would really appreciate it if you have time to fill that in. Thank you so much once again for all of your attention. Your undivided attention is why I do this kind of things, and I love seeing everybody grow. You're all doing massively well, and the fact that you're just doing this is already better than sitting in the sofa. Please don't fall into the trap of going to rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole, and please don't fall into the trap of feeling not enough either, because you will face that moment. Everybody does. Every bug hunter at some point in their life feels like they're not enough, but you'll never be enough. You'll never be good enough. You'll never be strong enough. You'll never be fast enough. There is no enough. It's just not how life works. We are here to learn, to grow, and to experience this wonderful thing together. So thank you so much for making my rat pack complete. And again, if you have questions, I will be there to answer them, of course. I think we would do about one boot camp every month, I think, from now on. So I think in about a month or so. And the next boot camp, we haven't decided on that yet, but we'll let you know for sure. We are thinking about introducing some mobile bug hunting into the mix as well, but it's just all concepts that we're still playing with. So please stay tuned to Twitter if you're interested. Thank you so much, everybody. You have been really, really awesome. And once again, thank you for making my dream come true. You're literally making my dream come true. It might seem delirious, the fact that I'm calling it a dream, teaching until 1 a.m. in the weekend. It's not, it really is a dream for me. I love to teach and I love to share knowledge. And the fact that you guys are all absorbing it like a sponge makes it all the better for me. Do know that this isn't the end though. This is just the start of your journey. This is just the beginning. Now it's up to you to explore the topics that we've touched upon, because what I try to bring here is I didn't try to bring you all the answers. I try to bring you a path that you should follow, things that you should look into, topics that you need to investigate, and in my opinion, in the order that I touched upon them. It may have been mismatched in order a little bit, but it should be the general order that you're going to look at these things. So thank you so much once again. I really appreciate it. Keep learning, my friends. You're awesome. It was really good fun. My pre-workout will come out somewhere in September, so keep an eye on that. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Rewarded Cheese. I really appreciate it. And before we leave, Rewarded Cheese did have a message as well. At the beginning, he had an image pop up. I don't know if you guys can see this, but it says here, searching for search term equals union all select. What a union query basically is you have a query and you can union them with another query. So you can basically put the two results of the query into one. That is what a union is. And you can see all of these null concats here. What it's trying to do is it's trying to find the right column here for which it can write. Don't worry too much about the technical details. Just know that if you see this thing right here, it is vulnerable. It is not the exact same thing every time, but if you see that, it is vulnerable. And as for the log files, those are the log files generated by SQL map. And what SQL map will do then is it will generate the log files so you can later see if there were any errors, what happened exactly. Was it a problem at runtime execution? What are problems with God knows what? So I hope that helps other people as well. I thought it was a good question. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. And you're fun as well, my friends.
Thank you.
Thank you too, Emre. Really appreciate it. Yes, we are like a friendship, and I didn't say this lightly. I think the team that I work with, they are my brothers. Like we have gone through shit together. We have gone through hell together. Orgus has worked for us for free for God knows how long. And yeah, it's just good to have him on board as well. And Marius is just, he's a top guy. Thank you, appreciate it as well. Yes, I do have a Discord server. I'm not on there as much as I should be, I have to admit though, but I do have a Discord server. I can give you guys the link if you want to as well to that. Let me see. Beautiful, beautiful Discord. I have 17 new messages, 17 new tags. Who thought it funny to tag me 17 times? You guys need a hobby. Invite people. There's a button. See, I knew I could find it. There you go, friends. I hope I'll see you in my Discord channel. I'll be there a lot more in the future as well, because thanks to Orgus and thanks to Marius, they can take on all of the work and I can just chill and talk to you guys. It's awesome, isn't it? I think Marius does deserve a cookie. And Orgus isn't here to complain, so he can't complain anyway. Let's not mention that. Awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to end the meeting. I'll upload the recordings afterwards. Yesterday, I think I forgot to upload the recording. Well, I didn't forget. I fell asleep while the recording was processing, so that's why it only went online this morning. My apologies for that. But I'll see you later, my friends. Bye-bye, everybody. A massive thank you to Hernan Rodriguez and the RedOps Academy for partnering with Uncle Red. You can see that code RedOps gives 95% off, so go and check that out. And if you're interested, we have the Certified Offensive Security Junior course for 48 hours for free. So go and subscribe, because in my opinion, it's the perfect prerequisite for our CNWPP exam. Go sharpen your skills at the cost of Mr. Hernan Rodriguez. Thank you so much. I'll get this video out as soon as possible so you can enjoy as long as possible.
Good. There we go. So how about chinning bugs? I found one cross-site scripting, and I spent like 3 days upgrading that because it was like WAF after WAF after WAF, filter after filter after filter, and I had to apply all sorts of techniques. I had to apply URL encoding. I had to apply using filtered words within filtered words. I had to apply like all kinds of crazy shit to get it to work. Fine. I get it. I see it self-success. Okay. Nothing to do about it except for upgrade it through CSRF, for example, because then I can trick you into coming into my website and inserting that attack vector there, stealing your cookie and stealing your account. I reported it and I never got a word back from anybody. Anybody was like, yeah, we had like nothing. It was like radio silence. I felt like I was living in some kind of like post-apocalyptic wasteland over there. I don't like that, because that means that those companies don't take their security that seriously, in my opinion. Like if there's such a glaring potential well, it wasn't even potential vulnerability, it wasn't vulnerability. You have such a glaring vulnerability within your application and you refuse to fix it. That's just not done for me, of course. Good question. Orgus. Orgus has heard that about 100 times over and will probably hear it today as well. If he doesn't know what CSRF if he doesn't know what CSRF is by now, I'm gonna I'll do unspeakable things to him. All right. So first of all, let's get started. If there are any questions from yesterday, I know that the recordings were a bit later, so I'll ask tomorrow again if there were questions from day one. Today, right after the meeting, I'll upload, but there was like this drunk Scottish dude named Orgus who gave me a call and completely distracted me. See, I knew we could blame everything on Orgus. It's easy. It's not hard at all. Damn, I'm surprised. Awesome. And when he left, when he's like, nope, I'm not having any of this shit. All right, good. So to get started today, what we have on the planning, yes, indeed, blame Orgus. Even Orgus can blame Orgus for stuff. I promise it relieves the soul. It really does. Today, what we're going to start with is Marriott is going to present some networking knowledge to all of us. And I look forward to this myself because I haven't seen exactly what he's going to present yet. I know the outlines, but anytime Marius presents something about networking, Orgus and I listen. Like we are silent, we shut the fuck up and we see what he has to say because this guy knows more about networking than anybody that I've seen over my years of doing this shit. This guy is fucking amazing. He's not a network hacker, but that's not what he's here to present to you today. He's going to present you some defense mechanisms and stuff like that, I believe, right? If I'm wrong, Marius, let me know because I
Yes,
don't
that's
want to
correct.
put words in your mouth. Thank you for joining, by the way, Marius. It's good to have you. I really appreciate you doing this because I think, once again, that this is an important topic and we will be doing much more of this stuff today. But I'm going to give the floor to Marius. Thank you so much, Marius. I'll let you share the screen as well, because right now that's not going to be possible.
Yeah, thank you.
Orgus, have you met Marius yet? He's a good guy. Make host. There we go.
All right.
Ooh, I love XSS as well. We'll get more into that later. Not now though, because this is important, I think, to realize like what you can encounter in the wild. All of these things are basics for me. You need to understand this very well if you want to stand any chance in the wild.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so welcome guys. My name is Marius and I will spend probably like 1 hour with a short break and especially talk about why it's really important what you mentioned yesterday, that all the basics are important if you want to be, you know, a really good bug bounty hunter or a security specialist, because there are quite a few areas. And what I can see as a network engineer or as a network security engineer, when you try and do your shit, right? So, because I'm watching you, and I want to give you some examples, what to look for, what to avoid really when you want to try a website or a server and see if and what is open. I will try and share some examples with you as well. Yes, my background is in networking. I started many years ago when nobody knew what Google was. Yes, I am that old. And I started as a web designer. Then I moved to my favorite toys, Cisco, and I spent a few years working as a security engineer for some pretty big companies in Poland and in the UK. And just to keep my skills up to date, I teach just some basics around networking, and one course that we recorded with Wes, I created presentations on Wes, did an amazing job presenting everything. It's core networking concepts. So you can try and learn more about that. So sometimes instead of talking, it's better to show a few pictures. So I think yesterday we talked about some crazy racks and things that I have at home. And there are just a few examples. The first one was just a full 42U rack that I owned when I was in London. That was in my living room. To answer your question, yes, I did, and I do have a girlfriend, and she didn't like it. But at least we didn't have to pay for any heating during the winter time. Nothing at all. So yeah, that was a 42U. 42, if you do not know, it's a full, it's a proper rack. It's like, you know, yeah, and then some other projects. This is like one of the latest ones. That's I love cabling, as you can probably see on your screen. So I can spend hours trying to make everything look perfect. And actually, cabling was my full-time job when I was in London. I really loved that. Just pop into an empty office and just run all the cables. So that's me. If you have any questions about things that I'm going to show, feel free to stop me or send a message using chat. If there is anything you'd like me to discuss, cover, and so on. To answer your question, yes, I will show you my my home rack and my monitoring system, which is PRTG. I have like probably 15 devices running in this network, including pfSense. Some of you might have heard about that. Do you know pfSense? Have you heard about pfSense? Okay, so I will show you, yep. So I will show you what I can see, for example, on my pfSense firewall when you try and run Nmap and some other things. Okay, let's start with some basics and things that I want to cover. This is taken from our core networking concepts, but I modified some slides to make it a bit more interesting. So you know, we are good guys, right? We are ethical hackers, and this is what we do. We try and play by the rules, and this is really important because I can see everything that you're doing at the moment, and I can see in most cases more than you think I can as a network engineer. And you've probably heard about honeypots, honey nets. So sometimes you're trying to run Nmap, and I configured a device on purpose to make you think this is a production network. Sometimes it's a proper server, website, whatever I think, but everything is logged, yeah? And it's another question if I want to check what you've been doing, but I'm not saying I want to track you down, but I can see a lot what's going on in the background. Now, one of the most basic things, well, Wes mentioned about web application firewalls, and this is something that you've seen many times, but I want to talk a little more about IPS and IDS, because this is something that in many companies is configured as a transparent solution. This means that nothing is going to be blocked. Someone is going to look at your traffic and decide what to do with it. So you might just actually get through and then someone is actually watching you and deciding what to do with your operations. And again, it's really important to understand all these, because sometimes you want to try something, you run a command, you try a tool and it doesn't work. and you should know some basics why, and I'll show you one of them, which is port forwarding, because I've seen quite a few people who were hackers and didn't know what port forwarding actually was. So we have IPS and IDS. Both things can detect something that is going on in the network. Again, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing at the time, but these systems can help me do my job. Right. Yeah. And if you know pfSense, if you've never heard about pfSense as a bug bounty hunter, I strongly recommend you give it a go, because this is an open source firewall, Linux. I'm a Microsoft guy, so I do not know a lot about Linux, but I did my MCSA and MCSE. But I started using pfSense a few years ago, and I really like it. And pfSense is an open source firewall. There is a paid version if you want to get some support and things like that, but it's an open source firewall, and there is an intrusion prevention and detection system in it that is called Snort. And this is really great because you can actually run Nmap and see what will be detected. So here is an example of of a Snort log system that was just Nmap or a similar command, and there are special signatures that will identify all these things. Of course, as you can see, in many cases, it's just info, so nothing really crazy. But sometimes I can decide to block or report this to another engineer, and he can decide what to do with it. Here are some more alerts and signatures. There are thousands of them. Some of them are free, some of them are paid. But this is a really great way to learn, because you can just choose a protocol like ICMP, DNS, DHCP, you name it, Trojans, viruses, hacking tools, anything. And there are hundreds of signatures with detailed explanations, so you can actually see what can be detected and how can be detected. And a lot of things will sound familiar to you, like SQL injection or XSS attack, just DOS attacks, hundreds of attacks that you try and either simulate or figure out if there is an option like this. And sometimes you will not be able to detect anything, because I will see, oh, you're trying to do something strange with SQL. I will block you. And this is why it's really important to understand when an IPS or IDS kicks in, because you're trying to test, for example, SQL injection, or I don't know, cracking a password, and I can see you're doing that, and I will block you, and then you say, oh no, there is no issue. Well, there is, but my IPS decided to tell you go away. But it doesn't mean that my password is secure. My password might be admin, but I decided to block you because you're trying to use an RDP crack tool from Kali Linux. Okay, any questions? Right, so to make it a bit more interesting,
maybe a question from AKMK, that was a good question, I think, is he asks, so you can run this before running Nmap to see what will be detected if you do. And yeah, sort of like, it's basically, you can set up your own IDS, you can set up your own snort on it, and then you can run Nmap on a server behind this IDS. What you need to look at an IDS as is, like, let's say that I'm going to have a web server set up. You're not going to make direct calls to that web server then. You're going to make calls to the IDS. And the IDS is going to sniff out your traffic. And then if it's okay, send it onward and basically pass it back as well. Because you can have two ways of inspection. You can have the inspection of incoming traffic, but also of outgoing traffic. So there's two things there that you need to realize. Like, for example, you can detect incoming SQL injections, but you can also detect outgoing SQL error messages. And that would be weird, right? You don't expect SQL statements to be an outgoing messages. So things like that could be just a little extra there. But good question, again.
Yeah, and yeah, that is 100% true. And yeah, this is why I strongly recommend you give it a go, because you can literally run it. Well, Snort is just pfSense. You don't really need pfSense. Snort can be installed on Linux directly. But yes, it's a great way to see if you're using the right tool, and you can just create a VM and then put something behind it and have a really cool lab and actually see if you're trying to use Nmap, but are you really scanning everything? Is anything going to be blocked? Because you think that, oh, port 9999 is closed. No, it is not, because my IPS kicked in and asked you to go away. Yeah.
And
go ahead.
sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
Just wanted to add that as well. With this kind of thing, what you can set up as well is you can set up your environment. Like, let's say that you're testing a bug bounty target and you know that they have a specific IDS or IPS system. The thing is, you can set up your own IDS. You don't even have to set up your own IPS system. And then you can test for cross-site scripting, and you can see what that IDS is detecting if you're using the same system as your target. It's a great way, like Mary has said, if you're hacking a target, you might as well just go through the route of just trying to set up their environment on your own systems. Why not, right?
Yeah, that is true. One additional comment to what Wesley said: there are two deployment methods for IPS or IDS. It's inline and promiscuous. And inline is something that Wesley described. So I will see all the traffic going through, and I will decide if this is okay to push it forward. But I can just monitor your traffic and just have an IDS or IPS that will receive, in a way, a copy of a packet. So sometimes it's not going to be blocked. It doesn't mean that I can't do that, because a lot of people assume that, well, because it's not in line, I can't do anything about that. That is not true, because when I watch a packet, I can actually send an access control list to a firewall and ask my firewall to block you. So it doesn't mean that I can't do anything. It's just a bit more complicated. So big companies, as you can imagine, it's all about the traffic, right? When I receive a copy of a packet or of a frame, then it's very easy for me to look at it. Yeah. But if I put something in a line, well, I have to look at it. That's 24/7. If my IPS goes down, everything goes down. So you need a cluster, just quite a few challenges. So it all depends. Some big companies go for this, promiscuous mode because it's a bit more safe, but it all depends. Right.
And just a question there.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just wanted to ask, is Snort working on packet level or on application level?
It's both. It can look at layer 7 as well. It all depends on the signatures and things that you do. But there are signatures that can identify viruses, Trojans, and things like that. So it's definitely working at layer 7, because there are signatures that can identify ransomware and things like that. And to make sure we're on the same page, what Wesley asked is, can I identify something going on based on an IP address and port number, like I'm trying to telnet to 1.1.1.1, or can I actually open a DNS message and see if it's a valid DNS message and see what's inside? By the way, I can, if you know the OSI model, OSI, right? It's the OSI model. There are 7 layers, and there is a joke. And okay, we can test your knowledge about networking. So there are 7 layers, but a network engineer says that there is layer 8. What is layer 8? And it's always the problem with layer 8. Every time a network engineer says, oh, it's a layer 8 issue. What do we mean? Yes, very good, user. Yeah. So you can make that joke in front of a CEO and he will not have no clue what you're talking about. I did that and I got away with it, but I do not recommend doing that because you never know. So yes, I said, oh, it's a layer 8 issue. Oh yeah, great. Yeah, you hired a smart guy. Yes, you did. So there we go. And I got paid, so that's good. Right. So going back to pfSense, I can show you, this is my dashboard. One thing that I like to have is UPS. I have, okay, try and guess how many UPS devices I have. Come on, try and guess. Don't say 15. It's not that crazy. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's my people. Yeah, but it's actually 5, so it's not that crazy because I like to have big proper UPS devices. They can support, probably it's 2000 VA, which is like probably 900 watts, something like that. And I have like 6 of them, 5, I think, 5, yeah. So here is a plugin for pfSense that allows me to monitor my UPS, sorry. And there are snort alerts, so I can actually see what has been happening in the last couple of hours. It all depends how many signatures you enable. And here is a perfect example why you have to look at all these signatures. When you enable IPS or IDS solutions, you will get a lot of logs and alerts. So sometimes you have to go and disable things that you don't really need, like HTTP inspect. Sometimes it's not really dangerous. There is a weird character, just let's freak out. No, let's don't. So sometimes you have to look at it. I have one more module enabled, and this is something that you might face as well. That is PF blocker. This is based on DNS, and it can block suspicious domains. And if you're blacklisted, I will not allow you to go through. So this is why if you're coming from a strange IP address or domain, I will block you. Yeah, next DNS, yeah. Okay. And you can see quite a few packets, right? So this is like, well, almost 1 million, right? And it's been running for a year. So more than 1 million packets have been blocked by this DNS filter. So more than 1 million domains were suspicious. IP addresses were suspicious. So, right. And the last thing is, you can see I have more than one interface. And this is something that, as a bug bounty hunter, you should be aware of, that you're hitting a public IP address like 1.1.1.1. It doesn't mean that every time you access this IP address, you're hitting the same firewall, the same IPS, the same router. That's not really true. It all depends what I want to do with it. Yeah, I can redirect your traffic based on your location, IP address, traffic you're trying to access. If you're trying to do something strange, I can isolate your traffic. So this is, again, you're trying Nmap 1.1.1.1, you run it again, and I will make sure you hit another firewall. So I can decide what to do with incoming and outgoing traffic, because both are important, right? Because you're asking a question and I am giving you a piece of information, but it doesn't mean that this information comes from the same place, and you have to bear it in mind, because sometimes I can decide that, okay, you are done and you're not really aware of it. Right.
Can I ask you a question about your UPS systems?
Sure.
So, like on a full load, is it really true that you only have 80 minutes?
Yeah, it's full load is like 5 minutes. So my I think it's around 30-40% for me, and it's like 1 hour. And of course, you can configure your UPS to shut down your devices automatically, so it's not a problem, and it can be shut down.
Yeah, especially with your UPS devices, I can imagine. Damn.
Yeah.
Like, I once had a UPS and that thing was literally a fucking battery. You could plug things into it and that was it. There was no fucking interface like this.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can write your own signatures. And again, this is something that I pasted here, because you can identify as a bug bounty hunter some of these attacks. I tend to focus on DOS, denial of service attacks, but you can just create whatever you want. Here I have some ICMP flag signatures and things that I want my firewall to identify. Yeah, and again, it's a great way to learn, because you write a line like this, you say, okay, flags FPU, then you run a tool that you want, and you can check if this is the correct command, if this is what you're trying to access. And you can do the same for any layer 7 attack that you can imagine: SQL, DNS, DHCP, you name it, it's there. Yeah, so if you want to attack a web server, you can write a line like this and check if an IPS system detects what you want to do. And here is a real example of just running nmap with no switches, no options. And you can see some log messages popping up straight away. One thing that you will see, you can see in this screen, is that it's not that obvious for a firewall that you're trying to do, you're trying to run nmap. You can see that it triggered some SQL port, VNC port, something is going on. A lot of IPS and IDS systems, these are pretty smart devices, but, it's still a device, and it takes a moment for this device to figure out you're doing something strange. And I'm telling you this because you can see, oh, I'm doing this or that, and there are like 55 messages, and you will be blocked. Yeah. And this is why you should always run these scans against well-known and approved targets, because I can log and track you down or see what you've been doing. So never try it in your local network. Do not think that, oh, I can run something because my local area network, nobody is going to check. I will take a look what it says here, LAN 2. Yeah, so I am monitoring my local area network as well. I want to see what my users are doing at the moment, because most of really severe attacks come from a local area network, not from the outside world. It's very difficult to break a firewall IPS, IDS. Why would I do that? With a really basic social engineering attack, I can get into a data center or, a call center, let's say. Yeah, I can just pretend, I'm delivering something and I'm inside. Or I can just, and I've seen that I can get the job in a company like this. Yeah, that's it. And I am inside. I do not have to bypass any firewalls. I'm inside. Job's done. Okay, before we move on, I will need a 5-minute break, and I'll see you in 5 minutes.
It's okay, that's no problem. Appreciate it, Marius. Just to pick up on what Marius said there are some important things that he mentioned. Like it's important to realize that the multiple interfaces thing is very important in server-side request forgery, because you're going to make server forge request, but you have access to basically all of its interfaces at that moment to a degree. So you need to take that into account, because one interface could be going to a web server, which is maybe a good loot, nice loot so far. Yeah, fucking fine. But like you could have one interface that's going to a database system, which is basically God knows how many secrets. So it's important to realize that. It's good that he said that. We need to pick up on that. The second point is the firewall stuff that he was mentioning. I think it's important to pick up on that as well. I'm going to take over the host for a moment. We'll give it back to Marius in a second so that I can show you something. One of the most popular firewalls that we are going to come across when we talk about web applications, for example, is the OWASP Mod Security. Mod Security has also a core rule set, the CRS. And with Mod Security and the core rule set, basically, you're going to have a lot of the applications using this exact security rule set. They're not going to make any changes to it. They think it's fucking fine for whatever they want to use it with, or they just don't understand it. I don't know what it is, but with the core rule set, you have a great support, of course. But do this, download this core rule set, look into the OWASP core rule set. I'm going to give you guys I'm going to give you guys the link to that. The dot for load balancing our security. I'm sorry, the OWASP mod security, the core rule set, you mean, AKMK, or the SSRF? Oh, you mean the multiple, yeah, sorry, I got you. You mean the multiple interfaces, of course. It is done for security to a degree. Like if what I want is if I build an application, I'm going to layer it up in different layers of security. And I want every single network to be properly secured the way it should be. So the things, for example, a database server and a web server have no business being in the same network, because a database server should be able to communicate with the website, and the website should be able to communicate with the database server, but the outside world should never be able to communicate with the database server. So you have two things. You can put that in the same network, but then you're just another idiot who does things wrong, because you put it in the same network. It's so easy to reach. If you get into that network, then you're still having all of the loot. So you want to segment those out into networks. Often VLANs are used, virtual local area networks. And those things are then used to segment out, or you can segment in other ways, but you usually don't want to put different security levels in the same network segment. And there you can use as well multiple interfaces that you can just use to route traffic towards. Like, oh, you have one interface that might be needed for internal communication or whatever. You're not going to route any traffic through there. So it is often done for security reasons. A core rule set as well, of course, but here you can set this up for yourself. It's no problem. Good question, by the way. I like it. The core rule set, what you need to realize here is that if you have this installed, you can test for certain things, and you can see how to bypass the core rule set as well, because this isn't foolproof. This is just a rule-based filtering system. And the thing with any rule-based system is that if we find things that are not covered by certain rules, we might be able to fucking break them. And that's exactly what we want, isn't it? Now, as for mod security, it's not the only firewall that we need to worry about, because we also need to talk about API firewalls. And there's like this one API firewall by Wallarm, I believe, that is free as well, and you can install it yourself. What this does is it takes things this takes your API specification document and it poses up a firewall based on those API specification documents. So you can set up a very simple firewall for yourself. And if you don't want to do that, then I even have something better for you. If you go to my GitHub, you have the security testing thing right here. And here we have Red Firewall. This is the best firewall ever. Don't believe the title. This is definitely not a horrible API firewall. This is definitely not a badly secured proxy. And this is definitely not a badly secured firewall with only very few rules in it. Absolutely not. These are not made for you to understand easily how firewalls are built up. Marius would be proud of me if he saw this. Me building a firewall.
Yes,
I'm
well
proud of myself.
explained. Yeah, well explained. That was
Thank you.
spot on. Yeah, I agree with VLANs, but what you have to remember, guys, is that what you
Today's episode is brought to you by Secure Technologia. Secure Technologia is a company specialized in corporate cybersecurity, security operations and strategic technology consulting. With their active presence in Manaus, Sao Paulo and Lisbon, their mission is to support organizations in protecting their critical assets, responding to security incidents, and ensuring compliance with global standards and regulations. They operate as a strategic partner in building secure, resilient, and threat-ready digital environments. If you'd like to contact them, I'll be putting their contact information below. Thank you so much. Continue with the video.
see as an external user has nothing to do with things that we do in a local area network. And we'll talk about that in a moment with port forwarding, load balancing, VLANs, access control lists, redirection, SSL inspection, things like that. So this is why it's really important to understand all the basics, because you're trying to test something and you better know how it works, right? So let's continue. Let me share my screen again. You have to re-enable it, Wes, for me, please.
Yeah, sorry, was working on that. Well, it depends. What is your price for it? I mean, do you have some cheese for me?
I
That's
will
the
give you one
sound
of my
Marius
cookies
made.
if that works. Yeah. I
No,
was
you have
surprised by that
diet
question because in
cookies.
most cases, it works the other way around. But yeah. So before we move on, I want to show you a monitoring system because, again, I strongly recommend you give it a go. As a bug bounty hunter, you can learn a lot when you start using some network tools. I've seen a question about Splunk or Elastic package and Kiwi service. PRTG is a well-known monitoring system. I do not like it anymore because they mistreated me as a client, but I use their product because it's free, up to 100 sensors. But having a monitoring system at home will teach you a lot about networking and some really important concepts like load balancing, port forwarding, traffic and other stuff. So just a high-level overview so you see what's going on. It's pretty easy to guess. Green is good, yellow is let's do something about that maybe, and red means yeah, we have to do something about that. Yeah, so as you can see, disk free 2%, yes, I should do something about that, right? Ping, yes, a server is down, I should do something about that. But data storage, something is wrong, probably with a disk, some small issues, it's not a problem. One thing that you should know is that when you try and do something strange with your crazy toys and Linux magic tools, I will see some spikes in my graphs, yeah? So when you try and scan my ports, send weird crafted TCP messages. You try and send some strange SYN packets. I will see everything. I will see some spikes. Here are some basics, like I monitor my DNS. Here is my wide area network traffic. I monitor my Wi-Fi somewhere as well. Here is AP access point, so I can see someone did something at 10 p.m. and I can go back. I can check my logs and see what actually happened at 10 p.m. Who downloaded or uploaded a lot of files. So I can create a graph like this for every single IP address message packet. So I can say, I want to monitor TCP on port this or that. I want to monitor DNS, DHCP, anything I want. Right. So yeah, again, I strongly recommend you you give it a go. I will not talk about my Cisco toys because you do not know a lot about that. But it's pretty easy to guess that I have 2 core switches. So I have well, 3 links to the internet. And when my primary link goes down, the second link kicks in. And there is a protocol responsible for that is called IP SLA. Well, it's a solution from Cisco. When it's just a ping message, really, ICMP. If it fails, then a procedure kicks in and moves all the traffic to core 2, which is connected to another ISP, internet service provider. Why is it important for you? Because if my internet connection goes down, your tools, toys, and attacks will change as well, right? Because I am changing my ISP, but my public IP address might stay the same. You will not even notice that. But you are taking a different route, and you might even face something that is called asymmetric routing. So, for example, you go left, but you come back right. And a lot of firewalls and hacking tools do not like it. So once again, what you think you see is not really something that I see in the background as a network engineer or someone who has a dashboard like this. Because when my core 1 goes down, my core 2 kicks in, but my public IP address might stay the same, might change, might go down, might be offline. It all depends how it's configured, but a lot of companies make it look like, oh, everything is okay. And there are quite a few protocols that can help you with that to make sure it's very transparent for a user. You will not notice anything. Before we move to port forwarding, one small thing, because as a bug bounty hunter, you tend to focus on internet attacks, right? You try and attack a public server, which is okay. But I actually got a contract many years ago when I was asked to do, in a way, a pen testing job for a client in a local area network. So I got inside, and then I was asked to check if an attacker from the company can do some damage, yeah? And then you have to check everything that Wesley mentioned a few minutes ago: VLANs, IP ranges, port security, open ports, failover, things like that. So what I'm trying to say is that, of course, when you Google a program, you will see, oh, you can attack Tesla, you can attack Google, you can attack whatever company you want. That's fine. But when you go to Freelancer on some other websites, you can actually find some jobs and options for in a way, you know, a pen tester for a local area network. They want you to test a switch, a local area network, an IPS, things like that. Just yet another idea. But this is more like a network engineer job. You have to verify all the protocols and things around these systems, including things like temperature, right? Because I can easily send 1,000 ICMP messages to the switch and maybe crash it, yeah, because it's 50 degrees. That's hot, right, for a switch. This is a passive switch, so there is no fan inside. But yet another attack. Not a lot of people know that I can actually attack your network and crash your switch. If I know that this is a passive switch, I can easily crash it, yeah, because there is no fan and the switch can't do anything with more packets or frames, right? It's passive. It's just there is no fan inside. And I actually highlighted that for one of my clients a few years ago because they had a passive access switch and I was easily, I just sent, you know, just quite a few UDP messages and I crashed the switch within 50 seconds, yeah? It was not even a DOS attack. I just sent a lot of messages. Okay, any
It's also why we
questions?
don't let him touch. Yeah, that's the exact reason why we don't let him touch any of our switches anymore. Just so you
Yeah.
guys know.
Yeah,
Yes, these are layer 3 switches. So this is a 3560 Cisco switch, just a
Nice.
small box from Cisco, white box. And yes, a layer 3 switch means that I can send frames and route between my packets. So I can send frames as fast as I can route messages. And the difference in price is crazy. I think I showed that to Wes a few months ago. You can buy a Porsche or a decent switch from Cisco, right? So, and you
Yeah.
better not drop it when you install it in a rack. And I had the pleasure to install a switch worth £55,000.
Jesus.
Yeah, with no modules to make it clear, yeah, because there are special cars that you install. Yeah, so yeah, you better not drop it.
Just to be clear, that is cart that he said there, not cart. Sometimes you can be confused because of the prices.
Yeah.
So basically, you can go.
Yeah, it's
You
yeah.
can go and pick up chicks in the club while while stating on your shirt that I have a Cisco home lab.
Nice. I can share a funny story with you. It's a true story. I worked for a client in London, and a huge company. I will not mention the name so I can share more details with you. And they had a really, really crazy rule, a really strange one. They bought a pair of everything, literally. Like there was a laptop to be bought, and they bought two. There was a chair, they bought two. There was a table, they bought two.
That's redundancy to level 1000, right?
Yeah, and that applied to all my toys as well. So if there was a Switch, 15K, yeah, let's buy two. If there was, just, and after a year, I was asked to go and check the warehouse, and it was probably like more than £250,000 worth of unboxed Cisco devices. Yeah, so
Nice.
and try and guess why they did that. Try and guess why did the CEO ask to buy two things every time they wanted to. It's a really weird thing to do, but why?
They had two sites and they wanted redundancy from each of the setup.
No, yeah,
because
that's a
would make
good
sense.
that's a good guess, but no, there was just one side. Yes, very good. Yeah, August. Yeah. So the CEO said, I do not want to hear an excuse. My chair is broken, my car is broken, my laptop is broken, my switch is broken, my router is broken. I do not want to hear any excuses. And that was the only reason. Yeah, you can imagine how rich that company was to afford that. But that was their way of thinking. So, and you can imagine it was really nice to work for them. So, because it's like, yeah, no problem.
Nice.
Yeah. So let's go back to my PowerPoint slides because I want to talk about one more thing that, again, is really important for you if you want to attack a public server. It's port forwarding. This is a name that you will hear from people who are not network engineers. A network engineer will never say port forwarding. This is really weird. You will hear that from people who have a home router. Because on a proper device like Cisco, pfSense, or whatever, there is no port forwarding. There are two rules that you have to create: NAT, network address translation, and access control list. But if you get a cheap device from ASUS, yes, there is just one rule: port forwarding. But if you hear anyone, oh, there is a port forwarding rule, yes, he's not a network engineer. Yeah, run. But the idea for you is really simple. Every time you access a public IP address, it doesn't mean that you are hitting the same server, because what I can do is, as you can see in this picture, when you try and access port 1024, I can send you to this server, 10.1.1.1. Then when you access port 1025, I can make you go to another server and so on. I can make you go to one server, I can load balance your traffic, and you might think that you're hitting the same server. This is really important because that is very difficult for you to identify. I'm not saying not possible, but very, very difficult because it's designed to be transparent, right? It's not your business to know if you're hitting server 1.1 or 1.2. Yeah, it's hidden behind a router. And the magic behind is divided into two sections: network address translation and access control list. NAT translates private IP addresses to public IP addresses, and access control lists decide if a packet is allowed to go through a firewall. Again, on a very basic router, you will just go to ASUS or D-Link, whatever router you want, or router, as my friends in the USA keep asking me to say. It's just port forwarding. It's really important because I've seen a lot of hackers trying to attack a server and they were getting some mixed results. Well, because yes, there was a load balancer inside that was messing up with your Nmap toys and other things, because you're trying to access one SQL server and I have a load balancer and I'm sending one message here, one message here, one message there, and you can't get the same results every time. And it's, again, really important because here we are talking about static rules, right? So I say port 1024 goes here, 1033 goes here, that's fine. But I can have a load balancer and I can make you go to this server, then to this, and then to this. Is it going to produce the same results? Again, it all depends what you're trying to access. So this is something that you can easily play with if you go to your home device, home gateway, you can just open Firefox or Google Chrome and just browse to it, see what's inside, play with it, and then you can understand what's going on. When you have a problem like this, attacking a public server. Some of these things might be documented for you. They might mention that, you know, they have a load balancer like F5s. I've worked with them. And sometimes they will not tell you anything because it's not really that important for you. Okay, any questions?
It would be useful if you have some time, I don't know, Uncle, if you agree with this, to have a small discussion related to net versus pet for if people are interested. I mean, if you deem it necessary, I don't know.
Yeah.
Guys, what do you think?
Could you repeat that, please? If he has time to.
Marius, I was asking if I don't know, it would be interesting for everyone to have a very brief presentation. Of course, if Marius agrees, between NAT and PAT, because a lot of people get them wrong, and
Sure.
yeah, you know, I think everyone we can start presuming that everyone knows what a port and a socket and TCP and UDP.
Yeah, I do not have slides for that, but I can easily spend, like, you know, 2 minutes. If anyone is interested, I can find slides for tomorrow. So do we want to do that tomorrow? Because I have a proper slide, because it's not just NAT and PAT, but there is network address translation, port address translation, twice NAT. You can double NAT. And this is used for VPNs. And sometimes you might be surprised that you're trying to access a server on 192.168.1.1 and your destination IP address changes as well, not just source. So yeah, we can do that tomorrow. And if we decide not to, a high level answer to that question is that's with PAT, port address translation, we use port numbers. So here is a very good example. I can decide that port 1024 goes to one server, 1025 goes to another server. I can do that both ways. I can make a private IP address, use one single IP address, like in this case. And there is one-to-one NAT. Then I have one public IP address, and I want this public IP address to be used by one single private IP address. So this is a high-level overview. Let's leave it like this. If anyone's interested, feel free to reach out using my email address, and I can share some labs and lectures and things around this, because this is not really related to this training. But that was a very good question. And yes, people get it wrong. And during our CNWPP exam, I do ask a question about NAT, and that was a perfect question because I do ask about ports and what they do with NAT. So yes, well done in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have other questions? There was something about load balancers. I'm not a Linux guy, so I don't know. I used F5s and Cisco, so sorry, I can't help.
It's okay. By the end of this course, we will talk about load balancers some more, of course, because we're going to talk about
Awesome.
both load balancers with their different ways of how they load balance. So you can, as you guys might know, there's different ways you can load balance, but also what that means practically for us. For example, thexssrat tokens, since they're session bound, how are sessions passed alongside load balancers? That's also a very interesting topic. Because if you get traffic on server A and you get assigned a session, It's not gonna be the same as when you go to server B. So load balancing is also, it's something you need to keep in mind, I think.
Yeah, and I can just add one small thing that I can load balance using my local area network as well at the packet level. So I'm not really interested in your applications. And there are protocols around this from Cisco and some other vendors that allow you to load balance at the packet level. I don't really care what you're trying to do. And this is very difficult to detect because it's happening at layer 4, not layer 7. So it's not like DNS load balancer or, SQL. Not really. It's just, you think you are hitting one private IP address and I am sending you to 5 different servers, depending on my procedure. It can be just, round robin, or I can decide I want to do this or that based on your source IP address. So if I see you're coming from China, I can decide, no, I want this guy to go there because you're coming from this or that country, for example. Okay, yeah, there was a question about shared platforms. If there is a public IP address, you can do that on AWS, Azure, and some other cloud services. And yes, they have a full-blown firewall with everything, really. Of course, it's not that flexible. This is why I always recommend going for a lab at home. Use your VM, get a server, and just start playing with things at home. It's much easier and more flexible. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that you've enjoyed that. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thanks. Back to you, Wes.
Awesome, you did really well, Marius, there. Sorry, go
Thank you,
ahead,
Marius.
Marcel.
Yeah, Uncle, if you don't forget to leave the email of Marius, and yeah, maybe you can consider, I don't know, my proposition for you to create, I don't know, some kind of pivoting course with some basic network stuff, thrown in, like, how to calculate the magic number, or IP classes and stuff like that, since he's extremely passionate about this networking stuff. Maybe, I don't know, maybe people would like it. Hopefully.
Thank you very much for your feedback and support, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marius.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I've included Marius' email, but you should have all gotten an email from him, probably. Except for Marcel. I don't know what the hell happened there. I'll give Marcel's email to you after today's lesson, Marius. It's not you that didn't send it. You just not on the emailing list. It was also not there yesterday.
Shit happens. It's okay. I'm here, so yeah.
I propose we take, for everybody who's here, maybe a 5-minute break. If you want to go smoke a cigarette, now's the time.
Sure.
If you
Yeah.
want to go take a dump, now's the time. I mean, I'm not your boss. You can do whatever.
What? You're not taking a dump while sitting on the chair? What is this trickery?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're going to take your laptop with you, but disable your webcam, Wes, just in case. Thank you.
I have a desktop, but yeah.
I will.
Sorry
I will disable my
this.
webcam, but I'll leave my microphone on. Is that a deal?
God.
Yeah, just a reminder, it's being recorded, Yeah.
Oh God. Okay.
Yes, see you in a few minutes, guys.
See you in 5.
As you know, I don't smoke. I don't take smoke breaks. I'm much better than smoke breaks.
Yeah.
I just smoke during work.
You don't what? Sorry.
I just smoke during work.
Yeah. Okay.
Gently pull out my secret stuff. You have no idea, dude. I furiously whacked the meat. I don't gently pull out things. Come on, dude.
Oh my God. I
know
have
it's getting
video
late.
evidence, and you're going to continue with this conversation.
Are you gonna put a London army? Are you? May
I hate
maybe you
England.
should. Maybe you should also take a few screenshots while you're at it, or maybe you should work like 6 months on a
Oh, maybe
project.
I've already taken some
And
screenshots.
I didn't say taken. I said fake. Oh my god. This is the guy that's working for me, by the way, guys. This is like the elite of the elite, they say. Yeah, all these guys do is insult you all day fucking long. I've had it. I've had it.
I
I
thought
wanna
that was my
quit.
primary job description.
You know what? I give the company to Haggis. He's also a rat. He'll be fucking fine. Go harass him.
That's
Good
okay,
luck
man.
harassing him, bro.
Me and Haggis got on like a house on fire.
Shut up, he's my buddy. Shut up, shut
It's
up,
my
shut up.
buddy. I'll tell him
He's
what to
my
do, not
buddy.
you.
Yeah, but he knows. I know what he likes. I know the kind of candy he likes. I know this.
I would never take Haggis away from you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You can have one of the babies. You can have multiple of the babies.
I'll have them all.
Okay, sending them over right now. I mean, you got more than enough time with your new job, right?
Not really, no. My boss is a dick. He keeps making me work.
Please tell me more about how your boss is a dick.
Yeah, he makes me work. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah, Uncle, if you stop the recording for 5 minutes, I can tell you my nice experience with one of the exam providers.
Be sure to stick around.
Yeah.
I hope it's
stick
not
around.
CNWPP.
No, hell no, come on, no. You are one of the nicest people I've met in the industry, and yeah, I
Holy
really
shit.
appreciate that you haven't kicked me out yet.
Dude,
from
you
the
really
platform and
haven't met a lot
everything.
of people. Like, you need to get out there. You need to meet more people. What the fuck are you doing? Your life sucks if I'm the nicest guy you know about cybersecurity.
Hey, you met Orgus last night. I mean, what more do you need?
Well, if the sweaty guys I'm meeting almost every day on the mat are counting as people I meet, yes, then I've met a ton of people. Now I had a nice, that's sarcasm, experience with INE, and yeah, I'm trying to censor myself because yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that there was a question there. If we have a course for beginners, we do. Most of the things you hear here are advanced, but what I want you to know is that they are advanced because you just haven't spent time with it. Like, how much time do you think Marius has spent on all of this shit? And the thing is, you need to know this to get into bug bounties properly, I think. Like, you can get to a base level of bug bounties without this, but you can never get to that level that you're trying to achieve. Like, you may think, oh, baseline is good, but with baseline, I mean stuck in VDP programs, finding duplicate shit like that. What is important here is that you go through this course again, go through the videos, and with all of these concepts, take a pause and look up every single word that you don't understand. And I promise you, it will get better because you're going to have to spend time with this. I only have about 9 hours here. And for a complete beginner course, yeah, what I want to let you guys know is that if you stay with us for the entire duration of this bootcamp, you can just email Marius your your course of choice. And what I would recommend always is starting with the port scanning course or the core networking concepts, and then moving on to something like the bug bounty guide. If you are interested in getting the bug bounty guide eventually, make sure that you get that now, because that's the more expensive one, and then that you buy the others or just wait for like a giveaway. There's a ton of giveaways as well. But core networking concepts is like one of the better ones, I think, to get started with for this kind of stuff. If it's for
Yeah.
more of the web application hacking, I'm gonna fly through certain things as well. But this is gonna be different from other boot camps because people will see as well.
Enjoy your I presume lunch or breakfast, uncle. Yeah, I fully agree with you. Anything you're doing, anything. I've seen this with sports, and it's basically any freaking thing you're doing in this life. If you don't go through the moves enough times, you'll stuck at being a beginner. I suck at BJJ, to be honest, still after 10 years, because I haven't ingrained the correct moves. I haven't got the correct basics yet after all these years. And in my very humble opinion, if you get things wrong and you do the moves wrong, it's the same in martial arts, in hacking, in whatever the hell it is. If you don't understand the basic stuff, you will be stuck forever in some point after a while where you need to go back and destroy everything which you learned because you've learned it incorrectly, and go back and relearn stuff to do them properly, And if you're
Yeah.
organized, it can only help you. I'm not organized. I'm a fucking mess, and it shows.
Same. I'll show you in a bit. Like our homepage, Marius, our homepage doesn't contain core network concepts, and our homepage also doesn't contain our latest course about Nest. I forgot to add them to our homepage. We have to remember that if we bring out a new course, you need to come on the homepage. God damn it, I'm a moron. All right. I think everybody should be back by now. Yeah, indeed. Like what I'm going to focus on more now is also some of the basics, but also some of the other stuff you don't easily find. I'm gonna put this away for later. One moment. Yeah, I eat like a fucking pig. Noodles all day. There you go. All right. No. Oh, the host disabled screen sharing. What a dick. Let me reclaim that host. There we go. All right, I'm gonna ask you guys and gals, of course, a series of questions. They're gonna start with this. Who's ever seen this before? Anybody recognize this? What is this?
It looks like a Splunk, but it's elastic, as can be seen in the upper left corner.
What the fuck
Yeah,
is elastic?
it's elastic. It's elastic.
Yes.
I thought elastic was a rubber band, isn't it? Or one of those things you put your hair together with. Isn't that an elastic?
Yeah, it's good for her when
It's good for her.
old Burps, incredible.
Fuck's sake.
Love you guys.
This is indeed elastic, and this isn't just elastic. This is elastic with Kibana on top of it. It's not called Kibana anymore. I know, but I'm an old guy. Like, I can't get used to change. Come on, give me a fucking break. I'm like 80 years old, dude. What the fuck do you want from me? This is
Yeah,
Kibana,
because
and I'm gonna
you're
use
really
Kibana.
old.
Thanks. That makes you even older. Appreciate it.
Yeah, correct.
This is a demo, of course. This is just a demo instance. But what you're seeing here is a log aggregator. A log aggregator is able to, like, we have something called Elasticsearch behind this. And Elasticsearch allows you to read through the log files of your entire company. As long as they're in a structured log format, you can read through all of the log files. This is important because if you have an application, that application has 50 microservices running, you want to be able to view all of their logging. Why is that important? What can we find in logging? Like, how many of you guys would take the time to actually go through all of this and see what the fuck this is? Like, this is a lot of stuff, right? But let's get down to filtering a little bit. Like here you have all of the available fields. All of the available fields, simple. There's like stuff in here, like for example, let's take a, I don't know, what do we want to use? What do we want to filter on? Destination, user email. So we can add that field as a column. We can add all of these fields as a column. And here we can see, for example, we can also visualize them. That's not important for now. It's important that, let's say that we have an email in here, that's fine. Emails, wow, that's awesome. If I can list all of the emails that this program has access to, that is magnificent information for a moron like me, because that's personal identifiable information. And especially in Europe, they don't think that's a joke at all. So here we can also add different, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just one idea. If it's a dumb one, I apologize in advance.
Of course it is. Come on, dude. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah. For example, one of the red flags, and I think you definitely will agree with me, is if you see a client which is logging this minute from Asia and the other minute from North America and the third minute from whatever the hell from Europe, then definitely something is fucking off. Either is he or she is using a VPN, or someone has hijacked their credentials, because usually, yeah, you know.
as a bug bounty hunter, I'm not interested in that kind of stuff.
Oh,
I'm
no.
interested in the application information.
Yeah. So, sorry, if you're a blue teamer, then that's definitely interesting. If not, yeah, as a bug bounty hunter, yeah, you don't care about that. Sorry.
No, but no, I understand where you're coming from. As a bug bounty hunter, I care more about this stuff though. Like all of the application information I can find in here. Sometimes applications log passwords to their log files, log API keys to their log files, because they think this is an internal log file. And you know what I mean? Nobody's ever gonna fucking read this but internally. But if you find something like this open, this can be a gold mine for people like us. But you need to take the time to identify what all of these fields do within the context of the application that you're testing. Does that make sense? So if I have active.mq.users, I need to know what this is, not in general, but within the entire application that I am testing. I can just go to Google, I can look up what ActiveMQ is, what the user is from ActiveMQ, but that's a general idea. What are they using ActiveMQ for? What are they using queuing software for? So ActiveMQ, that brings me to another point. I'll get back to that later. Let me open that as well. ActiveMQ demo online. Let's see, do we have the demo? It's okay. We'll go over that later. That's not important now. But ActiveMQ user, what the hell does that mean within the context of this application? And then I can start doing some queries on here. You can see that I can have a syntax, almost like a SQL syntax. What kind of things could you do in here? Don't try for things like SQL injection. But if you understand that like user input could land into here from somewhere, God knows where, you never fucking know. Maybe you have an overview of this and you have like user input that come here.
Hello, amazing hackers. Today's episode is going to be sponsored by R19.io. They have a podcast, Hackers Behind the Code, in which I feature an episode 4. We're going to dive deep behind the code, the practices that bring the bugs that you hunt. The founder and really brilliant, lovely guy, Mr. Milton, has so many certificates, it's insane, but that's not the point. He doesn't bring out his own greatness, he brings out the greatness in his guests. I'm not the only guest. Oh no, there's many more episodes, so go and check it out right now in the description below to hear me and all the other guests talk about this impressive podcast. Thank you so much, amazing hackers. I'll see you later.
It might be able to influence your query, but don't worry too much about that. Use this as a query language, not as an injection for that query language. We don't care about that. We have overviews anyway. So what you're going to do is you're going to, okay, exists in any form, fine, and blah, blah, blah. So you will set up your queries. You see that you have no results. Cool. Fucking excellent. That's useless to us, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this field for a second again. So there are no fields right here. Now I can expand this and I can see what each of these log entries has in it. So for example, this log entry apparently used agent version 8.7.0. Let's say that I want to go through the entire Elasticsearch database with this specific value. I can filter for this value. And bam, I have a filter set up. You can see agent version 0. Blah, 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 blah. This is really fucking cool in my opinion. You can add the column in there as well if you want. But if you have no columns, it shows you the entire document anyway. So there's some really cool shit in here. You can filter for this kind of stuff, but you can also add filters for HTTP response body equals. Oh, no, I don't want equals. I want to change this. You can see I just clicked on this. I want to change this to does not exist, does not have a body. Oh, yeah, we can see some responses that apparently don't have a body with agent version 8.7.0. I am just making up fucking queries here. But this is a goldmine for somebody like me. And for somebody like you might pass this by completely because you don't understand what the hell this is. So this is what I mean with more intriguing, more like bigger concepts and bug bounties than just your basic web exploits. Yeah, fine. We all know SQL injection. We all know cross-site scripting. That is magnificent. But have you ever thought about the business context of these types of things? That's important. That's really, really important. This is just your exploration or your discover tab. There's more. We have visualization dashboards as well. So we could visualize data. Would be important for us. Information is information. We have a canvas mode. And I'm going to be very honest with you. I haven't really worked with this canvas mode a whole lot, but it looks fucking cool in my opinion. I haven't set any of these up. I neither have set any of these maps, but they can keep geographic location into consideration and stuff like that. So that's really fucking cool. It's just something I haven't messed with. We also have machine learning algorithms. These machine learning algorithms are going to try to detect anomalies. This is important for the defensive side again, in a sense that with these anomalies, I can also detect certain, I don't know, certain attack vectors, for example. So this is usually used for network stuff, for detecting any anomalies within your network, basically. But this also serves as a security anomaly thing if you use the right model. We can buy different models here. You also have the enterprise search stuff, which I'm not going to go too deep into because there's quite a lot of things here. Observability, security, this might be important if you're attacking, to know what alerts are active or how to bypass different security measures. This is a big one. I like this one because here you can find things on how they are protecting their shit. That's also important, of course. And then we have some management integrations as well. So Kibana, log stash visualization, log stash aggregator, log stash visualization as well sometimes, depending on what visualizations you have set up yourself. Do we have any questions about this topic right here? Nothing? Okay, fine, perfect, that's good. That means that you either understood or you have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. And you go like,
it really needs more practice. I mean, yeah,
fucking go.
Yeah.
Not now. Don't go. Stay with me.
No. From what I've seen, not you personally, we, I don't know. One of my ideas, please do correct me, Uncle, is if you want to see how it's done on the other side of the fence, just I don't know, just create a vulnerable machine, you know, create something, I don't know, raise
Yes,
something
but
like Elastic, Splunk, or whatever. Try to hack it and see how the logs look like when you hack it via Kali, right?
well, what the problem here is more that you can't really understand what I'm saying unless you found it in the wild. Like this is a system that like you can't set up for yourself. Because here, this basically, so let's imagine that we have
Yeah.
a Windows server running, right? And you have like 5 other Linux servers, and each of those Linux servers is running a different application because your company has like 5 different applications. So as a manager, I want to be able to look at the log files of all of these applications at the same time because I
Okay.
just want to have insight, you know? I'm just the guy who wants to view all of the log files from these 5 applications. You will have basically an aggregator that grabs all of these log files together and displays them in something like OpenSearch, Elasticsearch. It doesn't matter what the fuck you call it. It's all the same thing. It's just for searching through your log files. Now, where we come in is if we go through those log files, application logs often deliver things like passwords or API keys or whatever. And the problem is we cannot set that up to happen intentionally because it's like, yeah, how are you need to set up your application, create one first of all, have a logging module in there that is able to log, then set up an aggregator, then you need to set up your Elasticsearch. It's all different servers that you need. So a basic home lab isn't going to have what it takes. That's why it's important to realize that this also comes to a degree from a business standpoint. I'm a QA engineer, so I'm able to work with a lot of these applications. And here, what I've noticed is that people will write anything to log files. They don't give a crap about it because if they think that it's internal. And as Mary's already said, a lot of these attacks come from your internal network, but also from stupid shit like this, where people leave open a Elasticsearch instance so you can log in. And the thing with Elasticsearch is that what you can do at your home is set all of this up and then set up some security rules to see how the security rules work here. So you know that each of these items can separately be set up for a security rule and can be open. That means that you would need to test, for example, if I find an instance and everything's broken, I would test /observability. I would test /observability /alerts, you know? I would try all of these links on a existing instance of Kibana because I want to see if I can get in on that Kibana, if I can get in on their internal systems where I should not. Some of these things can be set to open even if they should not be open. I hope that makes sense. Elastic is like monitoring and logs like Grafana, and we can go through the logs to discover more endpoints. Yes, that's a good one, Kairos, like more endpoints. If you go through these logs, you can see all of the different endpoints that are available as well to a degree, and especially if you're able to filter a little bit. Good one. No, the challenge isn't how to get the log files. The challenge is how to get into this system. Because once you're into this system, you can go to Discover tab and you have all of the log files. You have everything you need in here. All of the logs are in here. So it's not discovering the log files, it's discovering a way into this system. Sometimes it's completely unprotected. You'll easily be able to get in. Sometimes you have to find different pages that are not protected because you've come into the login page. So that's basically the challenge. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about elk. I'm talking way outside of my comfort zone there. So I'm gonna shut up about that. That is not my strong point at all. But it is important to know a lot of these tools and to know a lot of the different things that are solutions which are being used in a business world. If you come during your explorations, if I come to something with like a subdomain that has Elastic in it, that has Kibana in it, that has open search in it. I'm flying to it like a hawk, and you'd probably look over it because you don't know what the hell they're talking about or what the hell it's supposed to be. And that is why it's so important to know all of these systems. The next one I want to talk about is Jenkins, and it's maybe a little bit difficult to see, so I'll try to zoom in a little bit at least. Here, who has ever seen this system before? If yeah, Orcus and Marius are probably sick of me hearing talking about it. Good job, Orcus. That's interesting. Can I ask how you hacked it? Just out of curiosity. Super top secret, fine. If you want to play that game, fine. But this is Jenkins. Now, what is Jenkins? Jenkins is basically a build system, meaning that you can trigger builds on here. Now, what's a build? Anybody who's ever developed a small application has probably heard of the word build, building your application, right? Building your application isn't that like it's basically you've written your source code and now you want to make it executable, right? The thing with Jenkins is that this can do that building for you. What a build just does is, let's say that I'm making a Node.js application, a build will just start Node.js, we'll do an install, it will do a clean install maybe even, then it'll do a make and stuff like that. So it's basically just steps that it has to follow. All of these build tools can be installed on a server as well. That server can have Jenkins on it. And I can say, for example, oh, application A, build me application A. Because I have written new source code, everything is checked into Git, into my source code management tools. Fine, then check it out, all of that source code, and start your builds. Can be used for many different purposes. Like basically anything that needs to be automated into a job can be built in Jenkins. It's important to know this because Jenkins has quite a few vulnerabilities that can occur, but you won't know that if you have never worked with Jenkins before. So set up your own Jenkins system. It's just a single server that you need and start looking at what you can do. It'll look like a fucking mystery to you. This will look like fucking insane. And you're saying probably to yourself, how am I ever going to learn this? I mean, this is just too much information at once. The problem with this is that there's about 7 years of general IT experience getting into all of these applications. And that is just creating applications. Then I'm not even talking about testing. So yeah, I think people should try to set up a Jenkins instance and play with it a bit. Try to see what is all in it. You have what is known as pipelines. Here you're just going to declare in code what it needs to do. So you say step 1, step 2, step 3. Just like you're used to coding anything. It's just a Jenkins pipeline is what we call it. What we have here is all of these green things. If I click that green thing, something pops up, logs. If I click that, the logs pop up from that step at the build. Why would that be important? What did I just tell you about logs? What can we find in logs that might be important and cool and fun to play with? Anybody can remember? Like what kind of exploitable information could we potentially find in logs? You already named a good one with the endpoints, parameters. Anything else?
Usernames.
Well, usernames,
Passwords.
good one. Passwords, good one. I like that because for building, you often need to check things out of GitLab. How do you check things out of GitLab? You can work with SSH keys, but let's be real. Some companies out there don't know their ass from their face, so they don't know how to set that up properly. Passwords, yeah, sometimes you even put passwords in a log file because, for example, we had this other company where we were using like a remote desktop. We were connecting with remote desktop because we had UI tests that needed to run. Well, guess what? You're doing that
Yeah,
with username
So-
and password.
maybe some links to some parts of the net, or GitHub parts, which theoretically should not be exposed to the outside, but because it's a first build, or I don't know, maybe they have some internals or someone who's a beginner.
.github folder.
Oh, sorry?
The .github folder.
Yeah.
Yeah, leaving it exposed. I don't know any sites like that at all.
I haven't found that either yet, but it
That
is.
would actually do that, you know?
I haven't. No, never. I would not know what the hell you're talking about.
No.
And
Yeah.
you're
Our
breaking up
sites are
on me.
secure. What are you saying?
Yeah.
But yes, to get back to Jenkins, we can find all kinds of things in these log files. So pipelines, just know that you can click these green little squares and you can go to log files and read them, find information about Jenkins. Workspaces. Jenkins needs to check out its source code somewhere. That workspace contains, you guessed it, the source code. What does the source code often contain? Because developers don't know how environment keys work and environment variables and key stores and shit like that. You guessed it. It contains API keys, it contains usernames, it contains passwords, it contains information about how a system works. If you have the source code of an application that you're hacking and you don't use it, you're literally the biggest moron I've ever seen. Like literally, there's no other way around this. And I can't say this in a kind manner. If you have the source code of an application that you're hacking and you're not reading that source code from top to bottom like it's the fucking Bible and you're about to die, damn, dude, you're doing something wrong. You really need to rethink your priorities. So yes, workspace is awesome, important, can also contain other things, of course. But let's say you don't have access to the Git folder or Git or GitHub or whatever. Yeah, you can see my favorite already. But let's say that you don't have access to the source code that way. Check the fucking workspace. It's amazing what you can find there. What do we have here? The console output. Console output is log files. What can we find in log files? Say it after me, class, usernames, passwords, API keys. Are you sick of me yet? Look what's here. That could potentially be an API key already at the top. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's literally the dumbest shit I've ever seen. But some people will leave this without having to log in because they think this is just an internal system, for example. Let's just management needs to see this. Well, let's not have to make accounts for them and manage shit, and it's always such a hassle. You know what I'm saying? Let's just open this up. This is internal anyway. Who's gonna watch this? Well, guess what? I might watch this. And I know exactly what to do when I get a Jenkins system in my hand. Exactly what to do. From top to bottom, I can explore this with my eyes closed, with my hands in my back pockets doing a handstand. This is something that I live and thrive for. Like these kinds of DevOps systems is what this is. So Jenkins also plugins. Tons and tons and tons of fucking plugins. Guess what people never do? You guessed it right. Update their plugins. So it's just depending on what the plugin does, of course. There might be things like cross-site scripting possible. There's God knows how many fucking things possible with Jenkins. You need to think of Jenkins as Visual Studio Code, basically. Not in functionality, because Visual Studio Code is an IDE, but in a way of you can add building blocks to Visual Studio Code. Like you get a blank canvas per project and you add what programming language you're working on, you add IntelliSense, etc. Yeah, usually yes, because like I'm gonna give you an example. I worked at a company and they had a core Jenkins system that they couldn't even upgrade if they tried to. And that's a bad thing because that was a very outdated core system. It's incredible, literally incredible what you can find with Jenkins. This is a great tool in our arsenal. You can already see as well, people here, you'll probably won't get access to this, but guess what Jenkins also has? Jenkins has an API. You can interact with Jenkins through the CLI. all of that stuff that I just shown you has CLI interactions. Is that fucking awesome? So that means a second layer to your Jenkins testing. Are you sick of me yet? Am I throwing enough new concepts at you? No, not yet? Fine. We get some more for you. I mean, I'm not gonna hesitate to throw some more cool shit at you. Why would I? Anybody here heard of Azure DevOps before? Let's see if this is already done. No, this is not done. It's okay. I will start with this. Azure DevOps, AWS. Maybe AWS rings a bell. Azure DevOps is a very similar concept. You have, well, Azure cloud environment. Azure offers many different tools. One of them is DevOps. DevOps is like Jenkins, basically, but it's an all-in-one. Like it has different things in here. DevOps has what's known as your summary, and here you can put information about your project, but your dashboards, that's your first interesting thing. Yeah, I hate this thing with a passion. I'm going to be very, very clear here. I hate this thing with an absolute passion. You have different dashboards here. All of these dashboards can contain widgets. Widgets can contain things like build history, assigned tickets, burn down charts. So you can see that this thing tries to be everything at once. It tries to be a Jira replacement. It tries to be a GitLab replacement. It tries to be a Jenkins replacement. Every fucking thing. Even a wiki is on here. Wikis are great for us, of course, because we get even more information. Boards with work items. So let's say that I am working like a Scrum Master or whatever. I can enter tickets in here. I can make work items for Marius, for example. Marius eat cookie, and then I can save that work item. I have an epic now. Under my epic, I can add different tickets. I'm not gonna explain to you the project way of working. It's just not interesting, I think. But these tickets can contain valuable information, and sometimes this is also unprotected because they think, again, it's an internal system. Who the fuck cares, right? So that's important information for you guys. Backlogs contains all the tickets that are to come. Work items contains what's in the current sprint. Sprint is basically a short period in which you try to bring out software. Then you can also set up queries. Like if you want to have a query, you want to save it, that's fine. You can do that. Delivery plans as well with analytic views. I'm not going to go too deep into that, but repos is important and probably familiar to a lot of you with GitLab, GitHub, etc. So here you can find source code. Always check the commits as well. Always check the branches because sometimes things can be pushed to a branch where you think it's safe, but it's actually not. Always check the tags as well and the pull request. As for pipelines, it's the same as Jenkins does. So basically here you're going to say, I want to release my project. That's fine. What are the build steps that I need to take to release my project? I know this takes way too fucking well for my opinion because I'm a tester. I'm a QA engineer. No, shut up. I'm a QA engineer. And this is where I should spend most of my time. I spent most of my time in all of this shit together, dude. It's like a fucking mess. Companies want you to not just be a tester or a developer or whatever anymore. They want you to be everything. Like, could you please paint the ceiling? Could you please fix our IT systems while you're on it? The coffee machine is broken and the mail needs to be fetched. That's basically what companies expect from you in the first 10 minutes of your working shift. It's getting a bit insane. What you need to know is that this is free. What I have here is free. You can set this up free as well. Do this. And then make groups or play with these groups, add users to these groups, do things with permissions and security. Do it and just try it, see what you can do. Maybe you can set something up with a pipeline if you're good enough with development and shit like that. But don't focus on that. That's not going to be your focus. Your main focus of this is going to be what can each security group do, basically. That's going to be your main focus. Yeah, No, the problem is you don't get 3 salaries. I tried that. I mean, it's yeah. They just call they just call you a manager at that point, and they just throw anything in your lap. That's how they get away with it. Yeah. So yes, this is really cool. Anybody seen this before?
Nope. Not in
There's
this
a lot of
format.
yeses. Let's see one yes from Karusek. This is Jira. Jira has a lot of things in it. You have different projects, you have different filters, you have different dashboards, you have different teams that you can work with, you have different apps you can work with. This is what is Jira? Yeah, dude, are you trying to get fired? No, I'm kidding, of course. But Jira is indeed project management software. And the thing is, all of these things can be unprotected as well. I say this because I found unprotected Jira instances during my search. And guess what those tickets confirmed? Not directly passwords, but I looked through every single fucking ticket there was. And eventually I found a ticket with a PowerPoint presentation that contained passwords. It took me a long ass time to go through all the tickets because these morons, they literally made a ticket to go to the fucking toilet. Like, they, not that bad, but they split up everything into tickets. Like, even fucking simple PowerPoint slides. God damn it. It gives me PTSD just thinking back on it. Here, it's important to again have that security aspect in mind. You can set up your own Jira for free. Again, why not just do it? Why not just set it up and investigate what this is, investigate what this is used for, and again, know if you've never worked in a company that uses this or that works with this, it might be a little bit hard to visualize what this is or what this does. What the fuck is that? Sorry, weird noises at my door. I don't like that. It's just really cool software. The same goes for Confluence, of course. Confluence has the same thing. It's all based on your security access, your security roles. And don't think that you'll be able to hack Confluence. If you are, they have a bug bounty program. Atlassian has a bug bounty program. But think, oh, I can hack this setup that has been given to me. Like there's different users for different environments with the setup. One moment. Just to make sure that my door was fucking closed. There's a bunch of crazy junkies in here, not least them in the house with me. Cold Wesley. Be careful with that guy. Uh, so yeah, the security roles matter, the access rules matter, setting up things matters. It is security misconfigurations. A lot of people don't know what the fuck that means, misconfiguration. It's very simple. I'm just gonna set up here that Wesley has access to a certain role, or I'm going to set things public where I think that it's fine, or I have like a default setting on Jira where everything is public and everybody has to change it because I don't know how. Every time they make a new project, and maybe one of them forgot, and maybe one project is public. It's always that maybe. Of course, that's why bug bounties isn't reliable. There's always that aspect of maybe, and especially the security misconfigurations. But it's an important part. It's definitely an important part to know. Any questions about these tools or types of tools, my friends? Sorry, I had to hurry myself to get done, but I think I've covered quite a few tools here. Go set these up in your home lab. And the thing is, with a home lab, build it up, break it down, build it up, break it down, build it up, break it down. I mean, that's how you learn. That's how you basically get this shit done. Good job, everybody. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Let's make it 8 minutes so it's round until the hour, and then we will continue. I promise I will at least stop my video this time. I'm gonna take a big dump. I'll be right back. No. I need my noodles. I need my source of fuel.
Yes, please get your noodles. Stop the video if you do go to the toilet though. That'll be fine, thank you.
I was trying to make Marius hungry, but it didn't work.
It's because you're not waving cookies in front of him, that's why.
Oh
Noodles
yeah,
won't do
and
it.
cake.
Yeah, it's fucking cookies. Jeez, so have I got to tell you everything?
Hold on.
Cookies will work. It's the most delicious food.
To be honest, most of it looks like
there's
shite.
noodles. Yeah, but
Like,
there's a
this
lot of
looks
noodles there.
good.
Apart from there's a burger, Look at that. Look at that big fucking long
Yeah.
pizza thing. Yeah, man, that would do me on a Friday night. That would do me on a Friday night.
Yeah, especially after a couple of beers, right?
Just a couple, yeah, because like if I had any more beers than a couple, I wouldn't be able to eat all that pizza. Fuck me, that's a big pizza, like.
This looks appetizing. Oh, I know what's gonna
Yeah.
make Orgus hungry. Are you hungry yet, Orgus?
No, because I had Chinese earlier.
Fuck.
I had a Chinese takeaway. Fuck your haggis. It looks good though, doesn't it? You seen that guy on
Oh, look at
YouTube?
that.
Beard meets food.
What did he do? Haggis?
Oh, there we go.
Uh,
So look at this.
come on. Oh, fuck off. So what do we
Look at the
have
size
here?
of that.
Oh,
Black pudding. You got black pudding, haggis, tomatoes, beans, mushrooms, sausages,
see, I
burgers,
like black pudding.
tatty scones, and a shitload of toast. And tonics cakes on the right there. See on the right and the left, we've got the tonics tea cakes. The little silver things with the red writing on them. Yeah, them tonics tea cakes. And a can of iron brew. Yeah, man, that's a Scottish breakfast. Oh, look, there's hash browns as well. There's hash browns, toast, mushrooms, black pudding, haggis, sausages. Fuck aye. You sending it over
I like
tomorrow to me?
um Marius, can you get the credit card, please?
Fuck's sake. No, I'm not Irish. Try the other one. I'm Scottish.
I found the perfect cake for you, Marius. This is like perfect. I love it.
Oh, cake. Wait, you
To
went
be
past
honest,
it. No, you went past it. The one with the duck. That's it. There's Marius's cake. Oh, yes.
that's my kind of cake. That's the cake I like.
I like that one. Is that no ratatouille?
Yeah.
I like the one next to it with the rat line on his back with a big cake. That one, yeah. It's
Mm.
like, fuck you, I'm eating this. Fuck off.
No, I want to take Haggis out of the cage again. That boy is so good. Haggis is just like if I take him out of the cage, he'll go sniffing around, do his business, calmly, take his food, and then go lay in a corner
Yeah.
somewhere and like
Yeah, but
just
the minute
sleep.
you, yeah, just don't let the ladies out
Oh yeah. By the way,
because they're like
should
that
I?
white one just above there, like that, totally mad. What's this? What's that? I'm going to eat that.
Yeah, the ladies are always like that. The ladies are very curious. They love to go through all of the shit that I have, and
Oh
not
yeah, they
just
go through
calmly.
everything. They like to go through everything. They like to smell it, lick it, and then they like to eat it.
It's like my real life wife. They like to go through my wallet. They like to steal my weed. They like.
Yeah, that's it. They're typical females.
They can't decide on
Yeah.
anything. Oh, do I want this treat? Oh no, I want that treat. And keep going back and forth between treats. So if anybody wants a baby rat, we have enough of them.
I think mine's are already in the post, aren't they?
They should be coming soon.
Why exactly are you paying so much for overpriced courses that under-deliver? Because mine are 85% off at the moment with the code Halloween. You can get courses for €1.50. Or if you're really a cheap ass, you can do it in 3 payments of 53 cents. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can go as low as 53 cents for your next course. But we have bundles as well. These bundles, they contain our 900 Hackers Toolkit, which is one of the most beloved bundles we've ever brought out because it contains everything we currently have and everything we'll bring out in the future. That includes certificates, live lessons, etc. If you're only about the certificates, we also have a third bundle. We have a beginner web hacking bundle. We have more bundles than this, by the way. These are just a selection of our bundles. We have certification programs, which I should update. We have live lessons. There's so much for you to pick from. So I am not exactly sure why you keep paying for overpriced courses in this economy. Do you really not like your money? Because if not, I can also make my courses more expensive. But I prefer to give you guys the most chances possible. So go ahead, don't think about it twice because I promise you this investment will help you in the future. Investing in your skills is one of the most valuable things you can do, and now thanks to Uncle Rat, it's one of the most affordable things as well. Hope I'll see you on my website, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
Very, very soon.
I've heard that before.
Ding dong.
Ding dong. Just hand over my
Yeah, I
babies,
just don't
okay?
think. I don't think that they would survive in the post.
I think you'll be surprised.
Yeah, I can try sending them over, but I don't think they'll like it. Or I need to send them over in some kind of huge ass cake. Oh, why not?
Customs won't like it.
Yeah, those cunts don't like anything. Last time I tried to smuggle in 5 tons of
No, but
TNT,
what you
they
can do
stopped
is
it.
you can make a small mini yacht, just enough to
A
house
yacht?
them and put them in that. Yeah, because I live near the sea, and then you can just put a note in it saying for Argus, and it will get here no bother. That's all you have to do. Just make sure they've got enough food to last like a month. They'll be fine.
All right, good to know. Good to know. I'll take care
Yeah,
of the babies for sure.
I'll send you a drawing. I'll make a drawing out for the little boat.
The babies are very active now. They're out of their little nest. They
Yeah, well,
like
they're
all
fully
of them.
furred. Yeah, they've got all their fur in that now. They're little individuals. You have your work
Yeah,
cut
they have
out
their
now.
eyes open.
Yep, you got your work cut out now.
Yes, you can say that. All right. They're
Oh
starting to
yeah.
eat solid foods.
Yep, just don't let all them out at once.
Oh no. What I was planning was I have this one room where I can close the door and they have nowhere to go at all. And then I wanted to leave out like a bunch of them at the same time and count them when they go out and count them when they go back in.
Yeah, exactly. Head count. No, but see if
Yeah,
you
we have
what
like
you're doing is like if you handle them every day, they'll get used to that. So
Yeah,
you know,
but the
you're
problem
training
is
them a
I'll
little
be
bit. You know, like,
late.
hey, look, I'm a human, man. Yeah, that's it. It'll be what,
The
sorry?
problem is I'll be sitting in front of the TV, like on the couch with 25 rats on my belly.
What's wrong with that? At least you're not the crazy cat lady.
The problem is it's not 50.
Nox? I have 2 cats, so I fully understand the passion
Oh,
for animals.
cats. You have what? Cats?
Yes, love
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're-
we need to ban him.
Yeah, they're not allowed here.
them.
I've got a dog.
Cats. Holy shit,
I've
a
got a
gold
dog.
mine.
No, I haven't got a dog.
Our
My
friend
son's got
Cairo
a
wants
dog.
to buy a gold mine in Scotland.
Oh, really? A gold mine in
Are you gonna
Scotland.
sell
Let me
him
see if I can just.
yours?
No, I told you not to tell anybody about that. For fuck's sake, your object is brilliant.
Dude, you have 150 of
Jesus.
them. You can miss one of them.
Ah, now you've made it even worse, sir. Yeah,
I don't make
sure.
things
Okay,
worse.
I'll
Look.
sell them. Okay, I'll sell them one.
See, you can get anything here. Bug bounty information, gold mines. I mean,
It'll cost you 5 of your rats.
yeah, I know that type of gold mine. No thanks, Buster. Last time I tried that didn't end well. All right, my friends. I hope that you will find enough bug bounties to one day buy a gold mine and that you'll think about your dear friends, Rat Marius and Morgus. All right, so Orgus is going to teach the next section. Thank you, Orgus. Really appreciate it. No, of course I'm kidding. I mean, Orgus, come on, dude. You really need to train a bit more. This is not acceptable. Really not
Sorry, you're
acceptable.
breaking up. Is it breaking up for anybody else, or is it just me?
Yeah, you're entering the tunnel, I know.
Yeah, it's breaking up. It's not just me.
It's okay. I'll put this in on an email as well. Or I'll get this in writing.
Oh,
So
it's okay. I've changed my email. It's all right.
let's go on with cross-site request forgery. Cross-site request forgery. What do you guys know about it? You probably know at least what it is. I'm not going to go through it too much. I'm going to show you and go to know what happens with a cross-site request forgery, or how we prevent those, I should say. So cross-site request forgery, we all know what it is, right? I'm going to quickly repeat it. You have a form on your website. The attacker can copy it to their website. They can pre-fill in those values with something that is advantageous to them. And they can, when you visit that website of them, they can send that request onwards to the outside under attack. So fine, that is simple so far. But how do we prevent it? Well, we have something that's known as a CSRF token. So first of all, we need to generate that CSRF token. In this code right here, we have a few lines of code. We do not see any tokens here. This is very vulnerable to CSRF at this moment because this is just a simple web page. So if you've ever written a web page like that, it's probably vulnerable to CSRF if you haven't thought about that. How are you going to prevent it? So here we just see the generation of the proof of concept. We can go through this. You will get this PowerPoint as well, of course, which reminds me, I'm going to quickly download all of these so I have these properly and can put them in one folder. But basically, this is just the generation of the proof of concept for that. Now let's secure that at least a little bit. So if we zoom in to the max, we see that on line 3 here, we say if we do not have a CSRF token set, we're going to generate a CSRF token. What does that session here mean? It means that that CSRF token is bound to a session variable. That means that if I visit this website today and my session lasts for, let's say, some sessions can last for multiple days. This is important to realize because sometimes you click login and you don't have to re-log in for quite a long time. That's often because either there have been a heartbeat or a session has been open for quite a long time. Now, if I visit again when my session is still open, I will get the same values on that session, so the same token. If I then log in when that session has expired, a new session starts, and it doesn't have a CSRF token set, so we will generate it. This is usually a binary thing to hexadecimal. So CSRF tokens are also often hexadecimal. That means if you're trying to hack them, you need to hack them in hexadecimal values, or at least try. Maybe you can throw random shit in there, but there's certain things that you can do. Let's focus on this for a moment though, because just generating a token isn't enough. We need to get that token, and we need to add that to our form as well. You can see that here on line 15, where we've actually taken that token and we're going to add it to the form that we have available to us. Now, hacking this is pretty easy still, because it never checks that token. So that's the next thing we need to add from line 13 to 16 here. You see a hash equals comparison of that session CSRF token with the token that is sent within the post request. Now we are starting to check it. So now we have a secure CSRF implementation. 3 things. We need to generate the token, add it to all of our forms, and those are 3 stages where things can go wrong. That's great news for us, because the more complexity in this system, the easier it is to over-engineer, to engineer a mistake into your system without even realizing it. It is very simple to mess this up. All you have to do is not add this to one of your forms on your entire website that needs it. All you have to do is not do a hash comparison, but some kind of length comparison for God knows whatever silly reason. There's really a lot of simple steps here, but all these simple steps combined make it that it's easy to make a mistake there. It's important to realize, that CSRF tokens should only be put on forms after a login form. So after you have logged in, all of those things that you do afterwards and that are important, you'd have a CSRF token and create, update and delete, not read, because that's not important. So if you're creating a new item, if you're updating an item, or if you're deleting something, the user has to be logged in for this to work. And again, there can be quite a few issues that can go wrong. We have some extra resources in here as well, but here in this, we also have a CSRF checklist. This is on a tag level. So this is for CSRF, we can check if the token is present on any form that it should be. Again, only the create, update, and delete forms. And we can check if the server checks if the token length is correct. We can remove the parameter in its entirety. So you just won't see that CSRF token anymore. You can leave it empty. That's also possible. Or we can check, I don't know, these 2 are the same. I think server accept response without CSRF token, and the server checks if the parameter is there. So these 2 are basically the same. What's also sometimes happening is that the token isn't session bound. It might on accident generate 1 token for everybody within the application having the same CSRF token. Is that clear, my friends? This is simple. Well, it's cut in this case because you're not going to read, so the R is removed from CRUD. This is not too difficult, right? I would say. So let's download this checklist. Any resource that we use, we are going to distribute as well, of course. Clickjacking, I'm not going to go into. Why not? Because a lot of programs simply don't accept clickjacking. They don't think it's important, so we will also not go into this. Two-factor authentication bypassing is a different story, however. Two-factor authentication, we've all heard about it, one-time passwords. I don't need to explain you technically how this works. But bypassing it is an important factor because we often come to two-factor authentication. We can enable it, but how can you bypass it? Well, sometimes you may need to log in. After logging in, you come into the two-factor authentication screen, where you need to authenticate first with your two-factor authentication. Yeah, definitely, Cairo. I will put all of these files in the drive that has been shared with you as well. So you have all of those in a condensed folder. Here, what we can do, for example, is we can directly go to endpoints. We can start calling upon endpoints before entering our two-factor authentication code. So in that flow, you're going to log in. You're going to be redirected from that login to the two-factor authentication step, but skip that and then just go and hit all of the endpoints that you think should be available. Yeah, we should update them a little bit, that's for sure. Yeah. Reusing a token is also a possibility. So let's say that I have a one-time password and I enter it. So you are logging in, you get your one-time code to your phone, you use it. It should be invalidated after that. If you're going to be able to use it again, if it's for a short amount of time, that's usually perfectly acceptable. If you can reuse that same token for days on end, that's a big problem, of course. These tokens should at least be invalidated after about 10-15 minutes. Sometimes, so this is a different thing that you can have with two-factor authentication, where I am going to request a code. So I will log in, I'm going to request a 2FA code, and I'm going to use it on another account. That shouldn't be possible. Like two-factor authentication codes should be bound to your account, of course. Shouldn't be possible to bypass in this way. Sometimes the token is also leaked somewhere. So some kind of endpoint that we can call upon that leaks the tokens for all of the users, it's a possibility. This isn't very prevalent though at all, so don't count on this. Sometimes the same, so when it comes to sessions, this one definitely needs to be updated. By the way, this is invalid. This one, ignore. We need to remove that. Done, by the way. Password reset functionality is a different one. So in password reset functionality, if you've reset your password, you're automatically logged in. But if you have two-factor authentication enabled, this should never be the case, of course. This is a funny one because here, what happens is you're going to reset your password and you won't be taken to the same flow as you would be when you've logged in, because in the reset password, you will be automatically assigned a token after you've been able to reset your password. That's also a two-factor authentication bypass. Not a very, very impactful, because of course you can see how many scenarios are needed for this. As for OAuth, OAuth is a different flow where you're going to log in with your Google account, but you can only do OAuth by getting assigned a token. Like, for example, I'm going to log in with my Google account. Okay, fine, I get redirected to Google. Google is going to return some kind of token. And sometimes with these OAuth platforms, two-factor authentication isn't respected properly. If you go through the DevTools in Chrome and then go to Application tab, and on the left side there is a session storage where the tokens are there. Don't share to us, Uncle. Yeah, indeed, Caro, that is true. Like for all of these things, developer tools are often a very, very powerful tool. If anybody were to ask me what is the one and only tool you would pick if you could only pick one tool for bug bounties forever or for hacking even, it would be my developer tools. Like these, they are so useful. You have a lot of things in here. I'm going to show this real quickly because I do think this is important. Of course, everybody has seen this. Everybody has been able to go through the source code. But have you seen the console already, where you can execute all kinds of JavaScript functions? Might not be important for the base JavaScript functions, but there might be JavaScript functions which actually do shit. This is how you can find certain things like IDORs, broken access control, etc. This is what you have as well. You have your sources here, network tab here. You can see it, like, let's say that I refresh this page. You can see all of the network traffic coming in. We can see the performance of an application, memory, These are all really important things, of course. Cookies can be seen in this application tab here as well, of course. Security, how this page is behaving. So these tools can be very, very useful. You might already imagine certain things can be done with this. Yeah, that's a very good remark, Cairo. So what Cairo is saying is that you're testing DOM XSS through the developer console. You're not going to test XSS, or at least not on DOM level, by just going to the page source, because this is the source. There's no DOM here. This is the source. You can't test DOM cross-site scripting in the source code. That's Chrome. Yeah, indeed, that's Chrome. Yeah, no, it doesn't look different. You just don't have your glasses on, old man. As you can see, there are many more ways to bypass two-factor authentication. I'm not going to go through all of them because I simply don't have the time. But what I am going to do once again is just share this all with you, so you also have that. I'm fired. God damn it, that's fine. You do the bootcamp then. Not such a big mouth now, right? I thought so. Capture bypasses. So, capture bypasses. This is a funky one. I don't have it properly installed anymore. We should restore this because I think it is good, or it was cool. But on the login page here, there should be a captcha image. You can't fill anything in here because there's no image. But the thing is, you don't have to fill in anything here. Like some of these captchas now work in the background, they're quite good. But some of them are also quite old and they work in the foreground, and it's really easy to see which parameters are being sent. Just remove them, just make them empty, just try to fuck with it if possible. Captcha bypasses, not gonna spend too much time on that. It's pretty simple, basically. Password reset exploits is also a pretty good one, because this is often overlooked by other people. Password reset is something that people often say focus on as well, but they don't say what to focus on specifically. One of those things that you can look for is the password reset token. So that password reset token is something that you will need to reset that password. Simple, right? You click reset my password, you get an email and you get a token which you can use to reset your password. If that leaks, there are different ways of that leaking, but through the refer header for HTTP as an option, then you have a big problem, of course, because once this can be intercepted through man-in-the-middle stuff, this password reset token is, well, basically you can use it for an account takeover. This isn't important for bug bounty specifically, but I thought it was important to know still. So you can see a request being made with the request headers, and in the request headers we have a referrer, and that referrer contains the password reset token and can be leaked through there. So exploitation is simple. You use it to reset the password, or on any third-party website. So you click on that password reset link, you click don't change the password, and you click on third-party websites, intercept the request, and check if that refer header is leaking password reset tokens. What do we mean by this is basically you're going to ask for resetting your password. You're going to click it, and then you're not going to change your password, but instead you're going to go to Facebook. You're going to go to Twitter. You're going to go to Google. It doesn't matter. Any third-party website, and then in Burp Suite, you have that refer header like we had here, and you're going to see if that token is leaked through here. Because if it is, that's a big problem, of course. Your application itself, and this is why we can pick any third-party provider, because your application itself sets this refer header. If it sets this with the password reset token in it, that seems like a pretty bad idea, don't you think? So that is something we could try as exploitation steps there. We could take over their accounts, of course, and that doesn't need any explanation. And we also have password reset poisoning, but that's more of a technical topic. JWT attacks. The thing everybody tells you JWT is fucking cool. Yeah, but cracking it is getting really hard because JWT tokens these days, none of them accept the non-algorithm to encrypt them, so it's difficult to hack them. What you need to know about these is that anybody can read them. And if you can forge a JWT token, then you're in the gold. Now, forging a JWT token, it is possible. We've done that before through HTTP parameter pollution. Now, what we did was you sometimes have these systems where you can request a link through email to log into the system. The thing there is that what we were able to do is we were able to insert an email. So log in with info@thexssrat.com, and we put an ampersand there, and email is attacker@thexssrat.com. What would happen is that the email to generate that JWT token would go to one system, and the sending of that email would go to a different system, and both looked at a different parameter. The link was being generated for user 1 and it was being sent to user 2. If we clicked on that, we got a JWT token through user 2 as user 1. So there are ways to forge this. We're not going to go too deep into this. All you need to know is that there can be information about this and this about what a user can and cannot do. That might make certain things easier to test for. As for WordPress, we all know there's a lot of vulnerabilities in there. With WordPress, it basically all comes down to not the WordPress core itself, but all of those plugins. So with WordPress, you have different tools that can go through all of these plugins and can find vulnerabilities sometimes. It's just, this is something you should not be doing manually, of course. With WordPress, there are also other templating engines, or like I should say, I think WordPress is CMS, right? There are other content management systems as well that might just be as vulnerable because they all use that plugin related system. As for broken access control is a pretty beast. Please allow me a 2-minute break to go to the toilet for a moment. I know I'm not going to take a shit, but I will be right back, and then we're going to go through broken access control. Apologies. Let me explain. Broken access control on a web level is pretty simple. Yeah, broken access control. But, and now comes the kicker. Is local file inclusion broken access control? Yes, local file inclusion is broken access control. Can you have broken access control on a property of an object, like a user type? Yes, you can have broken access control on that. Can I have broken access control on an object itself? Yes, I can, called IDOR. Can I have broken access control on a functionality? Definitely, no problem. Vertical broken access control it is. So as you can already tell, there are quite a few different types of broken access control. I split it up here into broken access control and IDOR, but there's more, of course. There's much more. The thing with broken access control is that you have to know that there are those different types and how to identify them. If I have a property, I'm talking about an identifier. If I have an object, I should say. So let's say I have a user. There's always going to be a user ID, some kind of identifier to know which user that is in the database. So that's simple. Like IDORs, finding IDORs seems simple, right? I'm going to get an invoice. So like I'm going to give you an example because that is going to be much more clear. Let's go to labs.hexpert.com. And here we have IDORs. I'm going to start with these because these are the simplest types. So first of all, you have your normal IDORs right here. Let me log in with a user. I hope that this isn't user 9. It's no, this is user 2. You can see their token, very beautiful token, doesn't even have a fucking token. Great application that we've put together here. I know, thank you very much, appreciate the attention. But let's now try to grab user 9's token. Simple, right? Here I have my first IDOR in front of me. It's never really that simple in real life though, is it? Because this is something that anybody and their grandmother would find if they find the right parameter. What is simple here is that it's just an identifier, but that's just about where the simplicity stops. What makes this difficult? Fuck off, you stupid fly. What makes this difficult is that you have read actions like we have here. But you also have create, update, and delete actions. Now create, you might be thinking, what the hell am I going to create? Well, you might be able to create items in their account. You might be able to create posts in their account. So IDORs is definitely possible in creation as well. But IDOR is usually more on the read, on the update, and on the delete parts of these type of things. So I can read tokens from somebody else. I can update tokens from somebody else, or I can delete tokens from somebody else. How are you going to test the delete calls though? How are you going to test the update calls? Because this is just changing a number, right? Well, in Burp Suite, you can do that. You can repeat your request and you can just change the call type. Should this be a get request? Should this be a post request, a put request, a delete request? I don't know. It depends on what you're trying to test, of course. But here's the very simple truth about broken access control and IDORs. Number one, is very prevalent, very, very prevalent. I'm not kidding. Number two, it's very hard to find. Yeah, it sounds like a very big contradiction, but the truth here is just that it is prevalent out there. You just have to look very, very deep on different parameters that other people wouldn't think to test. Like their user, anybody would think to test this. But now we're going to get a bit smarter and closer to our goal, second order IDORs. Let's try the products one. So let's download an example. Here you can see that I can change these numbers, right? But not on here. This is set solid. I cannot change this unless I have a certain file and I upload with that file. So here you can see, no, not now, of course. I didn't make any changes, so let's go and make a change real quickly. So let's go to test 7. Let's open that with, let's do, yeah, fine. Let's do numbers for now. So we have this product right here, but I want to change this by product number 1. Oh, fucking hell. I hate Grammarly so much. Product number 1. And I want to say there, not new product, but something ridiculous. And a price of $19.99. That is fucking fine. It's going to save this in the wrong format, isn't it? So let's do this properly. Save, export to CSV. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so now we can do our import. We can upload and something failed. Of course, something failed. It probably didn't save right, did it? What is it now? Let's try that one more time. Export to CSV. Next. It should be in documents now, not in downloads. Yeah, thanks for that. So now we're going, I made a change. We'll take this from the documents now and we'll upload this. And as you can see, it did change the product now. So this is second order IDORs. I'm saying this because not a lot of people think, oh, I see an identifier in a file. I can upload this file. I can make changes to this file. IDOR. I don't get how people don't see the connection. I hope you can already see now, like we are 1.5 days in, almost 2 days in, I should say, but I hope you can start to see why it's so important that you're able to recognize the basics the very basic. If you're able to recognize that an ID is potentially IDOR sensitive, if you're able to recognize this, well, then you're able to recognize that if you find an identifier, you should change it. You should see what the consequences are, because it might be like this. We find something in here, it doesn't matter what. Okay, how can I correlate this to what I know with my knowledge? I see an identifier here, my light should go ringing IDOR. I see reflection here, my light should go ringing cross-site scripting, CSDI, SSDI. It's the thing just that a lot of people don't make that connection. They test their entire application thoroughly, but they don't make that connection between identifier and IDOR. They see it right in front of their faces. Second order IDOR is where I'm going to try to get the computer to do shit for me. Because now I've uploaded this file, but I didn't upload this file to the edit. Like you have an edit here, an edit part, an edit server, let's call it. And you have a part where you have a, how should we put this? A import server. So you need to import this CSV file, process it, and then put it in here, right? Well, the thing is, I might not have access to object number 1, but just doing something simple like here and sending the computer to try to change object number 1, that might make all the difference in the world in this case. All right, I hope that's clear, my friends. IDORs, identifiers. Just if you see an identifier, your lights should go ringing for IDORs. Broken access control can manifest in many different ways, so don't be fooled by anything. This new post thing right here, I shouldn't see this when I'm logged in, yet I see this, right? This is a broken access control. I should not have access to making new posts, but look, I can post successfully even when not logged in. This is a massive broken access control issue, but this is unauthenticated. A lot of people neglect looking for unauthenticated broken access controls as well. Again, I don't see why, because unauthenticated, you just need to check for it. And you're not always going to hit your target, but hey, you just need to do it. You can do this manually, or you can automate this to a degree. What I like to use is I have a full guide of this on my YouTube channel, so don't worry too much about this right now. But there's this tool called Authorize, and Authorize is a great tool for testing things like broken access control and IDOR issues. So with that, you can walk through your entire application, and you can be sure that you haven't missed a spot. The thing with Authorize is just, you need to imagine that what it does is it just repeats every call that you make with a different privilege level account. But a delete call is a delete call. Once it's deleted, you cannot repeat it. That's what I always say. So make sure that you know that delete things have to test manually. So for example, I have a post here, I might have a delete button. I need to test those things manually. I cannot do that automatically because any repetition of a delete call will result in nothing happening anyway, because it's gone. There's nothing you can do about it. All right, I see we have 33 new messages. Holy shit. I'm sorry about that, guys.
That's okay. Most of them's just somebody asking a question, which we figured out.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that. So you mean, should I unhash them using some service? Ah, okay. Gotcha. So yeah, it is. Yeah, indeed. So I think I understand what you mean. Not vulnerable. Yeah, no, I don't understand. I will read afterwards. It's okay. If you guys still have questions, don't hesitate to ask, of course. Broken access control.
I'm answering the questions in the text, so you just bash on neighbor.
I really appreciate that. Thanks, Orgus. Orgus has been going through these boot camps since day one, so if he doesn't know this shit by now, I need to fire him. We both fire each other constantly. It's a mess within our company. It's a fucking mess. I keep firing him, he keeps firing me. It's back and forth. And
Yeah,
we
and
really
nobody
need to
knows
do
where we
something
are.
about it.
Nobody knows who's the boss or what or anything. And continue.
No, it's exactly, yeah. It's a total mess. I wouldn't want to be in my own company. But let's continue indeed. So broken access control IDORs, property level, we will look at that at the API course. So that's tomorrow. SQL injections. I haven't done SQL injections in much of my previous boot camps before, but I'm going to start doing SQL injections. How would you guys look for SQL injections? Just a question. Just a simple question. I mean, you guys must have looked at something related to SQL injections by now, right? And like that, use SQL map. But what parameters would you need for SQL map? And what attack vectors would you use for manual exploration? No, I mean like which parameters would you pick? You have parameters. Which ones would you pick? Login forms like that one. Anything else? Login, yeah, maybe search. Search is one that's often looked at. You probably won't find anything like SQL injection on the search page of a home page of a big web shop, of course, but yeah, definitely. So, well, good call, Orgis. It's almost right. Not any input place, anything that will trigger a query. Yes, I like that, Marcel. Good job. You've seen this
Thank you.
before. Good job. I like that. Anything that you will trigger a query with. No, that's
That's
almost impossible to know if. Sorry?
that's what I said. I quit.
Well, you can't quit because you're fired. God damn it, you're fired.
Oh God. Damn.
All right.
Okay then.
Anyway, why am I asking you guys all of this? It's important that you don't release SQL map on every single parameter within your site. Like, what's the UTM parameter? Anybody ever heard of that UTM? UTM is for tracking, for Google analysis. Are you going to try SQL injection on a Google analysis parameter? Yeah, maybe if you're doing Google, but not my first choice. And the problem with anything SQL injection related is that you have two types of SQL injection. You have verbose SQL injection, and you have SQL injection as blind. With verbose, it will just give you an error message back. Yes, indeed, blind. The blind ones are the difficult ones to find, of course, because you can only find a blind one through certain tricks. Like timed, for example. Timed blind cross-section, what am I saying? Timed blind SQL injection basically means that you're going to trigger a timeout and wait for a few seconds and see if your call takes that many seconds. So that's the way to look for it. Now, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm some kind of saint. I mean, I don't know all of this shit either, like not on my heart, but what I do is I have my server here. I reconnect to my server and I do the same as you, SQL map. So here we go, SQL map. Okay, I'm missing some shit right here. Indeed, I haven't got the parameter. So that's important. You need to add that. All right, now let's try that then. SQL map, and then let's dash U, I believe. And then I need to give it a parameter. So let's log in for a moment. So that we at least have some kind of parameters to go by. I'll go by the invoices and let's search within this one. You can see the SQL map is starting, but this is a simple one. This is a get. I'm not gonna go through with what I wanted to say just yet. Like what SQL map is doing right here is it's testing that parameter search term. And this seems to be like the database backend management system is MySQL. It asks, do you want to test for other specific DBMS? No. Do you want to include all tests for the MySQL extending prevent level 1 and risk value 1, yes. Yeah. Just continue. And there we go. It has continued, and now I can see there's two types, a union query and a time-based SQL injection. I'm gonna add that time-based SQL injection for a moment, and we'll see what it does. You can see that there's a sleep of 5 seconds in here. And when I make a request, yeah, my site isn't working anymore. Why is that? Well, it's going to wait for those 5 seconds. I can make this longer because this often gives false positives as well. Again, I'm not saying I'm not gonna pretend I know all of this shit, but I know that I need to not check every single parameter. And here's another question. So let's say that I want to check the login form. Yeah. OPSEC, what the hell is OPSEC? So let's say that I want to test the login form. These are not just simple get parameters. I can simply test these as well. Yes, indeed, Cairo. It depends. It depends a bit. Like sanitization is not as prevalent as you would think. It's just that it can be sanitized on 99.9% of the parameters, but if you forget even just one parameter, you have a nice bug bounty. That's what I often say, like sanitization is one thing. Like inspection is also one thing. You can inspect, you can sanitize input, you can sanitize output, you can inspect output, but like it's not always applied to everything. Like sometimes developers will do 99% of the cases, but they will forget just one, and that's where our entry point is. And that's why you need to look so well as well. Like sometimes things will be filtered out, whatever. You'll have one general firewall catching everything, but there might be an exceptional rule in that firewall. Like because a developer needed to test something, but he never removed the exception rule. You never know. It's all of these things that make bug bounty so interesting, I guess. But this form I can also test, of course. I can also simply add post parameters to SQL map. SQL map isn't the most difficult tool to use. I think just effectively using SQL map is a little bit more difficult because this only works because search term and this whole page has a broken access control in it. If I were to block everything off and have you log in for everything, and I can do that. Let's do that real quickly. I think I have some time left. Yeah. So with search term, red site / admin.php. And now you're all going to know my secret admin password for the page. It's okay though. So this is the broken access control. Where was it again? I think order details. Broken order details. Let's change that one. I'm too zoomed in. Order details. Let's change that one. Like that delete button is dangerously close to there, and it doesn't have confirmation. It's very smart of me, I know. But now we shouldn't have the broken access control anymore on the orders. And we can easily test that, of course, as well. And we still fucking do. Excellent work. We need to look into this website, that's for sure. Broken access control. Did I? Yeah, I probably changed the wrong value. Orders detail. Yeah. Yeah. Don't mind me today. It's late. Let's just keep it
Go
at that.
back up to the top of the screen. Sorry, go back up to the top of the page.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. See the very first line at the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, scroll up. No, scroll up. Top of the page. New. Yeah, we need to remove that from the. We have to edit this page.
Nah, dude. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know what. I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking shit, dude. What the fuck?
Oh, what the fuck?
Now you can see that we do have our broken access control. Like we have our access control basically there. Yeah, we have our access control, but it still doesn't query excellent information. Anyway, let's just imagine that the query would not be executed if you're not logged in. That's just all I'm trying to say. You can add cookies as well. What it's asking here is, I don't have a session token. Do we want me to add my own session token and headers? And that's basically, I can run it again. You can see it here, you have not declared cookies. The server wants to set its own cookies. This is how you do an authenticated scan. I hope you guys know the difference between unauthenticated scan and an authenticated scan. Because they can make all the difference in the world. All the difference in the world between finding vulnerabilities and just getting error messages from SQL Magic. All right. Good call. Time for a cookie, Marius. Oh, that was Orgus sending a cookie. But Marius called it, so let's just give the credit to Marius. The guy deserves it. I mean, he's given an excellent presentation today. I think another cookie can't hurt. Has anybody heard of XSS before? I know, such a weird term, isn't it?
No, XXX, not XSS.
Anybody ever heard of XSSS? Because of apparently the thexssrat is a very dangerous domain that you should never visit. So yeah, cross-site scripting. Let's not be silly because we don't have too much time. Cross-site scripting. What you need to know about cross-site scripting is that it's just way too broad to cover here. So what I have for you is on my YouTube channel. I have this amazing cross-site scripting guide. There we go. Look
Did
at
you
that
just have
amazing
a
hacker.
Karen on your screen there?
A which? A what?
Did you have a Karen on your screen there? She looked like a Karen, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, you're gonna get fired. By the way, guys, don't go to cnwpp.com. I said this yesterday already, but I'm fucking traumatized. Like, how can you do all these weird positions? What the fuck? Go to cnwpp.net, much safer. Anyway, for cross-site scripting, I will leave you with this link here. I think that one. Oh, before I forget, I need to. Did I make exports out of these things? Use it, yes. Okay, perfect. Not that I'm making anything. No, I'm not making an export out of. All right, on to the next topic. All of these aren't super filled in yet. You can see that. We're working on a new bug bounty guide, by the way. But business logic is one of my favorites because business logic is something you can't easily test for. Business logic is something you can't easily detect either through any part of the process of developing software because it is often veiled within millions of like written pieces of text of business information. The problem is that when an application gets developed, it starts out very well because you have a blank canvas. And then you're going to add more and more and more and more. And you might add a piece at the end that forgets a piece at the start, which together makes for a catastrophic business logic failure. Business logic failures occur when a analyst is creating a story for a developer to develop, but they are not sufficiently aware of all of the security restrictions that are already on the system. Security restrictions, business restrictions, whatsoever. So, yes, indeed. Good job, Shadow. It cannot be automated. That's why I like this one so much. You might already have noticed a trend here. I like to gravitate towards things that cannot be automated very easily. Token access control, IDOR, security misconfigurations, business logic flaws. I like to go upon things that depend on my skill. Like you have the things you can automate, like SSRF. SSRF is something that you can very easily automate. But yeah, like Orgus said, manual is more fun, just exploring the application and seeing what you have potentially in front of you. There are many different impacts. I'm not going to go through it. Just depends on the application, of course. But business logic, I have some examples of that on my lab. Let's export these slides before I forget that. There we go. And let's go back to the labs for a moment. So business logic right here. Thanks to our friend Orgis, we have this beautiful new website designed by the way. I know it doesn't look magnificent to you, but it is our baby. So if you insult it, we will make sure that we'll get to you. I have 25 rats here. They're ready to bite you in the balls in a moment. And I have Shaggus here.
It looks better. We'll just leave it at that, and it will look even better. Mark my words.
Better. Yes, but at a certain point, we'll have to look at something like inheritance, where you have like one page and that is inherited on all of the other pages. So if you have to make a change, you don't have to go through all the labs again. But that's besides the point. Welcome to Ratter's site, my friends. A lot of you have already seen this before. Some of you may have not, but there's literally only one functionality on here besides the replies. So you have replies. Okay, fine, but you also have likes, and everybody should only have one like, but it's possible to like a post multiple times, that's fine. Usually this wouldn't happen, but what could happen is, click, I'm sending likes really fast. That could be a potential problem. I've had this before, where if you just click fast enough, normally it would add a like, and then it would check if you've already liked and subtract a like. But if you would click fast enough, it would add a like, and then check if you already had a like, and then subtract one. So something like that can be very simple, but it can also be something very simple, like this web shop, which has like 1,000,001 vulnerabilities in it. If I go and inspect this, I can see that the pricing is determined here. If I add things to my cart, if I go look in the network tab, you can see maybe need to add things to my cart again. So there we go. Well, it's going fast because it's a redirect and it's not showing here. But you could see that it adds things to the cart in a special way. Now let's just add an item that we don't know. You can see a product ID here of 1. Let's just add a product ID of 999. I mean, it is possible. We can change these values here. And we can play around with them a bit. If Grammarly would please fuck off, I would really appreciate that. Oh, god damn it. No. Yeah, we're in the green now. Perfect. So if I go to the cart section now, cart, you can see that there's like one item in here. The other one just didn't add. You can play with this. You can add items that maybe aren't on the web shop yet and actually add them to your cart. You can see that the quantity here doesn't update the price. That's a very simple one, but you can also have things where you can apply coupons multiple times, for example. That is something that's less obvious because people just don't try to apply the coupons that they've applied before. Yeah, Grammarly is annoying the hell out of me today. But these are just very simple business logic flaws. The problem is I can't give you examples of all of them like I can with cross-site scripting. There are different filters and I can give you examples of all of those filters. But I can't do the same with business logic because it's just too broad. It's just like there's just too much things that can happen in an application which could trigger a business logic flaw. The only thing that you can do there is read into it. The only simple business logic flaw that I can describe that I found in real life and bug bounties was a instance where you could calculate how far you've driven. Like you could say, I drove from Antwerp to Brussels, and the application would locally calculate that it would be 100 kilometers and then send on to the server 100 kilometers. And then the server would say, okay, pay him back €2.90 for the gas or whatever. Yeah, that's cheap as fuck, I know, but that's not the point. Pay him back X amount. How should I put this? The consultant, they could say, I drove from Antwerp to Brussels. It would send that to the server, and they could change that 100 kilometers to 1,000,000 kilometers. They would get paid back a ton, and if they would be fast enough, if they would know the moment that payouts would happen, if they would implement it just right, they could get a full payout to themselves. So it's a strange world. Let's keep it at that. Business logic is a big one. Now we have just a few topics left that I do want to cover. It is 1 a.m. though, so I will not go through all of these today still. I will go through a few more tomorrow, and then we will go over to the API hacking section, in which we have APIs from the OWASP API top 10. I think that is a great one. I don't think that the OWASP web top 10 is a great one for bug bounty hunters. I don't think there's just not enough useful information for bug bounty hunters in there. API top 10 is a different story because it's much more technical. So we'll go over that. We'll go over tools that we use for testing those specifically. And we'll also go over full API structures, because you can have monoliths, you can have different APIs that are distributed. You can have load balancers between them. You can have API firewalls. You can have API documentation. So we will go over that. Yeah. So what I will do is I'm going to go through those recordings live, like the same folder. I'm going to upload all of the things that we've talked about today. So that will be up to here. Ooh, that's not, holy crap, that's far back. That should be it. So let's upload that documentation already. I still owe you guys the notes from the day one as well. I haven't uploaded those either. So I will upload those as well. And for now, I'm going to let you guys go and let you process all of this information that I've talked about. I know that I haven't practically told you how to look for all of this yet, but I'll do a demonstration of a lot of these vulnerabilities as well tomorrow, so you know how to look for them. Not a demo of the vulnerabilities, but a demo of how we would look for it. I'm super proud of everybody. You are doing a great, fantastic job. Please don't give up on your dream. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, my friends. Did we give homework on day one? God damn it. I am the worst teacher ever.
You forgot.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just so happened that we didn't remind you.
What homework?
God damn it, you guys are fucking with me. I hate that.
Homework?
I
What
see
the
here
hell's
that
that?
Cairo. Yeah, another topic. You guys are breaking up on me. I can't understand you. I see that Cairo.
You got your broken, you got your dodgy headset on, have you?
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with these
Yeah.
AirPods. I'll have to bring them back to the store
You're
tomorrow.
breaking up. Yeah, I could hear you're breaking up. Yeah.
I can see that Cairo is a backend developer. That's great, because that experience will go well with your testing, of course.
Oh,
It's
look,
always a good idea to know.
somebody wants a task. Look,
Didn't Uncle say at the beginning there will be some tasks?
yeah, okay. Let's set him a task. Pick a lab.
That's no problem. We can do that for you. I would
Yeah,
like
man, we'll
you
pick a
to
lab.
all, but I would like Marius to please remind me of this tomorrow. So if you have time. Oh yeah, like yesterday I said go through the recordings though, and I didn't give you guys the recordings yet until today. So yeah, that's why. And yeah, of course, I have a nice excuse now. Good, that's good. So I will give you guys this link to Red site, and I want you to find the vulnerabilities that we talked about today in Red site. I will upload the recordings today, I promise, right after this meeting. It's going to generate the recordings, and then I will upload them, so they should be available in about an hour. But I'm interested to see what you guys can find. If you can write me a little bit of a report, that would be even better, because then I can check your reporting skills, and I can see how you are at that. Because reporting, believe it or not, it can mean the difference between getting paid out fast and getting a long ass dragging. Oh, nasty, yes. You guys asked for it. I mean, I'm not. Can we do denial of service attacks if you ask me permission first for any specific attack? So if you have an attack in mind, ask me permission, and if I say yes, you can do it. Yeah, I am very big on reports. That's literally the only thing that a manager gets after spending so much money. So
That's all I'm
should
giving
be
away.
perfect.
That's all I'm giving
Yeah,
away. Pay attention to your reports, people.
especially if you're doing CNWPP. I
Oh,
will.
for sure.
Maybe we should email this as well as a task so everybody knows.
Yeah, good idea.
Because some people might have already been left. All right, my friends, I am literally falling asleep where I'm sitting. You might have noticed by my slurred speech. I should probably stop doing these things at 1 a.m. But then again, 1 a.m. is the best time because they leave you the fuck alone. There's no kid, there's no wife, there's no dog, there's no, like, even Haggis is asleep. The
Yeah, but
guys
you've still got 25 rats.
Oh, you're breaking up on me.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, it's a good one, thank you.
Yes, likewise, my friends. You all did very well. You were
Thank you.
amazing. And I mean that. You guys did really well. You guys answered my questions, and I hate that. I have to start. Yeah, of course. Send me your notes, no problem. I would love to check them. Ah, nice. Put them in there. Are you sure going to search for Elasticsearch service to log files, juicy stuff with passwords and endpoints? Yeah. Also API keys, by the way, Cairo. Don't forget API keys. It's just an extra thing. And parameters as well. Those are really important things. Any log files that you can encounter, they might contain that kind of stuff. Now just to be able to discover the Elasticsearch sometimes they're open. Yeah, like the thing is, sometimes some pages are open and sometimes some pages are not open. That is true. And try default logins as well. I haven't mentioned this, but try just simple passwords. Admin root. You know, basic passwords that anybody would try.
Yeah, test. Stuff like
Yeah,
that.
and Jenkins has so many other things as well that are really, really good. I think maybe I should start talking a bit slower. I've gotten
There's
that remark a
also,
lot.
you can also find websites that will supply you the default credentials that come with an application or a device. Some people don't change
Indeed.
those.
But these
And
days, like what
there's
I've
many a
noticed,
site for it. Yeah.
I've noticed that a lot of like manufacturers, they don't use default passwords anymore. They let you pick a password that's set up, or they use things like for example the product number or something. You know, something unique to that product.
Yeah, well, I'll give you an example of that. My router, my broadband provider, they used to ship it and it was like admin was a username and your password was change me for every router, right? But now
Yeah,
they changed it. But wait, now they changed it. Now it comes with a username and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 character password. And you know what? One of my bros that lives round the corner's got the same ISP as me, and I checked the passwords because I know mine off by heart, and it follows the same pattern of like 3 lowercase letters, one number, 4 lowercase letters, a capital letter, a small letter, a capital letter, and a small letter. And his router followed the same example. So I mean
that
that's
is
hackable
super
because
smart.
now I know the mask I could use for Hashcat.
a massive thank you to Hernan Rodriguez and the RedOps Academy for partnering with Uncle Red. You can see that code RedOps gives 95% off, so go and check that out. And if you're interested, we have the Certified Offensive Security Junior course for 48 hours for free. So go and subscribe, because in my opinion, it's the perfect prerequisite for our CNWPP exam. Go sharpen your skills at the cost of Mr. Hernan Rodriguez. Thank you so much. I'll get this video out as soon as possible so you can enjoy as long as possible.
Let's record it.
This meeting is being recorded.
Fuck's sake. The fuck was that?
That was somebody leaving their microphone on. I'm assuming Shadow. All right, my friends, welcome to the bootcamp. In this bootcamp, we're going to cover quite a lot of topics. We're going to go over network hacking, we're going to go over website hacking, we're going to go over API hacking, exactly what a bug bounty is, and I think all of this information is important. That is exactly why I'm recording everything. So later on, you can also look back at this. You will get a link sent to you by email. That link can be used. It's just a Google Drive. The files will be on there. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from distributing them except for me asking pretty please. And if you do, you're going to get kicked out of any future bootcamps. I'm going to find you, Rat. God damn it. But yeah, let's keep this nice. Let's keep this civilized between everybody. Why am I saying this? Because, of course, the names that you have in here also show up in the recordings to a degree. All right, my friends, and not everybody likes that, of course. So I've already seen here, best way to kick off a bootcamp. I really like that. Because somebody's saying best way to kick off a weekend is with bootcamp is because that means that they're not just sitting in front of a television. I'm also not laying on the sofa. Every single fucking fiber inside of me is screaming, go lay the hell down, because I don't feel well. That being said, I feel well enough to stand up, so I feel well enough to teach as well. I feel fine. It's just that I don't feel super. I feel still a little bit ill, doing a lot better today, but I don't know, just the kid, she always brings these little bugs in. Good thing is that we're bug bounty hunters and that we want to find them. Now, spending a lot of time doing this is something that you're going to have to want to do. Like, a lot of people here can also attest that they've already been doing bug bounties for quite a while. I know some of you have been trying to do bug bounties for a bit, haven't succeeded as much as they would like to. But this is a game of perseverance after all. There's a few things that matter in bug bounties. One of them is that you're able to find all of the attack surface. That's important. Another one is that you're able to utilize that attack surface in the best way possible. When it comes to network hacking, we need to find attack surface, and that's what we're going to focus on today. We're going to focus on not just network hacking, but also a little bit on not just the hacking, but how to find these things. We're going to focus on building a methodology up and trying to, not just here is an exploit and here's how to exploit it. We're going to try to give you a way of finding those exploits. That's what matters a lot to me. And critical thinking, because you might find an exploit that's written for a Linux server and you have a Windows server in front of you. Can you adjust that exploit? That is why I don't think it's important everybody can program like a champion here, but some basic programming knowledge is always required, of course. Now, when it comes to bug bounties, there are several things that you need to know. A lot of people think that bug bounties is a way to make consistent money. Bug bounties is definitely not a way to make consistent money. For some of us, it is. There are a few people who can, but the problem with it is that even if you're the best bug bounty hunter in the world, even if you're able to find consistent bugs, they're not able to get paid consistently because you only get paid when things get resolved. So it can take quite a long time before that money actually hits your bank account. That can be a problem for quite a few people. That's something you need to take into account because some of you want to go full-time bug bounty hunting. It is sort of like a side hustle. That's what you need to see this as. But just if you want to go full-time bug bounties, make sure that you test out if you can make a sustainable income before you dive headfirst into it. if you want to get consistent money, explore other avenues first. For fuck's sake, go to fucking McDonald's if you want consistent money. It's going to bring you more than this in some cases. I know what you can earn about this with very good bug bounty hunting skills, being let's say that you're at the lower top of the game, that you're like at the top of the game, but the lower part of it. Well, you're going to find about 2,000 to 4,000 euros worth of bucks a month. Is that a lot of money? Not if you think about all of the expenses, because there's always things that are going to come up because you need to pay taxes and shit like that. It's a fucking mess. I don't like it for full-time stuff. But I like to see this as sort of a side hustle, but also to practice, because bug bounties is elevating your game to a level that is even beyond hacking. Hacking in the basic sense is that you're going to try to break a system. But guess what? This system has already been hacked. There's been bug bounty hunters before you. There's been other security personnel on Pentest before you. So that's not really how you need to see this anymore. You need to see this as being either very creative with hacking. That's sort of the way I see this. So you need to know that hacking to a degree, but you also need to have, first of all, the creativity to use certain hacks in a chaining way, and also a way to recognize what you're actually seeing in front of you. Because some of you, I can throw an error message in front of you that indicates the biggest bug in the world. You wouldn't even be able to see it because you're just not able to read what the error message is saying. And so it's important to understand that you don't just need to know hacking for this. You need to know the basics. Basics of networking, the basics of engineering, the basics how architecture works. That is why, luckily, we have a little bit of extra guests as well. Now, don't worry about, like, what I'm trying to say here is don't worry about it too much in this boot camp, but know that you need to keep learning forever about all of this technical stuff. And it's hard. Like, what incentive do you have to learn about Kibana if you're not working in a corporate environment? Almost zero, because it's not interesting to people like you and me. It's only interesting in corporate levels. So it's definitely not an easy thing, but it is very rewarding to the max. If you do find that bug, you get maybe $100 here, maybe $2,000 there. Like, it varies. But what you get every single freaking time is satisfaction to the max. I mean, this might sound crazy, but finding a bug is better than fucking coming. And I'm not joking about that. It's like bragging rights. You're gonna be telling your whole family who doesn't give a shit about bug bounties what you just did. You're gonna be telling your pets what you just did. You're gonna be telling your neighbors what you just did. That is what it's about. Yeah, exactly. Marshall. Damn, I didn't even think about it, but that reminds me of that Arnold quote, what Marshall says there. But yeah, it's important to realize that you shouldn't be doing this for the money. That's what I'm trying to say with this. It's also important to realize that the knowledge you will gain just hacking, just trying to do bug bounties is incredible. Because I don't expect you to go and pick a random technical topic in the world and go learn about it. I'm not an idiot either. That doesn't fucking work. What I expect you to do is pick a bug bounty target and learn about its technologies. Set up a lab with the technologies that it uses, especially if it's freeware. And if it's not freeware, well, I'm not going to encourage anything to anybody because this is recorded, but you're rats. You know what to fucking do. Hey, I say we do. If we include it in the next thumbnail, you get a cookie, Mary. Is that agreed upon? Fuck. Now I have to get a cookie. Do you like wafers or? Yeah. It's, by the way, I'm a tyrant, aren't I? I'm having my people work. It's like so late in the evening. Unbelievable. Anyway, what's going to happen today is we're going to have Shadow, first of all, present his piece. He's prepared a lot with me together. Don't worry, it's not only his stuff. You'll be learning my stuff as well. We've prepared for you network hacking as a course. We are not going to ask you to do exercises right away, but we do ask you to try and repeat everything that Shadow is going to present to you. Not now. After the lessons, you have the recordings. Do it, and you will also get some homework. So pay attention, my friends. Shadow, I don't know if you're ready, my friend, to present, but you're welcome to take the floor. I will be here, by the way, throughout the whole course, so if you guys have questions, don't hesitate to ask. Are you there, Mr. Shadow?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you
Hey,
enable
yes.
my screen sharing?
Absolutely. Welcome,
Thank
welcome,
you.
by the way. Good to have you, good to have you. Thank you so much for joining. Maybe
I
a
thank you
small
for the
introduction as well. Sorry, sir. I didn't get that.
Do you hear me well? Do you need to?
Nope, no, perfect. It was just me talking over you. My ADHD springing into action. My apologies.
I
Anyway,
understand
just
you.
a small introduction maybe as well to everybody. Shadow has been doing some pen testing for us in the past, and he's also been doing some bug bounties. So, Shadow, I give the floor to you. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
You're a host now.
The idea is what I've learned during my journey is that, first of all, if you want to start in bug bounty journey, you will need to profile yourself in order to get invitations. Because if you want to hack, for example, MasterCard or Visa, it is not, I'm not saying it's almost impossible, but you will get a lot of duplicates in the beginning of your journey. And I know it's frustrating. So uh, I will show you some dorking and how you can find some easy targets in order to make your profile. And after that, I'll show you how to choose some easy targets, because it's a little bit difference between hacking a broad scope and the main app, and methodology are different. So let me share my screen.
And yes, I'm sitting on my daughter's pink scooter. If anybody has a problem with that, you can take it up with me during the break.
Yeah. Okay. It resetted my, but no problem. We'll start with Google Dorking. So first of all, if you want to find some easy targets, you'll have to use some dorks. For example, site. I will use NASA as an example. This query search for URL matching all the keywords in the query. And if you want to use an operator, the idea with operator is that they search for the exact phrase within the speech marks only. This is ideal when the phrase you are using to search is ambiguous and could be easily confused with something else, or when you are not quite getting relevant enough results back.
So basically you're searching actually two subdomains of nasa.com, and by using double asterisk, right?
Yes.
And double points, this will this will enhance the capability for 2 subdomains of nasa.com. Otherwise, if you want to search something like blog.nasa.com, you would use just a single asterisk. But if you want to search, I don't know, space.blog.nasa.com, this is why you use 2 asterisks. Okay.
Yes. The idea is I like to start with more asterisks because I want to find how deep can I go. For example, let's say do we find something? No. I bet
Maybe some background information here as well. What we're doing right now is we have already acquired a target, of course. In this case, we know that our target will be nasa.com. We'll go much deeper into target acquisition later, but we already have a target in this case, and we know it's a broad scope target, and we want to get the subdomains. Now we can use tools for this to automatically do it, but what Shadow is showing here is to manually do this. So we're going through all of these sites manually because he'll have to check them anyway. And you can use tools to check them, fine, but do that in the background. In the meantime, do some manual exploration like here. On a broad scope target, it's always good to see what kind of sites you're dealing with. And believe it or not, Google actually has the best spider in the world. Who would have thought this? But Google usually has some of the best information as well. But there are other sites, of course. We say Google dorking, but we mean dorking in general. You can use DuckDuckGo dorking. It's the same principle. You can do GitHub dorking. You can do dorking on Yahoo. It's the very same principle everywhere. And the very first step, again, is to find as much information as possible. So we need to find all of these subdomains. Now, what are you going to do when you went through a subdomain? Are you just going to go, oh, fine, and move on? No, you're going to add that to a list. You're going to copy and paste that subdomain, and you're going to make notes if you have to. So if you see something interesting, make a note there, but don't get stuck. The thing is, you need to find all of the information first, and then you move to the attack phase. What a lot of people do is to make the mistake of going into rabbit holes the moment that they find something that seems interesting. Fine, seems interesting, but maybe you're looking, like, let's say that you find a login panel. You might be looking for 5 hours on how to crack that thing, but had you looked a little bit further, you might have found a JavaScript with username and password, saving you 5 hours of work. But that's why we need to explore first, and that's what we're doing now. We're trying to do all of the domains, and we, of course, have subdomains, but you also can have, like in your subdomain, you can have ... It doesn't matter, like, for example, images.www.google.com. It's just an example. It's not real, of course. But that's why we have multiple asterisks and periods here, like Marcel already said as well. And now what Shadow is doing is showing another cool operator that I often like to use as well. Shadow, sorry, go ahead.
From you, and I used to put it in my searching methodology. Then I take every domain that I put there and add it to the list. After that, I'm going to look for extensions. For example, I like to find disclosed information about companies and to find, let's say, credit cards, phone numbers, or stuff like that. I like to hunt on these bugs mostly. And for example, okay. Let's find some.
Just a bit of an addition here as well, of course. Let's say that you are hunting on NASA. I know that NASA gives all of their domains free for bug bounties. So that's .com, that is .blah blah blah, .nl, .be. All of them are given free. We can, of course, easily explore more domains because we know all of the top level domains. We literally have a list. There's only a limited amount of what it can be. So you can always just add your asterisks here as well, or you can have a list of top level domains and just go through them. That's something that I've seen a lot of people ask, is how do I go through, like, let's say that I have Google Dot, well, Google gets everything. Yeah, of course. And that's where the fun starts, of course, that exploration part. What you can see Shadow here do as well is he'll add extensions like PDF. And now I'm going to, as well in the chat, paste a really cool site that I use for this kind of stuff. I don't know if anybody has heard of it, but there's this site called Pentesting Tool or Pentest Tools. That's the one. I'll paste it in the chat. And there you can paste the link that you're investigating, and you can select the Google Dork that you want. So I'll paste that in the chat if I can find it. Hey, I'm an old guy, bear with me here.
Yeah, and you can also search for bugs.
Well, yeah, the thing is, what we are always searching for and what a lot of people seem to forget is that bugs are just pieces of information that we can use in a way that they're not intended to be used. Like the thing with this is, for example, I can go to nasa.com and I can look for publicly exposed documents, but some documents have to be exposed and some do not. It's always that little piece of information, and then we may be able to technically exploit it, or we may be able to exploit it in other ways. Like if we find a SQL error, we might find SQL injection, for example. It's all these little things that make bug bounty so difficult, I think.
Yeah, the idea is that my past in my past as a lawyer let me easily understand what should be there and what it's supposed to be confidential. So actually, I'm hunting for those bugs because I download, let's say, 100 files per day and searching in them. And now I added API in my strategy. I usually hunt for API and disclosure information and
Yes, but what you're
some
doing
other
here
bugs
is,
that are related to.
what I like what you're doing here, and what we wanted to show as well, is that here we have in text, and here it's all about your fantasy. It's about how well you can fantasize. That's why I like to use cannabis, because it's making me crazy creative. No, I'm kidding. But this is something that, let's see, skipping the target domain by the operator for these checks. Thanks, Ari. I appreciate that. Does the extension command show? Does the extension command shadow put find public facing box only? Yes, AKMK. So it does only find public facing documents, and even only documents that are scrapable, because like Google, you can tell Google bots not to scrape certain parts of your website. So you can say, I don't want you to scrape docx files or whatever. But the thing is, there's also tricks around that. We'll get more into that later.
Okay,
question.
I think there are too many asterisks, for
No
example.
problem, Yuri, no problem. We always appreciate notes. But anyway, that was a good, that was already a good introduction on how to, when you have broad scope websites, how to find that. Thank you, Shadow. I appreciate that. All right, let's move over to the next part. Sorry, questions?
Just a question. Would you consider Shodan as a part of OSINT also?
Yeah, of
As
course.
part of a?
Of OSINT, also Shodan. Or,
yes, there are things where you can find directly the server, and you can bypass the firewall using information from there. There are many tricks that Showdown is very, very good.
Yes, and I think you also have part of a Shodan demo for us, right, Shadow?
Yes, yes. I prepare some queries for Showdown and to show some dorking and how to
Awesome.
find juicy stuff out there.
Absolutely, Shodan has its own dorking. But anyway, sorry for interrupting. I keep getting my nose in there. Ah, yes, the ESX servers. I like those virtualization.
Yeah, and we can start with port scanning. Or can I present you some tools for recon that I use? For example, for vulnerability scanning, I like to use Nessus, OpenWASP, SQL Map, Metasploit, OWASP Zap, for example, Nmap, Nikto, Burp suite.
Of course, let's do that after the lesson. But let's now continue with the network part, so we get that done for sure, and then people who want to stay afterwards can still stay for sure.
Okay.
All right, on to port scanning. Thank you.
So do I continue with port scanning?
Yeah, fine, perfect.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
oh, okay. So okay, let's open terminal.
A really important section, of course, port scanning. Now we're going to start the networking part, by the way. We'll
Yeah.
get much more into the website stuff later on day 2. But for port scanning, I think a lot of people miss a lot of ports. I think some of you guys might be doing it wrong, not just because you're missing ports, but also because you're scanning too much at the same time or with the wrong tools. But I'm going to let Shadow continue because I think it's important to realize with port scanning that there's multiple techniques. We're not going to cover all of them. We're not going to
Yeah,
cover
yeah.
SYN scanning, XMIS. Definitely not.
I think port scanning could be a very long subject because you can talk, if you know networking in a proper way, you'll see all the difference between all the scans and how they affect the network. And I think that it is a broad scope, and you'll have to know how to port scan properly in order to obtain the best data so you can find more bugs. Because if you obtain more attack factor, you'll have more chances to find vulnerable system. I think this type of hunting, it's a number games. And I see very successful people adopted to find a lot of subdomains in order to inspect them. So for sure, it might be a mistake there if you have thousands of subdomains to exploit and to search for bugs.
And the remark there is, of course, that a subdomain is also a server. So if servers are in game, you know that if they have, like, for example, Google allows all of their subdomains, but also all of their servers. I don't know what I don't get it why people are only looking at like websites for them, because they're all servers that you can hack, and they all have TCP ports, they have UDP ports. It's like a magical open world that people are forgetting about. I see everybody diving onto the Tesla site. That's the most boring part of it.
And if you know how things are connected, it becomes a beautiful world because you understand that it's only one piece divided into many pieces. All is about fractals. And at the end, if you want to hack, you have to know protocols in order to hack them. Okay, so I want to start with Nmap. It's the most common port scanner. I think it's very powerful, and it also has some modules. let's start with some Nmap basic scans.
I have an idea. I think most people here used Nmap before. Tell me your initial scan. So I give you an IP address, 127.0.0.1. Throw me your initial scans in the chat. I want to see what you guys are doing usually. Orgis already did that, T2, PN-B-. Orgis, you're gonna have to up your game because that's not good enough. God damn it, do I have to fire you every day? Incredible. We have an nmap-a-o-t3-b-v, and then the IP address. Also a good one, but missing something there, Mr. Marcel. Nmap-s-ss-a-d4-pn. It's getting there. It's getting there. The thing is, like, you guys are all rushing into this. I said your first port scan. Take it slow. Slow. Like, don't byte -b-, take it slow. First discover the normal ports on it. Like, and then see, okay, now I have these ports, and then start doing -sc, -sv on those ports, you know? No, not at the, like, just at the start, you know? The thing is, why would, if I give you one single one, that's fine. Like a single one, it will take longer. But what if, yeah, like you just start with what you have already and let that long ass scan run in the background while you start with exploring what you have. Oh, there's something on port 80 for 3. Let me go visit that website. And in the meantime, I can do things. Can you start a scan, an nmap scan on hexpert.com, please, Shadow?
Okay.
Just a basic one. Doesn't need to have any flags with it. Just
to be
nmap.
honest, my nmap first scan depends on what I'm scanning. If I'm in a CTF, to be honest, my first scan, it will be very different than if I were in a bug bounty program or if I would have restrictions. For example, in a CTF, my first scan will be nmap-a-v and the IP. It will be very simple. And I will wait to see some interesting stuff there. But we will talk later when I will. Okay, let's start with the basic scans of Nmap.
Like that better already, ATM. Sorry, go ahead.
Is nmap-sv and its version detection, it's basically default scan. If you want to add to this scan all the ports,
as you can see, this will take a very long time because scanning all the ports. Why do you? Does anybody know the answer?
I can.
Oh, it's okay. I was just wondering. Does anybody? This doesn't work. You have to put a comma, and I don't think space works. But does anybody? So you have to put 22,21. Does anybody know why UDP is slower than TCP? Like, let's say that I add a full port scan of all ports on TCP, and I do it versus UDP.
Yes, it's related to how TCP and UDP differ. If we remember the basic stuff from the networking, we find out that when we have a TCP connection between host A and host B, you actually have a three-way handshake and a variable window size, right? But for UDP, you have nothing. It's like when I'm watching your stream and some frames are lost from the video, or a little bit of a part of the MP3 is lost. Therefore, when you're trying to see whether there's something on the other hand, right? When you have UDP, it's much harder to see if if there's something on the other side. I think this is almost the correct answer. So
I'm going
this
to
is
challenge you.
yes.
So I'm going to challenge you a bit on that. I like challenging people.
Yes.
But shouldn't UDP be faster then? Because it's like it doesn't care about the connection.
Well, it is faster, but it's faster when I'm watching something which you stream live. On the other hand, yeah, TCP is much slower because it will allow you to to resend a packet or a part of a packet which was lost, right? Because each packet which you are sending via TCP has a certain number, and between the two parties actually have a mechanism which will confirm you that every single part of the message was correctly sent and reassembled on the far end. But on UDP you have nothing like this. It is more quickly, but it is more quickly when you're just watching a video, when you're watching all those nice hamsters on X Hamster.
Yes, they are cute, aren't they? Very fuzzy.
but when you're watching, when you're trying to see what's on the other hand, I think this is the issue itself, because you don't have anything which confirms you whether someone is listening on the other port.
Indeed, with the three-way handshake, you can say I have my three-way handshake complete. It takes milliseconds. That's okay. But with UDP, you literally have to wait until it times out. So for every single port, you have to do that. Times out, I don't have a connection. Also important, with the three-way handshake, we can also do a synscan.ss. I've seen that with some people. A synscan is just not completing the handshake fully. Why is it important? For detection. So if your handshake isn't completed fully, the detection is much less. The timing engines that I've seen, -t, the timing template, they just determine the speed and aggressiveness of Nmap. Be careful with that, because if you put your -t too high, you might kill a fucking server. And here we go to jail for killing servers. So I'd be very careful with that. Yes, indeed.
Have you ever had way too much money burning a hole in your pocket? Yeah, me neither. So that's why my certifications are really affordable quality certifications. And a lot of these, I'm not your proctor, I'm your actual customer. I expect behavior that you would proceed towards a customer. So are you ready to get certified? For less than the price of a cup of coffee, you can get certified in API hacking today, amazing hackers. Let's get into the video.
5 is very aggressive.
As I found, you should read very carefully the scope and all the details that are there about what are the permission, how they want you to test their systems, and you shouldn't miss anything from there, because that could land you in very big problems.
So you would use something like maximum -T4, right? To make sure that you're not discovered.
Yeah, to make sure that you're not discovered, and especially that you don't kill a fucking server. Like, you would probably use something like T4 is fine in most cases, but it's all about finding open ports, of course. We've talked plenty about that. I think our friend has a good example here of what we can have if we add the version enumeration here. Now, what can we do with that information? Any ideas?
I don't want to take the monopoly of the discussion, but yeah, as always stated, Origis Anarchy, if you find out an ancient version of whatever service is running there, be it Apache or whatever, then this should automatically raise a flag for you as an ethical hacker that exactly, and patch vulnerabilities, or you can just go on exploit -db and find something which is trivial, or even better, if you're allowed to use Metasploit and you're not during the OSCP exam, you know, uncle, then you can directly search for maybe even some default credentials, or some very easily exploitable stuff, or maybe it has an ancient Linux version, you know, if the kernel is very old, then yeah.
This is a story I haven't told to anybody yet, but I was hacking one time and I found a vulnerable version of something, and there was no POC for it, nothing. All I could find was a Wireshark packet capture of it. So what did I do? I recreated that in Python and I got my bug bounty, and I'm sure that nobody else went to the trouble of looking at that Wireshark capture, because it was literally like 5 fucking packets that you could put in one request. I don't know what's going on with people these days, but people are lazy as fuck.
Yes.
Like these days, server versions will be updated. Reward is cheese, like, and 9 times out of 10 they will be. And the thing is, you just have to, like, in these version numbers, often you will not find the exploits load, or you might very simple exploits. That's also potentially possible, but it might be important for later on. That's why it's important to note this down. But you're completely right in that reward is cheese, in that these versions, like, this is simple shit. Every bug bounty hunter out there and their grandmother can do this shit. So it's all about finding ports that other people aren't finding, by doing better scans, by doing faster scans, by scanning servers that other people aren't scanning, or finding more creative ways to use an exploit like I did, where there was a vulnerable version, was probably never exploited because a proof of concept wasn't available, so I just made my own from that Wireshark capture. But you're really right about that developers are lazy. Well, yes, developers are lazy, but the thing is, every single bug bounty hunter and their grandmother is going to be doing this. So yeah. Thing is, bug bounty hunters are also lazy. You shouldn't look for XP running. But the problem is that is, with Shodan is totally true. But I can teach anybody how to hack by just throwing in a random cross-site scripting and tag vector into Google and opening page 6 and opening a page there. I'm pretty sure that it'll fucking pop. That's not bug bounty hunting, and that's why I said Oregon. But you're right about that, by the way. That's why I said that bug bounty hunting is so different than other things. Because you're not just hacking, you're hacking on the same thing that everybody else is hacking on. I mean, Haggis is hacking on it, for fuck's sake. Are you gonna compete with Haggis? Come on, dude. That's not realistic. You gotta be realistic here. Yeah, but Haggis is hacking before you, dude. Like, he'll report that shit. Yeah, no comp indeed. Finally, you admit it. I am so sorry for keeping stealing the show, Shadow. Please continue.
No problem. So let's continue with the basic scans. The UDP scans looks like that. Oh. And the host name. For example, in our case, it will be labs that. But these scans will took too many times, so we will discuss a little bit later. So for this to work, we're gonna add no hub and this in order to leave our scan in background process so we can continue. And this will be saved. Here we have the process number, so we can continue. Now we can continue with TCP connect scan, which is -st, and Then we can go to host discovery. Okay, so I put this scan in order to put my scan in scan results. After the pause, I will take the results which are there, and we will use ChatGPT in order to make a list. I think we can usually take with grep, because I saved on a greppable file. And after the pause, we can continue with nmap host discovery, port scanning, version detection, timing option, and if we have time, maybe we can take a little bit in nmap firewall and IDS evasion. And then we can go into the ZenMap. The ZenMap, it's the graphical interface of Nmap. Then we will try some scans with Nabu. Then we will deep dive a little bit into Netcat. And after that, I will show you some queries with Shodan and how to find some sensible information left there on the internet. Are you agreed to take the pause now?
Just one question. I think it goes without saying that everyone here is able to know what an IP is, the classes of IPs, and what's, yeah, you already stated, Uncle, the difference between TCP and UDP. But are you aware about subnets and stuff? Is everything crystal clear what /25 means and what is the default subnet mask and so on?
Okay.
I think somebody's offering themselves up to teach that in the pause. What do you think?
Well, yeah, if needed, but yeah, it should be, it should be pretty easy, because yeah, it's not a huge of a deal. But one nice site, if I may, Uncle, which offers some nice questions, is subnettingquestions.com. I use this a lot when I was planning for CCNA. I didn't took the CCNA because I'm a lazy fuck. It's not that hard, to be honest.
To be honest, the hardest thing in CCNA is subnetting. If you know subnetting,
No,
then
it's not. It's definitely not subnet. It's not. I have to argue with you on this one, if I may.
And what do you think it is then?
There are a lot of definitions in the new one, the 200-301, and at one point they had no practical things, no troubleshooting. You would go crazy with this, Uncle. I mean,
Yeah, the idea
I know
is,
I have CCNA. Like
Yeah, to
Marius
be
can
honest.
tell you about it as well. Like CCNA is a hard as shit exam. Like I've done a lot of exams in my past, but damn.
yes.
I took, maybe I didn't notice that because I followed another course, not the one from CCNA.
What did you took? CompTIA or Juniper?
Not CompTIA. It's wait a second. I don't.
By the way, oh, okay. Sorry.
I couldn't find the name in my mind. It's a very notorious person from networking field. David Mumbai. I had a course 70 hours, and that saved me a lot.
No, I don't know the guy, so yeah. Jeremy's IT Labs is actually free, and many times you will find your friend's courses, Uncle David Bumble. They are at a very good, exactly. Yes, it's almost free on Udemy, but the thing which you must remember on submitting questions is yeah, you have to know what the classes are, what the default mask is, and the magic number. And based on the magic number, you can yeah,
Okay,
you
so
can do it. Sorry,
shut up about that.
I'll shut
I'm-
up.
No, I'm getting chills when I hear that. Mary's is probably enjoying himself to death. But whenever I hear magic number, subnet mask, I'm like, oh, please, not again. Please, not again.
Yeah. Oh my God! Congrats, Marius. Wow.
Mary's isn't just CCMP. Like, he's super knowledgeable about all of this shit. I joke a lot about his networking toys, but when my networking toys break, he's the first person we run to. Like, Marius, I did it again. And like, this guy, I'm not joking, he has like 50 different devices at home, switches, routers, backup power supplies. Not joking, he has it all. Like, if you need something, yeah, just do racks. Just do.
Jesus.
Just do. Yeah, why? I stand by my point. Why the hell does a same person need 2 racks in his room? Do you guys know what a server rack is? Fuck.
Yeah. But
I like that guy wrote tech. Yeah, like mass scan is also a good one. Like the thing that I would recommend, and here's like maybe a little bit of my methodology in between as well. I will go over this later as well, of course. But like what I always recommend is that if you get like a very, very broad target, that you start with mass scan and you get all the ports that are open and that you feed that output into Nmap to get a more concise scan. Don't do this in one go because it will take too fucking long. Your scanners will get stuck. You'll get angry because your list contains a character that breaks everything at around 15 hours into a 40-hour job. That's just how life fucking goes. So split it up. Don't go at once. Split it up. Make sure that you have different things running multi-threaded at the same time and that you're very organized because if something fails, you need to restart that specific section. So it's going to take a while for you to get this organized, but this should help you at least get all the ports that are open. It should help you get some results much faster. And maybe even if you're good enough, make like a little Python application that does all this shit for you. Or you just ask our dear friend ChatGPT to do it. I don't give a fuck how you do it, but be creative with this stuff. Like a lot of people, when they get like a network target, they start with Nmap. That's not the right thing. We just showed Nmap here because it was a single target. But Masscan, of course, is a great, great start because it's so much faster when it comes to scanning broad networks. Naboo is trying to make some strides into that, but I don't think Naboo is developed enough at the moment. And even if then, like the thing is, you can make a fucking port scanner with Netcat. Like, be creative for one. Smoke some weed, it helps. No, I'm not recommending drugs. Drugs are bad.
The idea is
Okay.
you can put your scan before you go to bed. I stay 1 hour before my bedtime, for example, and I put scan for the next day. And in the morning I have results to
Yes,
start
indeed.
hunting.
But the thing is, if you have like a list that is 10 million entries long,
Of
you're not
course,
gonna
you'll
do
have
that
to
in a
split it.
night. Exactly. And that is where real bug bounty hunters make profits. They automate this shit. And they automate getting attack surface and they automate attacking as well to a degree with other tools. We'll go over those as well, of course. Do you need to know subnetting for pentesting? Yeah, of course. Like if I'm gonna give you a /24 target, how do you know what your scope is if you don't know subnetting? Like that's
Yeah.
the thing. Like you can't determine your scope in that case. And you might be lucky enough to have a team lead that can do it for you. And they're gonna say, this range of IP addresses. But that's often not how it works. It's yeah, you get this range, okay, no, you get this subnet. That's just how network guys work. They give you a subnet. It's also important, of course, to realize that a subnet is a network. It's a sub-network. That means that if you are in a, I don't know, if you are in a 168.128.god-knows-what/24, you have a section of that network that you're in. That's your network. Go beyond that, you're in a different network suddenly. And what can that mean? That can mean the difference between attacking a production server that is on a different network that is bordering your subnet. You can start attacking suddenly production servers. That can be a very bad thing. You don't want to be the person that has to call the director of the company that you're hacking, but you accidentally deleted all of their data in production. They're not going to like you for that. Believe me, they're not going to ask you to test again. I'm just thinking of extreme scenarios here, but it's important to know. This is important to know at the beginning. I would argue, yes, it's important to have the basics right before you start with hacking. It's really important even, because I told this to Shadow as well, and I'll tell this to you guys. What do you think makes me I'm sorry that I think of myself this way, but I think of myself as a good hacker. And why do I think of myself as that? I don't think of myself as good enough yet, but I think of myself as a pretty decent guy. Why is that? Because I have so much basic understanding of all of these things. I've worked as a developer. I've studied networking. I have my Cisco CCNA as well. I've done God knows how many years of QA with different customers from across Belgium, ranging from healthcare to public transport to God knows what. And they all had their different technology stacks open. They had Kibana, they had Jenkins, they had Azure, they had AWS. All of this is letting me learn and getting fucking paid for it, and getting paid nicely. Like, you have no idea how much these QA people in Belgium will pay for some stupid ass shit. And I'm learning on the job. It's amazing. It's like the best thing ever. And you might think, oh, you're doing QA, you're not learning hacking, you're not busy with hacking. That's the biggest bullshit I've ever learned. If you want a hacking specific job, fine, that's fine. But for me, hacking can be applied to anything that you're doing. And believe me, some of us, and I'm not gonna say who, got fired for installing hacking tools on their network on a fucking on a fucking system that was the company's system. I would not recommend that. It wasn't me, but I also got I got a call from IT security suddenly saying, "Oh, hey, we noticed that you have this tool installed on your computer. What the fuck are you doing? We just blocked your computer entirely. You cannot work anymore." That wasn't a fun call. I had to come in and explain to them that I found like 15 different vulnerabilities without even using that tool, and that I had another tool running called Burp Suite. Handy little tool, and that they'd never even found it. Yeah, that's fucking jobs for you. But I use it to broaden my hacking knowledge, everything. Like, I learned how Jenkins works. Like, I had to set up a test system for Jenkins. Of course, I'm going to set up that test system, but you'd be a fool if you think that I'm not going to take 1 or 2 hours on that test system to test for XSS and different plugins and shit like that. How can I know how these plugins work? By using them. I'm the manager of that Jenkins system right now. I'm the person who says what the fuck happens with that Jenkins system, what gets installed in it, how it runs, who can run on it. And that is a really good position for me to be in, because I can use my powers a bit to learn hacking on the job, and not hacking in the sense that I'm going to learn how to attack things, but just how they work. Like, I don't understand how so many people get this idea that you can hack things that you have no idea how they work. For me, the definition of hacking is using things in a way that they're not intended to be used. How do you do that? You need to learn how they're intended to be used first. To start, reading a fucking manual. I know most of us here are guys. We're too proud to open that fucking manual, and we throw it away as soon as we open that box. But I don't want 6 lost screws in my students. You've already lost enough screws in your head, as is. Let's not lose more. I mean, look at you. Half of you are crazy as fuck.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. I'm just rambling now. That's why I love these boot camps. I can just talk my mind and I can yell at people and I get paid for it.
But it does make sense, Uncle, because yeah, as a very good friend of mine said once, to spend your entire life searching for the best insert from here is not a wasted life. But yeah, the thing is that because of the social media and all, our attention span is dramatically reduced, at least in my case. I always argue with my girlfriend for this, and you know, my nickname in during work was Lucas Squirrel, you know. And yeah, reading can keep you focused, but
Question:
so much
Do you
distraction. Yeah. So
do
go
do you
ahead.
still do sports? Because I know you had an injury a while ago.
Yes, and the number of injuries is dramatically increasing. Now both of my shoulders are fucked up. My rotator cuffs. I had a bad knee problem because my MCL yeah is still fucked up. Yeah, I'm barely walking in some days, but I still go and train, and I get
Dude,
smashed a lot.
what kind of weird BDSM shit are you doing? Holy fuck.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's a nice sport where you know you learn how to strangle people and not in an erotic way, and to no BJJ, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's not blowjob jiu-jitsu. Yes, guys, okay. Don't don't go there.
Yeah. Arguments with your girlfriend, having broken bones all over. I don't believe this anymore, dude. You're trying weird sex positions again, aren't you? I told you not to fucking do that.
Yeah, and the guys I'm training with are usually big guys, like over 90 kilos. I'm only 74, 75.
Oh,
And
you like to pound them big? Holy shit. You go,
yeah,
boy. You're worse than haggis. Holy shit.
yeah, it's pretty effed up because you know, at one point I'm struggling even to breathe. Imagine if someone is using their gi. It's like a judo gi, and it's all over your nostrils and mouth, and you really can't breathe. So yeah, it's interesting.
Is that what they call a dick now? A gi? Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
You for revolving fast.
You
No, but
will
the reason I asked,
definitely love it.
I'm not so sure. But the reason I ask if you do still sports is because I know that a lot of people don't. And of course, your attention span is shortening if you don't do fucking sports. You're not made to sit indoors all day. You're made to run and be chased by a fucking lion. Bitch, you're meant to be eaten, not be like this. And the
Yes,
problem is, people like us, we have like cortisol levels. And usually our cortisol levels used to rise when we saw wild animals and shit like that. Now we don't see that anymore. So what's triggering our cortisol? Pretty much everything fucking around you because your mind's going insane.
absolutely.
So focus a bit more and do some sports. Get your fat asses out there. Come on, I used to be fucking fat. Look at me now. I mean, I'm not small yet, but I've lost about 14 kilograms now. Which if this rat can do it, you can do it. Come on, get out of the chair. Hey, stop. Don't get out of that chair. Where the fuck are you going? We have a boot camp. Come on.
Yeah, round is a shape, right? Be in shape. Now, someone mentioned calisthenics. That's Mario. That's a wonderful way to get in shape, and a lot of people are only using that. I mean, even if you get your hands on a pair of gymnastic rings, or just a pull-up bar, it can be more than enough if you're committed and dedicated enough. And don't go balls to the walls like from the start and try to do 100 push-ups a day if you can't. But if you divide those 100 in sessions of 10 or even of 5 per day, that's something else. Look, someone found something, sorry. Using
Indeed.
the mask.
Yeah,
Mine too.
so let's go back to our boot camp, shall we?
Sorry.
Good talks, by the way. No, I think it's important to have these talks because I'm stressed as fuck. Use a straw. That's also the reason why you smoke so much weed, by the way. It helps with the pain. Like I have fibromyalgia. I'm also like we're all getting older. It's just we're all getting old as fuck. That's it. Anyway, good talks, good talks. So like we said before, Mathscan is indeed a good one. Shadow will explain a bit about Mathscan. Sorry about yapping on, like I have ADHD. It's crazy. I'm soon gonna get investigated for it, but yeah. Onwards to the
Okay, let's start with Mathscan. I guess everybody used it before.
Anybody here who hasn't used Mathscan before? Nope. So most people have. Oh, there are some people who haven't used Mathscan before. Oh, you guys
Okay.
mean, yeah, know that you have used Mathscan before.
Yes.
But anyway, yeah, sorry. It's the question in between.
Okay. So then I will take this. This is the GitHub repo for Mathscan. You can download from here. Mathscan in other ways is more powerful than Nmap. It is a lot faster. So if you have a huge networks with a lot of hosts, you will have to use Mathscan because it will be faster. Here is the command for downloading Mathscan.
Maybe, yeah, it's okay. We can skip this. I think most people know how to do this, but maybe small remark as well. In our tests, we found that Mathscan on a single target isn't faster than Nmap per se. It depends. Like usually on a single target, Nmap is faster. It's only when you go broader that Mathscan becomes very fast.
Yeah, I use Mathscan for big networks with, but
anyway, like let's say that you have a Mathscan. Sorry, go ahead.
Marius will tell about what a big network is in their time, and we'll understand idea about IPs. And
you guys don't know that yet, but Marius will also introduce a little part about networking. Look forward to that, by the way, Marius. What I wanted to
that's why I wanna add tomorrow before your session, if you agree, an hour after Marius will tell them about networks and to...
Of course, we can see about that. We'll talk about that later. That's not important now. But what we can see here is that we have Mathscan results, of course. You do need to feed those into Nmap. Now, with Mathscan, it isn't as feature-rich as Nmap, of course. Like, it has a lot less features. Sorry, just wanted to add that we have in Mathscan, I'm not sure, I have to look this up. Yes, we do. So in Mathscan, we can see that we have different output options and we can format that to go into Nmap. There are Nmap compatible options. So we have .ss, .pn, .n, -- randomize host and -- send Eve. I haven't talked about the pn command yet, but that's of course ping. That's your first thing. If you have a very broad network, you start with that pn addition because you need to ping and see which ones are online and which ones aren't, of course.
Why exactly are you paying so much for overpriced courses that under-deliver? Because mine are 85% off at the moment with the code Halloween. You can get courses for €1.50. Or if you're really a cheap ass, you can do it in 3 payments of 53 cents. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can go as low as 53 cents for your next course. But we have bundles as well. These bundles, they contain our 900 Hackers Toolkit, which is one of the most beloved bundles we've ever brought out because it contains everything we currently have and everything we'll bring out in the future. That includes certificates, live lessons, etc. If you're only about the certificates, we also have a third bundle. We have a beginner web hacking bundle. We have more bundles than this, by the way. These are just a selection of our bundles. We have certification programs, which I should update. We have live lessons. There's so much for you to pick from. So I am not exactly sure why you keep paying for overpriced courses in this economy. Do you really not like your money? Because if not, I can also make my courses more expensive. But I prefer to give you guys the most chances possible. So go ahead, don't think about it twice, because I promise you this investment will help you in the future. Investing in your skills is one of the most valuable things you can do, and now thanks to Uncle Rat, it's one of the most affordable things as well. Hope I'll see you on my website, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
Oh, and one more thing. I don't think we talked about that either, but it's also important to know that you can have a configuration file with masscan. So if you have certain configurations that you want to repeat every time, you can just put that in a conf file and you can add -c and then the item.conf, and it will run with that config every time. So it's repeatable as well. We know all of these things because we have a port scanning course, of course. If you're interested in that, also interesting to note, if you are staying until the very end, so people who do stay until the very end, they get a free course of their choice. So maybe interesting to say. Anyway, masscan important. We've talked about ports quite a lot, I think. We've talked about identifying ports, about different IP addresses. We've talked. I think it's also interesting to know, of course, what to do afterwards. So after we have all of this identification, ports important, service enumeration on those ports are important. SV, we've talked about that. OS detection is also important. We haven't really talked about that, but there are also some firewall evasion techniques, of course. So we have all of these different port scanners. Of course, we're not going to use all of them at the same time, but we can be in a limited environment. That's why I think it's important to know at least of the existence of these port scanners. Things like ZenMap, like what's already mentioned, is a very important tool for me. Can you please show a bit of ZenMap, Shadowsec?
Yes.
Shadow, just one thing.
Yeah.
Sorry for
No
disrupting
problem.
the course. You both forgot to mention something, either with masscan or nmap. If you want a complete report and so on, you should save your results, and the output of the scan itself via nmap needs to be saved somewhere, because, for example, there may be cases where when you're required by the guy hopefully paying you, the organization, for you to provide the results of the scan. And if you issue a -on, right, at the end of the name, you will have an output, a normal output in this case, for the nmap scan. And this is very important, because you need to not only to hack if you're not a black hat, right? You need to document your scan. Sorry for it.
No, you're correct.
You had a very good point of view.
But that's why I wanted him to show ZenMap, of course. Like what ZenMap gives you is a graphical overview of all of this stuff. That's why I like ZenMap so much, because it's much easier to visualize all of this. Like ZenMap is just included with Nmap, so you don't have to install it. Sorry, Shadow. My apologies.
For example, I have friends who use ZenMap instead of Nmap and find it easier for them to do their scan with ZenMap.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you should use both of them.
Certainly, sometimes it's faster to use Nmap, sometimes it's faster to use ZenMap. It depends a bit. What I like here is that you can select the command. You have like these predetermined things like is shown now, but being able to create your own command is also important for me. So let's say that you just want to add one flag, you can do that easily. what I like here indeed is that topology viewer, that board viewer, so you know how everything is combined, but you can also rank it by services. For example, if you have a very large network, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be interested in the websites. Like, it's just how it is. Websites is just the biggest attack surface out there. So you can order by web services here, and you can go through all of them manually, of course. What I like about this is that, of course, it keeps the results, but this has a tendency to block really fucking easy. I mean, if you breathe the wrong way, this thing blocks up. I don't know if any of you guys have noticed that. I'm just giving you this. It's just this thing. I don't know what the hell it has, but I think some kind of memory leak at the very least.
Actually, on Windows works a lot better.
That's maybe why. Yeah.
And I read somewhere that in Linux you may encounter some issues.
I've had quite a few problems running it indeed. I use Mac, so it's the same backend, it's the same Unix system. But it's yeah, for me it has been a little bit of an issue because I like to bug hunt multiple weeks at a time on the same target. And it just gets stuck for me when you put too much information on it. Maybe on wind blows it's better, but I don't use wind blows. That is for the plebs, for the peasants. I know, I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, don't ask me to hack a Windows system. That's very clear. I got through my OSCP by luck of grace that my only difficult Windows system was pretty easy to fucking crack. Anyway, these are really good things, of course, to focus on. I keep interrupting you. Sorry, continue, please.
Okay, let's do a scan on labs. And we have and we see the command here. It's a -sv, a T4, a little bit faster than default, -o, OS version, and -f, and -- version. So let's do the scan. Okay.
You're not running it as root, that's why.
Yes. I will.
It's...
I'm having a little bit of issues with my Zen map, as always.
See, I told you it's not the best. No, I'm kidding, of course, but yeah, it's I've always had issues with it as well. I just wanted to highlight it because some people like to use it. It's not my favorite either.
Okay.
That's okay.
Can you open it on your PC?
Of course.
Because I cannot open the root.
You don't have root on your own PC. Aye. That's not good.
Okay, let's... Wait.
All right, no problems. So we know what it is, we know how it works. I don't think we have to go too deep into it either. What I just wanted to show you was some of the results, but we can do the same with Nmap. So give me 2 moments to install that. While that's installing, I can, oh, why am I installing it? I can just use my terminal. I have access to servers. That's the good thing about, yeah, I'll do it later. There we go, so I can share my screen. Yes, there we go. I'm gonna reclaim host so I can share. Here's the participant window. There we go. Reclaim host. And we'll share the screen. All right, now this is going to be a bit faster because technically I'm cheating a bit, but we'll ignore that. So let's do just the labs.expert.com. I'm going to start a basic Nmap scan because there's quite a few ports that are going to be open here. I already said that HTTP is interesting, but what a lot of people seem to forget is to investigate the other HTTP sites that are not on port 80. What the hell is this running on port 8000? Always investigate all of the websites. That is very clear, of course. What you're going to do on the websites, we'll talk about later, but it mostly comes down to discovery still because you're not yet hacking. Try to remember that. Try to go through the phases properly. I know it's difficult for me as well. Don't get me wrong. I'm not making any excuses. It's a fucking disaster, especially if you have ADHD. Everything looks like a fucking shiny metal spoon that you want to grab. It's just simple as that, but you'll learn to deal with it over time. We see here that there are other ports open. So while I maybe have some scans running, some nuclei on port 80 or God knows what, I'm going to investigate port 21. We have FTP running on here. Now, what can we do with FTP? Not a whole fucking lot. We can look at the version numbers. So let's already do that. Let's add the -sc and the -sv to here. And let's go again to labs.expert.com. As you can see, I'm not using any timing templates. I might use that just to make it even faster. Please do not use the T5 all at the same time on my labs. I don't think my labs are gonna like that. Neither am I, and neither is my network guy. I mean, he's had trouble enough with me, believe me. Oh, I have -L, yeah. Good job, Wes. Good job. So let's remove that. So we have quite a few ports open. FTP, we need the version number first. We have some vulnerable shit for FTP right here. We have, I'll tell you guys, it's VFTP version 3.0.3. So I'm going to look for some exploits there. VSFTP 3.0.3 exploit. That's how I start. I can see directly something on exploit TV. Here I can see what this is. This is a denial of service attack. Am I gonna execute this without asking anybody? If anyone says yes, now I'm kicking you off the course. When you said of course, my heart skipped a beat, dude. Holy fucking shit. I was about to come to your place and kick you out. Damn. You're worse than ChatGPT hallucinating shit. Like sometimes I'm gonna give you guys a very big tip if you're ever gonna do CNWP. We might ask you what a AAA DNS record is. If you're gonna ask ChatGPT what it is, it will happily hallucinate some kind of explanation for you. It doesn't fucking exist. So we like to trick you because we know that sometimes ChatGPT will do things. We like to know that you understand things. But do not denial of service attack exactly organs. What does that mean? Programmatically and in other ways like this. So what do I mean by that? You can denial of service and attack, denial of service attack an application in multiple ways. This is an FTP server. Let's say that anonymous FTP was enabled and I could upload files to this server. I can DOS it by uploading just too many files on it and making them too large or whatever. I can upload it by programmatically exploiting the SFTP, but I can also DOS it with sending packets on a network level. If you remember the OZ model, and Mary is gonna have an orgasm here. If you remember that, then you also remember that there's different layers, and on multiple layers of that, you can trigger a denial of service attack. In this case, this denial of service attack, as you can see here, is on packet level because it's going to open, you can see right here, a connection. It's going to send certain packets. It's going to get a socket error. Again, never ever just go through this. What else can we try? Anonymous FTP. How the hell do we try that? We try to make connection FTP labs.expert.com. We are connected. Oh no, sorry, I still need to give my name. Anonymous. Login failed, but yet I have FTP prompt open here. Now what can I do? Help. Okay, help. I can see all the commands that I can execute here. This is a bit of a brain buster for you all. Check this out. Nmap is in here. Nmap is in that list. Nmap is in the list of executable commands through FTP. What the hell is that doing? I'm not going to give you the answer. I'm going to let you look for it yourself because you're not going to find it. I'm pretty sure of it. It's pretty difficult to find it. It's I've been looking for this for a while. Not important for now. All of these things, cool. Am I even on that FTP server? No, the login failed. So I'm basically FTPing to my local ship. And there's nothing that I'm FTPing to. Always keep an eye on this because this could be a very big rabbit hole for you. Now, imagine that you're on a server. I'm going to give you another tip as well. Check the history. Sometimes dumbasses like me will type in their password after. It's like, for example, I will think PVD, like change my password. And I think that I've hit enter and that I'm entering my current password and I hit enter again. Fuck, it's in my history. I'm a dumbass. You can see that there's 2,000 lines in this history. It's always important that if you get onto a server, even on a lower level, because that guy might have done as you, trying to get sudo right, trying to type his password, but he's a dumbass who forgets that he's not in real sudo. Then you have their password. That's a big one. Other tips I can give you for FTP specifically, no. The thing is just that you have to find out how this FTP is configured, what version there is. Just get as much information as you possibly can. Let's continue back to the scans, shall we? Now, you often see this right here. What the hell is this? Anybody know? Is this useful for my hacking?
Yes, we can find there very useful information.
Yeah, well, like Werkzeug, which is useful.
The thing is, what this is just Nmap found unrecognized services. And it made a fingerprint of them. And I could submit this fingerprint so Nmap has more information in the future. That's it. That's what this is. The information is here, what you're looking for. This is that information. Like, this is nothing new. I see so many people reading this like crazy people. This isn't important. This is for if you want to submit information through Nmap. You can see this well here. Please submit the following fingerprints. God damn it, learn to read, guys. What the fuck? I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course, I'm kidding. But it is like, I think you can see where I'm going with this. You think you know Nmap, I'm trying to trick you into realizing that you don't know Nmap. Like, there's so many options and avenues to explore. For Port 22, SSH. So many people see SSH, they're not attacking it. It is because of all of these courses and certifications programs that you're following. Because what do they teach you? Do not attack port 22. Do not attack port SSH often, because that is the service port that they use. They don't want you to attack their service port. Yeah, but they forget to teach you that they really need to have those SSH techniques down as well. Things like Hydra and shit like that. Do not run any brute forcing tool without explicit permission. If you don't have permission, do not brute force this. But why aren't you trying very basic usernames and passwords? Yeah, let's say that you have 15,000 servers and they all have SSH open. How are you going to try basic usernames and passwords on this without Hydra? You just make a very basic condensed list of usernames and passwords, like root, something like that, root Tor. And you try that basic list automatically with a lot of delay between it. So you just let it run onto the server for fucking ages for all I care, but it's gonna run automatically and you don't have to look at it. So this is what a lot of people are not doing, and I don't understand why you're not doing this. This should be automatable to a large degree. Something like broken access control and IDOR, you cannot automate that shit. So you should be looking for those manually, but these things should be automated to a degree where you understand that there are basic passwords and usernames that people tend to use. Morons like me who are lazy, who are going to put password or something, administrator password, you know, the basic shit. Try it with delays in between. Also for FTP, by the way, do the same thing. Why aren't you doing it there? Port 80, we'll go more into that later. We'll get to you, baby. Don't worry about that. I have some pleasure planned for you. Open LDAP, don't worry about that too much now. I'm planning on teaching LDAP in the future, but I don't feel confident enough in teaching things that I don't fully understand yet. That being said, I was trained in LDAP in high school, or in my bachelor's degree, I should say, because I did networking, so I should be fucking ashamed of myself. As for 443, we'll get to 443 later because again, it's a website. But look what this found. It found a Git directory. Has anybody here not heard about Git yet? So,
To be honest,
shut up, Orgus. Sorry. Not you, shut up, Orgus. I was telling him to shut up. If you didn't know about Git, I would, yeah. You're fired like 5 times in a day. Sorry, Shadow. Go ahead. You can see that I love my employees.
Yeah.
we love you too.
They need Xanax just to get on with the normal work state, right?
They're drugged up as fuck, dude. But we don't speak about that here. Now, what the hell am I doing wrong here?
You're trying HTTP instead of HTTPS?
God damn it,
It's
you're getting too
pretty
good at this.
straightforward.
You're banned from my boot camps
No.
from now on. I like to trick you guys.
I missed one of the boot camps, sorry. Not gonna happen again, Uncle.
Thank you. Finally. Fuck's sake. God damn it. This is important information. Sorry, bullshit, of course. This is important information to get because this can contain things like passwords, API keys, source code. Very, very important information. So you always need to investigate this. But Git, not gonna go too deep into it now. Remember that Shadow showed some great dorks in the beginning. Git dorks are also a thing. So remember that. Now that just a little bit in between as well, what I was showing you guys is, let's say that I have, for example, expert.com, amazing website. I don't know who made it, but they should get a fucking award. I can click for directory listing vulnerabilities. That's important. Let's click that again. Oh, look, I have different indexes. That's fucked up. But there's also other things that we can explore, such as Wayback Machine. And this is a cool one. I don't get how people haven't reported this yet, because I show this in literally every bootcamp, and I'm not gonna report it because it's just too fucking good. Everybody knows this website. Check this out. We got a cross-site scripting on it. Like, it's really easy here. The thing is, this just shows my labs, and this URL had a cross-site scripting attack vector in it, which is displayed here, and which gets triggered. Simple as that. Wayback Machine, fucking awesome site. Please don't hack it. I just fucking love it. Yeah, I fucking haven't. Fuck that shit. It's just too good to show on boot camps. No, but I've told many people to fucking report it, and nobody has done this yet. Like, what the fuck? This is like one of the sites that I use quite a lot. Now, why am I using this? Because of this summary. What does this summary do? It gives you a list of all of the URL. So again, much better crawler than I could ever admit to make. Very, very fucking good. And this sitemap, also amazing. Like in the center, you have expert.com, and then it branches out into the different subdirectories, and it keeps branching out. Really good website. I love it for explorations. There's things like Wayback URLs and stuff like that. Not my cup of tea. I just don't like using automation that much. I love going through this myself. Like, the thing is, you can automate all you fucking want, but if you forget one edge case, I'm there to clean it up. That's basically how I see it. We're the red pack, we're the cleaning crew. We are here to get shit done that other people are too lazy to find or not good enough to find, or I don't care what. As long as they leave it for us, that's fucking fine. Check this out. We have IPPR cups 2.4 with an HTTP header. What the hell is that, right? Let's go investigate. 172, which port was it again? 631. Okay, fine. And this is the speed I'm doing this in bug bounty as well. Even faster. Okay, what am I going to do now? Subdirectory defining. I'm going to try to find things here that are hidden. What tool am I going to use for that? Burp Suite Content Discovery. I got Burp Suite Pro, you may not, that is not my problem. I have Burp Suite Pro, I use it. Content Discovery is an amazing tool because it does at the same time subdirectory discovery and file discovery, which is something that not a lot of other tools have the capabilities to even do. So that is why I love using that tool. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. 3000 filtered PVP. Don't care about that. That's probably nothing. HTTP again. If you keep interrupting me, I'm gonna kick you the fuck out. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
You mentioned Wayback Machine, and as a life hack, if you want to read some old articles from various magazines, right, you can use the Wayback Machine and go 2 days before today, and you can read, I don't know, The Guardian or whatever the heck you want to read via the Wayback Machine without that paywall, which is very annoying, right? I mean, I assume you're already using this, but yeah.
Google thinks I'm a robot because I've been dorking too much. There's this section of Wayback Machine, which is, I think, no, this is not it. Wayback Machine book archive or something. Wayback Machine book archive, and I don't like it because they have basically all of my books as well. If I have a PDF on any educational site, they have it. I'm gonna show you guys this. I don't like it. Please do support any creators if you're planning to do any of this shit. But for example, they have the Brute Logic cross-site scripting cheat sheet on here. Brute Logic XSS cheat sheet. They have my courses on here as well, which is why I'm showing this. I don't care. But where is it? On Wayback Machine. This the one I don't remember, but this is the old one, I guess. This is the very old one, 2018 edition. I did find a lot of courses there recently where I was like, okay, they're for preservation. That's one thing. But yeah, sometimes it's also a bit iffy, I think. Like a little bit. We also see port 8000 open here. We see port 99998 here. These seem to be APIs. We'll get more into APIs later. I love APIs. They're basically my bread and butter. I don't care too much about front end. Front end is there to protect users from their own stupidity. API security is where it's really at. So we'll get more into that later. But I haven't found all of the ports that are open here yet. I'm going to do another Nmap scan now, and I'm going to add the -s, what was it again? Not UDP, but TCP, this one, and then /p from 0 to 655. God damn it, I always forget that last part, that's okay. And then just expert.com. See how good I am at networking. Marius would be proud of me. So proud. So proud. I'm doing well, Marius. Please do not pay attention and just imagine that I'm the best network engineer you've ever seen. Now, this is gonna take a while, of course, which is why I say that it's so important that you do any type of scanning in a stage, where you have a stage that can get done, and then you can investigate. Or you can have things where you automate it from start to fucking finish, and then you can work on better automating. That's also an idea. But the problem with better automation is you cannot automate things which you don't know how to do manually. And what a lot of people try to do is include other people's workflows into their workflow by using tools that other people have created. It's just the problem is that they don't know how to use that tool in the most effective way possible, which often leaves them only half-assing an assignment or half-assing a bug bounty assignment. That is not good, of course. That's definitely not what we want. There's limitations there. Now I'm going to summarize these things to a bit of a degree here. So first of all, we need to understand what we're allowed to test, of course. We have a certain scope. We use our bug bounty platforms for this. How do we find that scope? There's different types of scope that we can find. As we've seen before, web, networking, IoT, API, it can very, very broadly, very try saying that 10 times fast. And I've been asked before, hey, I cannot find any network targets. What the fuck are you talking about? You're talking of US again, aren't you? Well, I'm actually not. It's just that some of you guys aren't looking hard enough. If I go through the programs that are on Integrity, I just want to see the public programs for now. So I just have the same baseline as everybody here. I'm going to see which ones I can try. Here, voice, VoIP grid. What do they have in scope? They only have a website. That's fine. We'll look a little bit further. Visma, that's not going to be important. Let's try Nextport. Also, I thought, god damn it. Now I can't find any. Good job. No, but I'm sure that there are on here. I'm just looking for them. Digital Vlaanderen is potentially one of them. Do they have the network still up? Nope, they also don't have network up. It is pretty rare, as you can see. It isn't always the case. Where is that application again? What's it called? Come on, it's a magazine where you can upload your computer shit. Help me out here. I've shown this target like a million times. Hardware.info. Nope, also not it. Ooh. God damn it. I should have written this down. Here we go. We already have a network. This is just 2 IP addresses. The first one we tried, we find a network. The very first one we tried, we find a network. You're just not looking hard enough. But they do have, what I would like them to have is like a filter where you can see what type of target that you're testing. I don't know if they have it by now, but they have a very limited filter range here. You can see that it isn't possible to test for IP ranges or to look for IP ranges. But if you just go through the programs, I'm sure that you'll find a range of IP addresses that you can start attacking. So that's one place. Of course, as our friend Shadow already said before, we can also do Google dorking. That's also definitely a possibility. We can find targets that way. We don't have to go to a bug bounty platform. I would not recommend Bugcrowd, nor would I recommend HackerOne, because everybody knows about these targets. Everybody knows about these platforms. It's just not effective to hack on the same thing that everybody else is hacking on. And yes, they might have a different range. They might have a bigger range of targets. But the problem there is that you just have a lot more hackers to compete with. I would recommend Integrity to start with. And there you can find some public programs which you potentially can find something on and then can translate that to private invites. All right?
Hello, amazing hackers. Today's episode is going to be sponsored by R19.io. They have a podcast, Hackers Behind the Code, in which I feature an episode for. We're going to dive deep behind the code, the practices that bring the bugs that you hunt. The founder and really brilliant, lovely guy, Mr. Milton, has so many certificates. It's insane, but that's not the point. He doesn't bring out his own greatness. He brings out the greatness in his guests. I'm not the only guest. Oh no, there's many more episodes. So go and check it out right now in the description below to hear me and all the other guests talk about this impressive podcast. Thank you so much, amazing hackers. I'll see you later.
So that is for scope finding. Any questions about how to find something to hack on? I hear nothing. I see nothing in the chat either. So I'm guessing not. That is really good. Yes, we hack is also a good one. Kyrosec. Yes, we hack. I like them. But just know that like if you're picking Yes We Hack or Integrity, you're basically picking a side. They have a bit of a war going on internally.
I joined Integrity.
Did you like it so far?
Yeah, I just don't get time to bug hunt. My boss is a bastard sometimes. I've got to work sometimes, you know.
Be careful what you're saying. He's in a call with us. He might hear you.
Oh, am I breaking up? Let me speak a little bit louder.
God damn it. That's how much my own fucking staff respects me. I am so done with the shit. Orgus, you take over. If you know so well, you take over. I am out. Bye, guys. See you later. Have fun with Orgus.
Mr. Wayne, you're from Scotland or just asking?
Yeah, I'm from Scotland, yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a true cunt. He's a good cunt, though. But he's a
Yeah,
cunt.
I'm a good cunt. Yeah, I'm a good cunt.
But
I
he's a cunt.
recognize the accent from one of the best movies I've seen in my life, Train Spotting.
Oh, train spotting. Yeah, I'm not far
All right.
from Edinburgh where it was filmed, yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna
That's where I'm
continue for
from.
about a minute, and then we can take a break because I'm also
Yeah,
take
I'm
a
going to
break.
mute my mic.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. I like talking to you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hired you. I mean, you practically call me all day. You're always like, "Oh, can we have a meeting, please? Can we have a meeting, please?" Always the same with you guys. No, that's bullshit. By the way, I'm the one calling them at 8:30 a.m. and then not going there myself. That's the person that
I can't. Tell me
Yeah,
about it.
that's right. You
Hey,
can't speak
I'm
about
just
it.
going to do this. Can I call you? No, you can't.
All right.
I've told you what I'm going to do.
That's okay. Then I also can't. Then I also can't give you your paycheck. It's fine. I mean,
Oh, it's like that, is it? What is that
I'm
command
sorry.
again? RM
Got that.
space
The problem.
star.
The problem is that this guy has access to everything, like everything, so he could fuck shit up. I should be careful. Anyway, so what about Target? That's a good one, University Hospital. But what I like about Target is that they're so diverse. What I dislike about Target is that they're so diverse. What do I mean by that? You have a lot of choice, but it also a lot of people have problems picking and committing to a target. How do I know if I have the right target? How do I know? How do I know? Oh, you sound like a 40-year-old version with commitment problems. Just pick one. There is no wrong target. Maybe you waste your time a bit, but you've learned and you learned that that wasn't the fucking target for you. But how are you going to know if you don't pick one? Difference is you need to be smart about it to a degree. Like I'm going to teach you some pitfalls to avoid. I would avoid Ada Health, for example. Ada Health isn't good for me because they offer money for low bounties. That means that they probably have their shit together pretty fucking well. Also, they have about $5,000, which is about the upper limit for targets that I tend to go to because they're not going to hand this out like candy from a creep's van. They're going to make sure that they give you a reward if you earn it. So they are going to secure their shit well. 10K, same thing. This one you might think fine, but this is a business to consumer application. I hate business to consumer applications. The reason I do is because they often give you less of an attack surface, even though they might give you more scope sometimes. They're sometimes broad scope versus business to business going to be single scope, but their surface of attack is sometimes going to be lower. Argenta, you need to be a customer of them to test there. This is a bank. Axel Springer National Media and Tech. I don't know, dude. This is business to consumer, not my cup of tea. Azena, this is responsible disclosure program, but this is my guess going to be, where is it? There you go, broad scope. I would avoid broad scope at the beginning because all you're going to do is look for a tech surface, but what do you do when you find it? What's your next step? So that's not going to be it. BCM today, Bitcoin Master, probably not it unless you're really adept at blockchain. Belfius, you need to be customer at. It's a bank. Already one page deep. A lot of shit. BMC, Randstad. Wouldn't go for Randstad because this is like a job offering site like monster.com. I don't like those type of sites. That's why Bpost, if you're like them, fine, but remember it's business to consumer. You're not gonna get any access to any backend systems to properly test everything. I am not the kind of guy who is like looking for a tech service, looking for a tech service. I like to click through an application and get it all. Then Bpost, it's a post, fuck that shit. Then we have builder group. I believe that this is going to be broad scope as well. So we are going to avoid this at the start. Cake for banking. Banking. Don't do that. I'm going to go on until I find something nice because I think you guys know pretty much what to avoid now. Right? Watch me scroll. Finally, I found something. Why do I like this? Because this is, to a degree, maybe broader scope because you have a lot of APIs, but it's a very well defined little scope you have. You have a lot of attack surface there because all of these APIs together, you can read their documentation. Dude, it's fucking hilarious how big this shit is. They have a lot of stuff in here, both on API, on web level. It's a great program. It's a great application. As long as you are sure that when you use this application, that you use it first. Now, why did we go so deep into the network hacking part? It's because I think it's important to know, because you might get some kind of broad scope like google.com. Just know that all of their servers are also in scope, and get creative and start attacking their servers instead of doing the same thing as everybody, blindly following them. Because if you see, let's do a little bit of an experiment. Google bug bounty live stream, or let's just do a bug bounty live stream. How many of these live streams are gonna be on a web target, do you guys think? Bug bounty stories, live bug bounty recon session on Yahoo. Let's see, there's probably subdomains. This guy is gonna have a lot of subdomains. Nahamsek is, by the way, really awesome. Love that guy. Yeah, it seems like mostly subdomain hunting, not really website hunting. Department of Defense bug bounty, that's probably going to be the same thing. Like a lot of these are going to be on web. That don't attack web. I look at other people to see what they're not doing, what they're not picking up. Here we have a lot of APIs, we'll get into that later, but we have clear documentation and everything is clear. You know what you're gonna get when you hack on something. It's fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing. I just love this program, and I will give it to you in the comments as well, in the chat, I mean, as well, of course, if you're interested in this program. Because in Viso, I've hacked on this a lot. I've gotten a lot of money from them through broken access control issues. Broken access control, IDOR, and business logic flaws. It's a minor and valid finding of ODA. That's good. Hey, good job, Erie. Good job there. Like what I found most on these things is if you have a different level, you might be able to do things that you're not supposed to, but also this is what I found about them. Like you could change your account type through HTTP. No, not really. Well, it's parameter pollution. The thing is, if you save the settings of an account, you would see account type in the response. I just copied that from the response to the request and I changed it. And that was a valid bug. They, in their manuals, they said that you could not delete super admin users. I tried it. Fucking 5 minutes. Easiest 125 bucks I've ever made. It was like 5-minute report, 5-minute test, 10 minutes for 125 bucks. Do that times 6 for an hour. Yeah, I think you can calculate those numbers. I would like to get paid that amount. Now, what else did I find? I found things like cross-site scripting on other applications, and I found them through heavy searching. Sometimes I found like a glimpse of HTML injection, like a broken image, but everything else was filtered out, for example. I will look for days to find cross-site scripting on that because I'm just obsessed with it. I love that kind of shit. That is my shit. Meticulously testing what's blocked and what's not, and putting two scanners up against each other by meticulously adding the right parameters at the right locations. Yikes, love that shit. Makes me horny as fuck. I'm kidding, by the way, I'm kidding. Damn it, it's time for a break, I think. What do you guys think? Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be back for some more action.
Yes,
Sounds good. Excellent.
guys.
I want some French fries.
Speaking about keeping in shape, huh?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah,
He has to
maybe
run
some
for them though.
maybe some haggis to go along with it, right, Orgus?
Yes, as long as you take a jog.
A joint? I'll always take a joint too. That's no problem.
Yeah, when you're jogging.
Joint while I'm jogging. It's not the
Oh,
best, but why not? I'm never gonna say no to a joint. Dude.
Am I breaking up again or something?
No, I'm just selectively hearing what I want to hear.
I thought, oh, you've got your filter on.
Hey, dude, silent. Pip is breastfeeding.
Oh,
have
and
to
have
be
to be
quiet.
quiet. Nice to meet you, Shadow.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well, Shadow.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
How are you?
Me, I'm good, mate. Yeah.
Good.
Good, good. I like watching other people's techniques on stuff. Everybody has their own technique.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love watching different people doing the same thing. I love that.
You should
Sometimes
watch
you pick
Marcel.
things up and you go, oh, I never thought of that. You know?
Yeah, I also like to talk with different type of people because I saw that their character influenced their methodology in hacking.
Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, character definitely affects our methodology.
And
Some people
everybody
go, yeah,
has a different methodology if you
yeah,
look
that's
at
true.
details.
Yeah. But see, at the end, 90% of everybody gets the same results one way or another.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it.
The end of the journey is the same, but the road is different.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. Certainly is the same.
Because I think this
The
is
road
so.
changes every day.
Yeah.
I think this
It
thing.
does.
Sorry. No, continue.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, I just think that the road changes every day.
Yeah. And the idea is you will need to come with some knowledge, and that knowledge determine your methodology or
Yeah.
your tastes.
So
And the
everybody
thing
does
with
it different.
Yeah.
the problem with
Yes.
Orgus is that he's getting old, and it's hard to teach him new tricks. So if you guys have tips on that, I would love to hear them. Love you too,
Oh.
Orgus.
Yeah, you do know I've got the club on speed dial.
You do know that I have Haggis's balls on speed dial, right?
It's all right. Haggis knows the club.
Shit,
Yeah.
they're in this together, aren't they? Fuck.
Yeah. Where do you think? Where do you think he goes at night when you go to sleep?
That's why his cage is always open.
Yeah, he goes to the clubhouse. Jeez, oh, come on.
I'm like going to take a piss at night, and then I come back and the cage is open. I'm like, what the fuck? And I close it again.
You know what? I'll let you off because you're concentrating just now because you've got a live boot camp. So you know you're cool. You're cool.
I really,
Yeah.
really, really appreciate that, dude.
Uncle, I just sent you the most offensive joke possible via Discord because I don't know if I can stay here
Dude.
and not be kicked out forever.
Can you stop sending me selfies, please?
The naked ones.
Yeah, the most offensive shit, apparently. Fucking hell. I don't have to see your dick, balls. Jesus, that's offensive. That's a crime
that's
against
too much.
nature, dude.
That's
You
too much
know-
info.
you know when you're getting old, when the number of wrinkles on your face equals the number of wrinkles on your balls. It's happening to me already. I'm 43.
My stomach's that fat. I don't know what my balls look like.
Oh, Okay. Go and grab the, some
I don't
coffee
know how
and
many
drink it.
wrinkles I've got on my balls, but I must have a look because my face is covered because I'm an old cunt. But I don't know what my balls look like, so.
Yeah, getting old sucks definitely. I'll go
Oh
grab
yeah,
some
what are
coffee
you old
before-
like?
I'm 43.
Oh fuck, is that all?
I am old. Everything
I'm
hurts in the
55.
morning. Oh God.
I'm 55. What do you mean, oh God?
Hey, this is an ocean heaven. You guys are
Yeah.
just throwing information out there. I didn't even have to ask.
Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. That's my bank card number if you want that. Sort code is 666 666.
You do realize that this is recorded, right?
Yeah.
What the
Okay.
hell is this robots.txt file? Nice one, Orgus.
Oh, you know me with robots files, man.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's something to do with the sci-fi movies. I'm sure it has nothing to do with scanning, right? Okay,
Nothing.
I'll be back in 5 with some
Right.
coffee.
Okay.
Yeah, he's an old man. Pissing takes a bit longer. We'll expect 7.
Yeah.
I think the word old is banned now. Yeah.
By the way,
If you have a coffee now and you're that old, you'll be up all night because you'll be up pissing.
yeah, if I'm lucky, I'll not forget to take my pants down before pissing.
Yeah, me too. That's all I wish for when I go to sleep.
God damn it! Do I need to give you guys some diapers for my kid?
Yeah, man.
I mean, my kid is learning for the first time to sleep in bed without a fucking diaper. Now you guys are getting it back. So that's the cycle of life. I see how it is. You go from diaper to diaper. Like, I should be thanking
Diaper
you,
to
by the way,
diaper.
Erie. Like, I should be thanking everyone here. Like, you guys are the real heroes because I'm just the lazy old fucker starting to yell at the screen here. I'm not the one doing the bug bounties. And I can give you all this information. I can bring you to the water, but it's up to you all to drink. Like, the thing is, if you're not gonna take this information and run with it, then you're basically wasting your time here. I'm not saying to leave. I'm just saying to take good notes and to start practicing and applying this information after this boot camp. Not today, maybe just go to sleep and then practice, but like don't waste it. It's such a waste.
What the fuck? Oh shit! I forgot my mic was not muted there.
By
I'm
the way,
just
I
looking
know
at
most of you.
I'm looking at the source code for that page. Yeah. Who the hell puts style sheets on a robots.txt?
I don't know,
mean,
dude. It's like,
Why?
fuck?
I mean, why? I mean, yeah, exactly. Why? I just can't. I've never seen this before. I just don't understand this. That's a hell of a lot of work, man, for a fucking robots text file.
It's
It's got
beautiful.
shitloads of JavaScript. Jesus Christ.
They
Oh,
forgot their Google
oh,
Analytics.
it's okay. I got to the bottom of the robots file. It's WordPress. Oh, there you go. That explains it. It's WordPress.
And that's extra information that's useful. Good job,
It's
Orgus.
WordPress. It's one of the most fucking vulnerable things going. Come on, it's WordPress. Jeez, oh.
Nah, it's lovely.
You just run a WPA scan on it.
WordPress is amazing.
Oh, I hate it. When I work for
Maybe
that
a
other
question
company.
for you all. What tool do you guys use for broad scope domain enumeration? Hey, they're dealing drugs in front of my window. Interesting. I wonder what it is. Looks like a little baggie of powder.
Oh, it's not herbs. That's no good then.
No, I have a very good sighting from the whole street, like from my apartment. There's often dealers here because I don't know, police maybe don't come often.
All right, what was the question again?
What's your tools for broad scope subdomain enumeration?
Subdomain.
Yeah.
Sublister, Subfinder,
Yeah.
AMS, RDNS, DNS Recon.
Yeah. DNSX. I also use passive shit like crt.sh, the website, checks for certificates. That's quite handy sometimes as well.
Way back URL.
Yeah, way back. I use Subfinder. I also use my own tool that I wrote myself. Just
Here's
sort
a
of see
question. Is your tool better or worse than something popular like Subfinder?
that. I would say mine's more or less the same as every other subdomain finder tool out there.
I like that answer.
But it also depends on the list that you're using. Because if it's not on the list, it's not going to find it.
On the sources. The
Yeah, your
list is
list.
subdomain brute
Yeah, they
forcing.
all take, yeah, subdomain brute forcing, yeah. Oh, you mean subdomain enumeration? Yeah, well, I use crt.sh. Sorry, that's brute forcing, yeah.
No, it's fine. I just said I
That's
wanted
just the way I do
to.
it. I do the brute forcing as well.
I recommend using any tool that uses the most amount of sources possible. Like subdomain enumeration depends all on the sources, not particularly on the technique being used or any type of word list. But I always recommend to do subdomain enumeration in combination with subdomain brute forcing, like Orgis already said. It's just rambling down a list.
I also use different tools that do the same thing and compare the lists and append them all to one big list and sort them by unique and, you know.
That's good. We should do a comparison someday
Yeah,
what different tools can find. I mean, I
Yeah,
have an
make it-
employee now that can run those scans.
Yeah, make a ticket. Yeah, I use different tools that do the same job because sometimes once or twice I've found things using one tool, but the other tool that I used, I would say my go-to tool that I use. In fact, I think it was a directory search, so I think I was using GoBuster and it found stuff, and I think I used Dirtbuster, and it found other stuff that GoBuster didn't find. But it's not always the case. Sometimes it's the other way about. That's why I always use 2 or 3 different tools, just in case one misses one that one didn't see or something. It's
I'm gonna
also a
get
good
another,
practice.
maybe a stupid question, or maybe sounds like a stupid question, but
Yep.
I scanned today, I found 1,000 subdomains. I
Yep.
scanned tomorrow, I found 1,001 subdomains. What could be a possible explanation for this? Same tools, same sources, everything.
They made a new subdomain.
Well, yeah, what kind of subdomains could they make?
Yeah, you could have a subdomain, a subdomain, a subdomain, subdomain. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I'm talking about why would they add a subdomain? Like I'm talking about, let's say that I do today 1,000, tomorrow 1,001, and the day after 1,000 again. 9 times out of 10, there's going to be
Honeypot
test servers.
or test or
Honeypots,
dev
no.
or yeah, or dev
Exactly.
servers. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It matters a lot, and that's why I like to recommend OWASP, because OWASP has a database engine.
That's right. It remembers the last scan.
You
Yep.
can even do compares between scans.
Yep, and it
And
updates it.
you can run it through a cron tab to automatically run. And you can even put in that cron tab some kind of thing to alert you when there's differences in the databases.
That's right. I read about it the other day. I was amazed. I knew how to run my scan, but for some reason I ended up going on to the GitHub page and I was reading it and I was like, oh, really? Didn't know that.
It's interesting,
It's called
right?
Alert. Yeah, because I've actually got it on one of my virtual boxes because I'm making a new virtual box. And I had my old one and I wondered what the alert was in my Go folder. It was that. It's the alert thing for masking.
Nice. AMAS, not Mathcam. Sorry, I'm talking about
AMAS.
AMAS. No, yeah. Like,
Yeah. Oh,
I'll
I
show
get
it.
you confused all the time. You know that by now.
Me too. We're old, dude. We're old fucks. In fact,
Yeah.
you should
Well,
probably be. Have you heard about
I
No
should be
Commit
dead by then.
Friday?
We'll just put it that way. About what?
No Commit Friday.
About what? No
The only
commit
day that
Friday.
we're not. Yeah, the day that we're not allowed to commit anything.
That's a bit late for that because I pushed those updates you asked me to make this morning, so that was like 4 commits. A bit late
got
for
the
that one.
I see the question here from Kyrosec Project Discovery Tools. They are definitely reliable. Well, I'll show you why I like AMAS. So on their web page as well, on their GitHub, they already show a little bit of what you can do, but it's more than just a enumeration tool for your, like, all of this shit. It has different information gathering techniques, really fucking cool, but it also has a database. So if I, for example, go to their wiki, where is it? Wiki, is it? No. Wiki. Usage guide. Here you can see we have different commands that we can do. A lot of you are recognizing that enum command. That enum command is probably something that is recognized by a lot of people because you use it. What does that intel command do? Well, this intel command can help you discover additional root domain names. So let's say that you're hacking an organization like Google.com. We all know that Google doesn't just own Google, right? There are many other domains associated with Google.com, but they're just not named Google. They don't have Google in the name. You need to find those as well if you're hacking big things like that. That is why Intel can be so important. This is really an extra game changer that a lot of people don't use enough. Like, I don't understand why people don't explain this type of thing in their bug bounty streams, because this is fucking awesome. This is just the intel. We also have the enum command, but have you seen all of these different options that we have with intel? Have you seen these active recon methods, for example? Have you? Oh, sorry, my my filter almost fell out of my joint. But have you seen the vis subcommand, which is the visualization, a network graph basically of how these different domains interact with each other? Also very, very useful. You have the database comparison options through the track and the DB subcommands. Now, let me know how many of you guys knew all of these different options in here in MS. Like, I'm sure that a lot of you have used enum, but have you looked further than enum and have you looked at all of the other options and what they do? That is often overlooked, but I wouldn't overlook it because it's very, very useful also for Nmap. Like, a lot of people know the basics of Nmap, but that's the problem. A lot of people know their basics. And now that you know that a lot of people don't go further than the basics, I think you already have a pretty good idea of what you should fucking do, right? Go further than the basics. It's simple. It's really simple. You need to know the basics first, of course, but read some manuals, go through these things all one by one. All right. Does anybody have any questions about this? This is subdomain discovery, of course. We can also do brute forcing, which is different technique, where we're going to go through a list. And with the help of this list, we're basically going to try to find subdomains by making a direct call to them, either with something like netcat or curl or whatever. But we're going to try to see what is online for these things. All good and well, but if I know what is online, then what is my next step going to be? So we have a bunch of subdomains. If you are allowed to scan them for server shit, then do that. Then make sure that you do release Nmap on this, or at least some kind of core scanning tool, so you at least know if there are other web servers on this server just running on a different port that you may not have seen directly. It's important to explore every single option. I'll give you a stupid example. I was scanning hardware.com, this web, and I found this server on a website that was running some kind of hobby project for this guy. And every time you clicked it, you would find a different airplane, like really strange. But it was hosted on the same server, so it was hosted on the same domain. That also meant that all the cookies were set on the same domain, and I found cross-site scripting in an ID. So it said ID equals 1234. I could find cross-site scripting in there, and I could steal the cookies. A really big way around actually stealing somebody's account, but it actually worked, and that's why I love doing it so much. I love bug bounties because it's always like little tricks and little puzzle pieces that you have to apply. I look at this always like a puzzle. Like if I can't hack it yet, I just don't know how. There's different pieces of the puzzle that I need to take into account, but I'm just not smart enough. That's okay. They will come. I just need to learn more. That's just how I think about it. Now, subdomain brute forcing, there's where your list starts to matter. What kind of subdomains do you have on your list? Anyway, I keep rambling on. I think Shadow also wanted to show us some Shodan and some other tools, right, Shadow? Sorry.
Yes.
The floor is yours, my friend.
We can go with Shodan.
I like Shodan. Once I got this API key for Shodan, that was like $8 on a Black Friday, and it was like an infinite API key. I love freaking Black Fridays.
Yeah, we'll remind you about this on this Black Friday.
Yeah, on Black Friday, usually keep an eye on the thexssrat.com as well. Because usually on Black Friday, we give like 80% discount on all of shit.
Wanna see something funny?
Of course. You mean Marcel's face? I'm sorry, I don't laugh at that anymore. I find that sort of...
Yeah, it's really sad.
By the way, I should give you back the control, right? Otherwise, it's impossible for you to share screen. There we go. You should be able to share again. Back. Hey, look at that pretty face. Oh, God damn it. For $4. Yes, definitely reward this cheese. So I put down some simple notes as well, but we will have bigger notes of what's covered after the bootcamp is over. But at least you will have some basic notes as well. No, Haggis was shagging my shirt, and yeah. I don't want to have that shirt anymore. Are you still there, Shadow, by the way? No, not good, Haggis. You guys are the worst. Unbelievable. You shouldn't be rooting for him shagging my shirt. Come on. Top Shaggis. I think Shadow has disconnected for a moment. Probably some internet trouble, of course. Why not? Perfect timing. That's okay though. We have some other topics to cover as well. So we've covered quite a few things already. I'm going to go into the next section. Gonna get my notes here for a second. All right, so we've done that. Now we're doing information gathering from a domain. That's important, of course. Find as many subdomains as possible with different tools such as StopLister, AMAS, StopFinder, etc. Just run them all, just compare the different outcomes and see which ones you would prefer. I would just merge all of the list. Then we have IP address mapping. Of course, we're going to do that with Nmap and masscan. And then we have the identification of the services that we have on there. We've seen all of this. That is good. We haven't seen directory or file brute forcing in its full force yet. So like it's important to know that you can do content discovery. If you find a website, you do content discovery. You try to discover content. You're not going to try to discover subdirectories only. You want to find subdirectories. You want to find files. You want to find subdomains. there's different content that you can brute force. We have different tools for this, and I'm going to take back control for a moment, of course, so I can show you as well. One of my favorite tools for this is the Burp Suite one. Now, I'm not going to be an ad and only show that one because that's not important, of course. What I'm going to show is FUF in this example. So FUF is one of my favorites. I like to use FUF quite a lot because here you can see, for example, we have this example right here where the word FUS is going to be replaced with whatever is in our word list. So in this case, it can either be a subdirectory word list or it can be a subfile word list. Now, I'm gonna give you guys an example here, or at least an assignment. Take 2 minutes, don't take too long. Try to install FUF if you haven't already. And I want you to do this. So FUF, and then your word list, blah, 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 .txt. And then the host itself is -u http labs.expert.com. And just to be sure, I'm just going to make a list while you guys do that. Make sure that you replace this with your own list, of course. And I'm going to make a list myself. So let's cancel this command for a second and let's put something in there. Let's just go with, I don't know, www. No, sorry. Yeah, that should be fine. Labs.expert.com. So let's do something like test in there. Subdirectory test. And we're going to pipe that into test.txt. There we go. And now if we got test.txt, we find nothing, of course. I'm a moron, I did that wrong. Let's just open the file and add our thing. So let's just do test. And this is going to be our word list.
Today's episode is brought to you by Secure Technologia. Secure Technologia is a company specialized in corporate cybersecurity, security operations and strategic technology consulting. With their active presence in Manaus, Sao Paulo and Lisbon, their mission is to support organizations in protecting their critical assets, responding to security incidents, and ensuring compliance with global standards and regulations. They operate as a strategic partner in building secure, resilient and threat-ready digital environments. If you'd like to contact them, I'll be putting their contact information below. Thank you so much. Continue with the video.
So if we take the command that we wanted to enter first again, like so, it's okay, Orgus, it's okay. I will show it by the way, so no worries. I wanted to show something here, test.txt. I did something wrong. I didn't define a first keyword, of course. Now I can see a response here, of course. You have test giving a status 301. Did it find something or not? In fact,
one is redirect, right?
Yes, indeed, it is redirecting. My tool is redirecting. How do we deal with redirect, do you guys think?
We follow them.
Exactly. We follow them like a mouse channel. Sorry?
Tac R.
Indeed, tech
Isn't it?
R. Like a mouse follows the cheese. Now we see a status 200. Does that mean that we found something? Let's see. labs.expert.com/test. But it gave me a 200. What the hell's going on here? This is why it's so important to not take everything that comes out of the tools for granted. It seems like it found something here, but no matter what I'm going to do here, it's always going to say 200. Because this status page is a status page that is not coming back from Apache. This is programmatically put in. So this isn't really giving the status code that we expect. I just wanted to show you that it is important to not blindly follow these tools because sometimes they will give you hundreds or thousands of results and they might always be redirect or they might always be the same result with a 200 okay, not working, aka. Important to realize that. Network vulnerability scanning, we have tools like OpenVAS. I'm not a big proponent of OpenVAS. I've never gotten it to work once. I don't know what it is with that piece of shit, but every time I want to start a new scan, it infinitely keeps scanning on and on and on. Every single freaking time, no matter how I install it, I'm going to leave that to the professionals and I'm going to ask Marius to do it one day because I'm sick of this shit. And it's not that I'm porting over my bad shit to the people who work. No, not at all. That's why I pay you guys for. God damn it. Isn't it fun, by the way, forcing your employees to come to your boot camps and support you? So much fun. All right, so.
What
that
do you
is a
think
bit-
about Deer Search?
Sorry, sir? What did you say?
What do you think about Deer Search?
Deep search? Oh, their search. I
Deep
like their
search.
search. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like that. I like that as well.
I
The
think
reason-
it gives very. I
Fast.
don't find that it returns you too many false positive in the end.
Yeah,
See, that's
thing
why
is-
I use
It's
different
slower,
tools.
but I think it's better at some point.
the thing is, it doesn't matter which tool you're using here. I can write my own tool, and as long as it's fast enough, that's what matters, because all these tools are doing is making a request. That's all they're doing, HTTP requests. So I can write my own tool, I can use FUF, I can use WFuzz, I can use their search, I can use GoBuster, I can use their buster. It doesn't matter. Like, for all I care, you go to the moon, you pick up a piece of rock there and you see where it lands, and that's your subdirectory. As long as it makes a request, I'm fine with that. But it's a good question. I've heard that before. Like, what tool do I pick? Which ones is the best? There isn't a best one. There's just the fastest one. And the word list that you use is going to make all the difference in the world. Like,
And
if you
you-
have a bad word list, you have a bad outcome.
Use all of them. Yeah, and use all
Yeah.
of the tools, not just one.
You don't have to in
Combine your
this
list,
case.
your results together, and then sort them by unique, and then you'll have, you know, everything
is-
that every tool found.
In theory, it shouldn't matter. Because as long as you use the same word list for every tool, they're all just going to make requests. So in theory, it all should find the same thing. If you're working with different sources, like with subdomain enumeration, so anything enumeration, it does matter. Anything brute forcing, your word list matters the most there. Like, that's everything in the world.
Yeah, my fault, my mistake.
No problem. It's hard to realize that difference. I've had a long time trouble with it.
No, I just thought we were still talking about that. It's okay. We'll
It's
shut
a
up
different,
now.
no problem. It's a difficult topic, of course, as well. I know I'm the master. I know I'm great. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's like authentication and authorization, isn't it?
Absolutely, no problem. Reward is cheese. So the big difference with enumeration versus your brute forcing is with enumeration, you're enumerating. You're going through known sources like Google, and you're going to see, hey, Google, what subdomains do you have for me? With brute forcing, you're going to use a list and you're going to go make a request with every item on that list. So with brute forcing, all that matters is how fast is your tool at going through that complete list. Usually multi-threading matters a lot there.
But
with your enumeration, it's the sources that matter. Does it go to Google? Does it go to Yahoo? Does it go to SH? Does it go to God knows fucking what? And here's the kicker. You have certain tools like, let's say, a mouse. You can enter certain API keys for tools. Step that shit up because you'll be getting so much more results if you're able to use these APIs in their full force. I hope that makes sense. Like, for example, Shodan. You can add your Shodan API key to a mask, and you'll find a lot more. It's just the way it works. And it's not just Shodan.
But, you know, if you use something like this, VFuzz or FUF, aren't you much easier to discover if you do something like this?
Who cares? It's bug bound. You're allowed to do this.
Oh, okay. Okay, if you do this against the targets you're allowed to use, not if you're doing some
Absolutely.
shady stuff.
Yeah. And often the targets that you're hacking will have a maximum requests per second. Please do everything in your power to
Okay.
be like obliged by that. Everything in your power. That's gonna be important.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of exploration already, and this exploration is all meant to find vulnerabilities. I cannot, for every single network port that's out there, go and tell you exactly what to do, but I'm trying to get you a methodology here, like we've said before. You go and find as much information as possible, and you try to see if there are active exploits there. This is a very, how should I put this, non-technical way of hacking almost. Because what you're mostly doing here is using other people's technical work, and you're just trying to identify. There's a difference here between identifying an exploit and crafting an exploit. The big difference here is that on web apps, you will most likely start crafting your own exploits. Also identifying to a large degree, but for cross-site scripting, for example, you'll often have to craft a lot of things to make it bypass some filters. In bug bounties, you also run that chance of having, for example, a firewall active that's going to block all of your Nmap shit. You can get by that in some capacity, not, of course, by everything, but there are ways of getting by things that make it a lot harder to detect if you're doing a port scan. That being said, in bug bounties, you will not find that as much. If I'm a customer, I'm either going to give you access to my production network, or I'm going to give you access to my testing dev network, pre-prod maybe. I'm going to give you full access there. And on my prod network, usually there will
No,
be
you're
firewalls.
No, you're not the dev network, you're not. That's my network.
You're breaking up.
Oh yeah, I bet I am.
By the way, you guys, Orgus helped me create this. Well, Orgus did a lot of the work, to be honest. But if you go to cnwpp.net, go to .net, do not go to .com. I cannot show that on this recording. I know I'm making you curious, but please God, do not. But this website is about our CNWPP certificate. So if you have any feedback on it, we would love to hear it as well. cnwpp.net. I'll put a link in the chat. The meeting group chat. There you go. Checklist is a good one, Orgus, but everybody and their mother knows checklist. Like everybody just knows it. And the problem is,
Yeah, I
of
know,
course, you
but
draft your own word list sometimes.
you start with that. Like, I mean, the first list you ever download is rocky.txt, isn't it? And then you
It
download
should
sec
be.
lists, and then you download other lists. I'm actually going to have to compile because I've got word lists everywhere for different things. And I'm
It's
going
gonna
to
be
try and
useful.
amalgamate them all into one sort of thing.
Hey, we really appreciate it as a company. Thank you. Appreciate it. You know how messy I am. I always have my word list everywhere as well.
Yep.
All right. So quickly back to port scanning. We know that our initial scan needs to be fast, not deep. Then we're going to go to a much more detailed scan of all of the ports of the UDP ports included, service enumeration with then different banners that we get back, OS detection, and we have different firewall evasion techniques, such as, for example, the ping that we can do, or we can do the bad sum tags as well. Now, as for vulnerability scans on a single target, let's say that I have my target, which is labs.hexpert.com. One of the big vulnerability scanners that I like to use is Nuclei, and that is because in Nuclei you can basically write your own templates. Now, this is a bit more advanced. I wouldn't start with writing your own templates, just use the community ones. But if you think you can handle it, it's just a YAML file with a few basic fields. And that YAML file is very, very easy to create yourself. I'll give you some examples. So I like project discovery tools, by the way, as you can see, definitely. these are the templates that you can see here. DNS file, headless, helpers, HTTP. I'm going to take an HTTP request, basic CVE maybe from 2002. Why not? The CVE has an identifier, some metadata, some classifications, more metadata, and then your HTTP request. What to be executed, get, post, put, delete, whatever. Stop at first match. So if it finds something, stop. Otherwise, if this is not there, it continues, even if it finds something. This is what we've had with a lot of XSS vulnerability scanner tools as well. You just keep on going sometimes, even if you found something already. And then we have matchers here. So if this is found in the body, and this is and matchers, this is found in the header, and we have a 200 status code, okay? We might have cross-site scripting. This is one of the templates that is executed by Nuclei by default. So it's useful to combine all of this shit into a automated script. Let's make an automated script for a second. And I'm going to ask you guys for some input as well, of course, because I'm a lazy fucker. What's the first thing you do? Let's say that we just have, for simplicity's sake, one target. Always just one target. What's the first thing you do again? Execute a nmap scan. Single target. Good job. I'm already getting some answers here. Nmap, yes, I like that. And we see SSV. Yes, indeed. Sorry, Cairo. So it is a network target. And then check ports, we see. Let me see, check robots.txt. All right, let's focus on this nmap scan. What did our dear friend add here? SS, so a SYN scan, and banner enumeration. Say no, please execute nmap in stages and output the results. So I can work on the intermediate results while it scans on. As we can see here, it is going to run in stages. Add more stages that are useful. It's not a very useful thing, as you can see. I have to give it command after command after command. So you can see where the complexity of automation comes into play. Not everybody is going to have the same scenarios. And if I gave you my script, it might be useless to you. Or you're not going to at least be optimally able to use it. You can see that this little thing still didn't fucking add where I wanted. So first stage is going to be a SYN scan on all ports. Then we have a scan with the SV on -B. Is this running with the ports that we have? Yep. It's running with the ports that we found, so that's good. Then it's going to do OS detection. And lastly, merge all the results into a final one. Now, will this script work? 9 times out of 10, it made some kind of programming mistake, or I make some kind of mistake copying. This is why it's important to at least be able to read, debug, and fix this type of code. As you can see, it is already a lot more effective at doing what I want at this moment. This is kind of already starting to look what I want. Now, indeed, on all of the things that I found open, I need to do something else. Now, add Now add a vulnerability scan on the open ports. That's already pretty good, right? Now I want on the web ports do a content discovery brute force. So these scripts can get very, very complex, very, very fast, as you might notice. We are building something right here, which is supposed to help us. You can see how this can slow you down drastically, really, really drastically. But it can also help speed shit up because while I'm asleep, this thing is doing stuff for me. And here it's important to start thinking about databases as well. So databases are important. Databases matter a lot because in this instance, we want to be able to write our result somewhere. So when it stops for any reason whatsoever, because there might be 1,000,001 unified shit to it, I want it to continue running where it left off. I want to be able to fix the mistake in the input file that I'm actually using. And as you can see, it is doing some really good stuff here. So it is writing me a decent script. What I wanted to show here, or what I wanted to demonstrate, is that please do not write all of this stuff yourself. Please do not fully rely on AI to do this stuff for you, because AI is shit, and so are we. We just have to admit it. We're shit programmers. Go on, otherwise we would be programming, making a fucking bag out there. Now we're doing this stuff, bug bounties in our free time in our basement. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not sour at all. You're sour. Let's continue. So this is really, really awesome, of course. This is really useful already. We can even try this. Let's do that. Let's give it a shot. Why not? Why not? Let's give it a shot. So here, let's make a new file, test.py. Let's see what this does. Python test.py. Did it give me a good help file? It did not give me a good help file. Because we don't have a target, of course. Now I know that that's the problem. We'll see quickly how it inspects that input precisely. So let's do running nmap scan on target IP. And where the hell do we get target IP? So run nmap stage. It's where it gets target IP, and here it has the target IP already, and it's supposed to enter that from input. Yeah, good job. It's not giving me any input. That's what I fucking mean. Now we can easily fix this, of course, but just defining that ourselves. I'm gonna do that so we have it, so we don't have to fuck around with this shit, because the input isn't going to work. I need to probably use Python 3 so quickly so I know if that was the problem. Yeah, see, that's the problem. labs.hexpert.com. I'm not gonna give it an IP address, as you can see. It's done with the nmap scan. It probably didn't do any content discovery because it doesn't have any list, so that's why. Path found on /index.php, the very, very basics. So it is doing it on port 80, but you can already see what's missing. Where's the other ports with web, right? So it's only doing this on some ports. It's not doing this where it needs to be. If stage one output, blah, 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 open ports is that, printf, and then web ports for ports in, and then it stays it here. It should be doing it, but it's not doing it in all the ports. I'm not gonna spend any time like going through this now, but this should already be a decent start at least. Now, next up, I want to run a vulnerability scan, of course. So I want to run nuclei. Now I want to run nuclei on all the web servers. Please add error handling as well. This is our friend, of course. This is a good tool that's going to help you a lot in speeding things up, but can also slow you down. This is important. What I want you to realize here is that you need to set up, if you're going to do any type of automation like this, you need to define an MVP. A minimum viable product. When is it good enough to start using in production? And you need to work towards that. And if it's good enough to start using in production, then you can start applying it. Well, that works. You can start improving it. That's how you need to see this. I am not doing this, of course, at all. It is missing shit again as well. That's no problem at all. We can add that stuff later. We're not going to do it now. But what I wanted to add now is, of course, Nuclei. So it has a new step here, run Nuclei. It's just going to run it perfectly fine. So let's give that one more shot so you at least know that works. We're going to remove test.py. And I'm going to name this something else because I'm naming everything test again. So let's name this rat.py and let's run this code. Python 3 rat.py. Here we go, and we're going to go with the same IP address, which is an IP address, by the way. And we can see that Nuclei did run. It seems to have some trouble with finding its templates. There might be some issues that I've overlooked that aren't built into this, but it did run Nuclei apparently on different ports. So we can see running on port 80 and running on port 443, which is really, really good already. We can adjust this script to however we want, add in some splitting up so it can work with different files. I would recommend that you work with a directory so that this is something where it's going to run multi-threaded, going to look into a directory, going to pick up a file, which is partial lists of like 1,000, and then going to put it into an in-processing folder. So no other thread takes that, and then going to put it in a done folder when done, and then take a new file from the input folder. So you can see that it's quite complex. You're going to have to architect a little bit. You're going to have to do some software design, but network hacking is going to be mostly about this. It isn't going to be as manual exploration as websites, for example, because there I can just click around and look for vulnerabilities. Here it's more of how good can you automate finding vulnerabilities or trying to find vulnerabilities. I mean, right now, we are working with a very simplistic script still, but it can get very, very complex really, really fast. Especially like if you're adding different tools that need to run under different conditions. And usually you're going to add different flags that need to run under different conditions as well. Quite complicated if you ask me. But of course, I'm just a stupid rat, so what the hell do I know, right? We have some questions. I see 6 questions. Let's see. Holy shit. So whichever, do you use AI? No, I don't use AI hardly ever. What the hell are you talking about? Indeed, it's going to resolve that IP address. Yeah, 502 is forgotten. It's outdated. Scroll up. Why do I need to scroll up? Filtered means that in this case, so Nmap, you have different port statuses. Nmap. You can have a closed port. There it's very simple, of course. A closed port is just this port is closed. There's no traffic coming in. There's no traffic going out. It just refuses any handshakes. With a filtered port, it's open, but it's only accepting certain types of traffic. There's all kinds of lights around me. Of course, there's lights around. I thought it was the cops, but it's just that shit around me. And you have different port scanning techniques as well. I'm going to see if it's on here. Well, yeah.
I think it's when Nmap can determine whether the port is open because the packet filtering prevents its probes from reaching the probe.
Yeah,
so
indeed.
it could come from firewall or router rules.
Here we go. This is a good Medium article that I like to use. So this is maybe useful for you as well. This is a cheat sheet for Nmap. It has a good few options, isn't there? So no, it's not per se a honey trap. So yeah, maybe this one. It basically means that you have, it's not refusing it, but it's also not accepting it, if you know what I mean. So if you do a port scan, you're going to do a three-way handshake with your TCP scan, for example, and you can either get a rejected, which means that the handshake isn't going to go through, the port is just closed, or you, the post is, in the case of a rejected, it's basically filtered. It means that there's going to be traffic on that port, but you're not allowed to do it. That's what that means. If there's no response to the handshake at all, that means that you basically have a port that's closed. If you have a port that's open, it's going to continue and it's going to complete your three-way handshake. With your send scan, you're not going to complete your last phase of the handshake. So there, it might help you get through those filtered ports, because basically at the last phase of your handshake is when your filtering is often going to happen. Correct me if I'm wrong, Marius, but this is how I understand these types of filtered ports. It's basically at the last stage of your three-way handshake, it's going to say, nope, not you, you're not allowed. It's a firewall or something on that port that's going to stop you from interacting with it. But it doesn't mean it's closed. It can be closed. It's just that there's a firewall in front of it telling you, nope, you're not going to complete that handshake. But I hope that helps.
Yeah, actually, I think it give you a little information. And
of course, thank you. Go ahead. Appreciate it.
Because during this scan, a filter can drop the probes without responding or respond with useless errors messages. For example, I don't know, destination unreachable. And so actually, I think it gives you some information that something might be there, because closed and filter ports are the one that cannot give you any information. Because
I think I know
was able to determine whether the port is closed or.
Why exactly are you paying so much for overpriced courses that under-deliver? Because mine are 85% off at the moment with the code Halloween. You can get courses for €1.50. Or if you're really a cheap ass, you can do it in 3 payments of 53 cents. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can go as low as 53 cents for your next course, but we have bundles as well. These bundles, they contain our 900 Hackers Toolkit, which is one of the most beloved bundles we've ever brought out, because it contains everything we currently have and everything we'll bring out in the future. That includes certificates, live lessons, etc. If you're only about the certificates, we also have a third bundle. We have a beginner web hacking bundle. We have more bundles than this, by the way. These are just a selection of our bundles. We have certification programs, which I should update. We have live lessons. There's so much for you to pick from. So I am not exactly sure why you keep paying for overpriced courses in this economy. Do you really not like your money? Because if not, I can also make my courses more expensive, but I prefer to give you guys the most chances possible. So go ahead, don't think about it twice, because I promise you this investment will help you in the future. Investing in your skills is one of the most valuable things you can do, and now thanks to Uncle Rat, it's one of the most affordable things as well. Hope I'll see you on my website, ladies and gentlemen.
Filtered.
It's like they don't put up a filter in front of a port for nothing. It's like if there was nothing behind that filter, you wouldn't have that filter, because the port would be closed. So 9 times out of 10, you can suspect that there's something there. That's what you mean, right?
Yeah, and you find a honeypot.
Yeah, sometimes by the FBI, and suddenly you're in jail. Yeah, I know how it feels. Wait, you guys don't know how that feels? God damn it, am I really the only one who goes into fucking honeypots that the FBI sets up?
Yeah.
Damn it. I need to be more
To
careful.
be
My
honest,
OPSEC sucks.
the idea, I think, in your period, the bug bounty was totally different, right? I mean, you could land into serious bad situation if you report bags to a company or something like that.
Get the question here, so never deep dive on filtered. Well, the thing is, just keep it for last if you're going to investigate it at all. just make sure that you keep it for the very last, because there's no real, like, it's gonna be very, very hard to get past that filter if you're ever gonna interact with it all. All right, guys. So you know the gist of it now. I think when it comes to networking itself, I think it would be a good idea, Marius, to do your section on the second day. I don't know if you agree with me, but maybe we can start with that. And then afterwards, we can continue with some web hacking, because that's, in my opinion, still one of the major topics combined with API hacking. There, I think it's really important that we're going to go really deep into APIs. And thank God that Orgus just came with the idea today to refurbish our API labs. Thank you, Orgus. Appreciate it. You're doing great work, my friend. We're going to have a bit more organized APIs. When it comes to this type of hacking, I really wouldn't recommend it at the start, but so many people ask for it. Like, is it possible to do network hacking? I think because a lot of people come from OSCP, and OSCP is just a lot of network hacking. I mean, they find certain bugs not important. It's literally in their course material. For me, it's different, of course. I think web is one of the most important attack factors out there. I'm not much of a network guy. If I have to do a network pen test, I could do it, but I would rather hire somebody who knows deep into networks and is always busy with them, instead of me, who's just gonna have to dive into this shit again. It's been since I went to college that I have to interact with networks in a way that network hacking is irrelevant. Maybe OSCP still, I had some network hacking stuff, but I just stopped after that. I don't enjoy it as much as the other hacking. What are the things we should be careful in bug bounties and not get arrested? Yeah, the thing with bug bounties is that you often have a safe haven policy. Now, if you don't know what that means, it means that as long as you don't do anything in bad conscience, there we go. It's not, I don't know how it is in your country, but here in Belgium, we're basically legally protected. As long as we don't fuck shit up intentionally, it's a different story, of course. But this should protect us in Belgium, at least. I don't know how the legal frameworks lay in other countries, so I can't speak on that too much. But yeah, just follow the code of conduct. That's what you need to know. Basically, don't worry too much about going to jail, is all I can say there. I mean, I've done some shit. I've literally hacked live production websites, and I have done iDoors on accounts that weren't mine. I got a reprehension. I got like, hey, don't do that. And I was like, oops, whoopsie. I never did it again, and that's it. They're not really going to come knocking at your door and arrest you. Yeah, it's best if you don't admit what you've done, Orgus. I mean, there's tons, literal tons of cocaine that you smuggled across the border are fucking good, but you shouldn't share that with people. How did you get like a shitload of tons across the border overnight? It's like faster than fucking Amazon. How did you do that? Yeah, now your memory's failing you. I can see how it is. I'm sorry.
Transport, huh?
I'm sorry, by the way, Shadow. Was there anything else that you would like to show? Because I think we're almost at the end. But if people want to stay for some more demonstrations, always welcome to, of course. Is there anything you'd like to show up on your end?
I'm up for that, like. Depending on people's time.
Of course, like nobody's obligated to stay, but I think it might be interesting if we attack expert.com or maybe a live target. How about a live target? Shall we attack Google?
Well, hackexpert.com's not a live target. That's full of
Yeah,
vulnerabilities.
it's a fucking lab. That's for pussies. We're not pussies, are we?
Let's go and fuck
No, I
Google
didn't
then.
think so either.
Let's go and fuck Google over then. Fuck it. They're free game,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Let's do that shit. let's
Or
do
Tesla, because I hate that Elon Musk cunt.
I don't know. I like Google because it's fucking easy game. We can do Tesla.
No, don't do Tesla. Everybody does Tesla. Didn't you
Same
get
for
the joke?
Google.
Didn't you get the joke?
Of course not. I'm old. It's fucking late. Of course I didn't get to.
Oh, you're old.
Look at this shit. Programmable search engines.
What?
.google.com. What the fuck is this shit?
What is that?
So can anybody please do me a port scan on this?
Is this an impromptu? This is just out with out with the course, isn't it? The boot camp.
Yeah, from now on it's sort of freewheeling, shall we
Yeah.
say.
Yeah,
Can
boot
anybody
camp's over. Boot camp's over. Who wants to fuck
Let's hunt
about?
on Pornhub.
Where? Pornhub.
wait, let me stop the
No.
recording for a second.
I'll have to block all images.
So what am I going
you-
to do? I'm going to go to Pentesting.
I'm trying to get my box to fucking fire up.
If you don't get your box to fire up, I'll get you fired up. God
Oh,
damn it.
yeah.
Wait.
Remember, I'm on Windows.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to remember that since you're here, you're probably gonna take 4 days off. God damn it.
I'm doing a manual scan, guys.
I'm
That's
trying
okay.
to log in.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'll
Right, I'm
fucking
in.
kiss my ass. God damn it, you piece of shit.
I
That
could
hurt
have fired up
motherfucker.
my WSL, because you know it's the next best thing to having a full-blown Kali system or Linux system in your Windows, which doesn't allow you to use Nmap. But you know it's the next best thing.
Docker.
Docker.
I love me some Docker. Almost as much as I love me some ChatGPT.
I like some Gouda.
Bitches giving me advertisements. Info. So I'm just right now what I'm doing mostly is Google dorking.
Create folder.
Just to see if we can find something. Yeah, of course, GitHub is going to have a lot of shit on it.
Of course it is. Right. A minute. Sorry. Right. What's the target?
It's in the chat. Programmable search engine.google.com.
Chat in the chat. It's in chat. Oh yeah, programmable. Fuck me. Isn't that somebody's password?
Where?
Programmable search engine.google.com. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
What
you
the
almost
fuck?
had me. Like
What
what I
the
think is what I think is interesting about this one is that we can sign up and we can start creating our own search engine and we can try to find flaws in that. Like you never know. The thing with this one is that it's made for you to create your own shit, and so it's probably a good idea to do that. To actually just do it and have your Burp suite open in the background. Go click through all of your options, etc. Apparently, we only have 2 things open here: one on port 80, one on port 443. Google is usually pretty tight with their servers. What you'll often find with some of these targets is that they have servers with a lot of open ports on them, or you have targets like this that are pretty cleaned up and only have the exact ports open that they need, and you don't even see port SSH in here.
Okay.
Oh shit, guys.
Thank you. Oh my god, I just got an email. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to go. I just got an email. I'm gonna have to disappear for 5 minutes. I have to resubscribe to my Norton subscription for my antivirus.
So important.
Oh, it is. It is. It is. I don't have a subscription, but I have to go and renew it right now. Same with my McAfee one. Program.
I was able to enter at least some tag vectors. For cross-site scripting, it's not popping, but it's also not blocking.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's good. But yes, this is sort of what we're going to do. Guys, I'm too tired. I have 2 antivirus subscriptions. Why have 1 antivirus subscription when you can have 2?
I don't even have antivirus installed on any of my devices.
I'm kidding, by the way, guys. Don't do fucking 2 antiviruses. Please do not divide each other.
Don't
a
even
mess.
do
It's a-
antivirus.
Yeah, well, let's just do everything on paper again. That was an attempt at cross-site scripting, yes, but I'm going to go to bed, I think, for now. I'm going to teach you guys a lot more about website hacking tomorrow. For now, I would like to thank you for your attention because I think you've been all doing really well so far.
Thank you.
You all get a cookie, a virtual cookie though. You don't get a real one.
Marius will be
cookie.
upset.
Yeah, he's gonna have a bad day.
No, you'll have a bad day because you'll upset Marius.
We're gonna have a bad month, dude.
Let's just rephrase that.
Awesome.
Nah,
awesome.
it's
You've
been good,
all
man. It's been good working with you guys.
It was really good having you, Shadow. Thank you so much for the demonstration. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome seeing that. I
Thank
will
you.
clap virtually
Thank
for
you.
you. I don't know if you can
I
hear it.
add
I'll
you
clap.
some subdomains of Google because they
Why did somebody spend money on the subdomain virtualcookie.com? What? You guys are insane. Thank you so much for the bootcamp, guys. I really appreciate it. My eyes are falling shut and I am falling over.
Thank
So
you.
I'm going to go before Haggis starts shagging me again. That boy really needs to keep his balls in his pants, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. See you later, my amazing friends. I will make the
guys.
recording available before tomorrow's meeting, but probably not now yet. They will be sent with tomorrow's invitations for the bootcamp. You will get new invitations through email. If you didn't get the invitation about an hour beforehand, email info@thexssrat.com and we'll make sure that you get it. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. See you later. Bye-bye. Good night.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, and Marcel, stop with all of this weird fucking sex positions, you freak. You're breaking all of your shit.
Have you read the joke on Discord?
Not yet. I was sharing my screen, so
Yeah.
I need-
Please don't.